Chapter 478 Strife within the Feng group. Chapter 478 Strife within the Feng group. Chang Xan felt guilty about Qin Feng. Hence, she called the students to stand up against the university authorities for firing Qin Feng. It was because of her that Qin Feng was dismissed. During their last visit to Mario's bar, Qin Feng had rescued her from the crews of Gao Hai. He'd beaten him, which caused Gao Hai to go into a frenzy and exercise all his power and authority over the medical college to sack Qin Feng off. There were times Chang Xan that went to persuade Gao Hai to retract his order, but her attempts were futile. They were fruitless because Gao Hai was very firm on his decision. Either Chang Xan offered her body to him and served him for a night, or he would not talk the matter over. Chang Xan was helpless. She was pushed to the edge as she had run out of ideas to help Qin Feng. So she gathered up all the students of the medical college and revolted against the university authorities. Big sister Xan, do you know what that Qin Feng has been up to? I don't believe that the reason he doesn't show up is that he has lost face. Hua Yan stood near Chang Xan and whispered to her. Yeah, I think so too. He was thick-skinned enough to cope with this small matter. Although Chang Xan said it like that, she could not convince herself. It had been 3 days since the last time Chang Xan and Hua Yan saw Qin Feng. This was because Qin Feng did not inform anybody about his trip to Acropolis City. He shut down his cell phone and even had his SIM card changed. Falling into the habit of waiting for Qin Feng on the couch every night, Chang Xan and Hua Yan were disappointed when Qin Feng did not return to their home for 3 consecutive nights. Where is he now? Hua Yan mumbled. Could it be that he has gone into seclusion after asking me to make him the blood qi pills? But he is already a stage 4 inner qi expert. The blood qi pills won't have much effect on him. I must get the university to get him back, no matter what. Even if he is such a readily prurient narcissist, you can't deny the fact that he is a good lecturer. Chang Xan's face was filled with determination as she continued to lead the students' march forward. Location: China, Yun Province, Acropolis City. Qin Feng had no idea what Chang Xan, Hua Yan, and the students of the medical college were doing for him. He was now standing in the heart of Acropolis City, weighing the stream of passing people that seemed to have no end. His heart was swamped with countless emotions. He had finally returned. He had left his home for almost 4 months prior, but it felt like those memories were from over 1 million years ago in a time that he'd long forgotten. No words that have been born since ancient times until now could perfectly describe his current feelings after he stepped on the land that had nurtured him, raised him, and made him into Qin Feng. How are you, Acropolis City? Ling Xian, Bei Bei, Lu Wenjing, Lu Xiaojia, Bai Qing Liu Qin. How had you all been? Qin Feng was excited. He wished he could return to his women now and see how they were doing. However, he had prepared a well-laid plan. First, he had to go to the first hospital and save Lin Bei Bei from her coma, and then rush to the Sima family to put an end to their everlasting grudges. Standing on the side of the avenue, Qin Feng flagged down a cab and went to his first destination, the first hospital. The cab driver was very chatty and enthusiastic. He seemed to have an endless list of topics in his mind that he could play at any moment to keep talking with his customers. Mate, you're not from here, right? Is someone close to you in the hospital? My woman is in the hospital now, Qin Feng replied. Wow, so you're going to be a father soon? You look young, though. Anyway, congratulations, mate. The cab driver smoked while he was driving. He exposed his yellow teeth whenever he laughed. Qin Feng's mouth quivered. He quickly changed to another topic. Acropolis City seems different from what 4 months ago. Many shops have closed down, and some of them have changed their names. Hey, you don't say. The situation in Acropolis City these 3 months has been pretty stormy. Everything, almost everything, here has undergone a huge change. It's a long story, and it's even more interesting than those wuxia novels. The difference is that it's real. The cab driver was excited. The four largest familial clans of Acropolis City used to be the Qin family, the Sima family, the Hao family, and the Zhou family. They had been living in peace without encroaching on the precincts of one another. However, 3 months ago, it seemed that their negotiations on deciding their territories got ugly, and all of them waged war against one another. It was a huge fight. The Hao family, the Zhou family, and the Qin family fell one after another, leaving only the Sima family, which is regressing day by day. They're now not even considered a third-tier familial clan. Of course, I've caught wind as well that they went into a fight not because of property, right, but because of the young masters. They had been competing about which of their families were richer, and they got into a fight. When they could not come to a conclusion, the whole event developed into a tangled war between the four large familial clans. The cab driver was very excited, and he could not stop. "Hey, mate, let me tell you something. Please don't spread the news to other people. Actually, somebody slipped me the inside dope." The four large familial clans waged war against each other not because of the problem of territory or the competition between four young masters, but because the person who caused all of this was the first hedonistic young master of Acropolis City, Feng. He hooked up with the other 3 young masters' women, and what's more, he even slept with their women. The phrase goes that men are like the siblings, while women are like shirts. When you wear another man's shirt, what is he going to wear then? It's so embarrassing, right? After the other 3 young masters discovered what Feng had done, they were on fire. They combined their family's power and unleashed a full assault on the Qin family, completely wiping them out of the game. That Feng, AI, he's a pest. I've caught the wind that he had slept with every beautiful woman in the Acropolis City. Thank God that my daughter is ugly, otherwise she might have fallen into his sex-driven claws too. The cab driver continued to blabber on and without stopping. Feng's face darkened. "Pull over now." The cab driver was stunned. "Ah? Pull over now, mate? But we haven't arrived at the first hospital yet." "Stop now or I'll beat you." Feng originally thought this cab driver was an enthusiastic and good person, and he had a pretty good impression of him. However, it was gone now. Screech! The cab driver abruptly came to a halt, and Feng just got out of the car. "Hey, you still haven't paid me yet, mate," the cab driver yelled. "You should thank the God that I haven't hit you," Feng said as he stared at the driver cab. He then became a blur and vanished among the sea of people. Initially, Feng wanted to go to the first hospital, but listening to the cab driver's plain moonshine had driven him crazy. He was certain that the cab driver would be dead if he did not get out of the car. Feng was familiar with the alleys and roads of Acropolis City. He was now not far from the first hospital, and he could get there walking. Fei Tian Bar. Feng stopped, raised his head, and looked at the majestic bar. His mouth curled into a grin, and he entered the bar. Fei Tian Bar had been the base for the Feng group Feng established. Before he left, he'd ordered Long Hair, Wild Wolf, and Baldy to assist Lu Wenjing in managing the Feng group. When Feng was in Jindu, he received a notification from the system that the quest assist Lu Wenjing in unifying the power of Acropolis City's underworld had been cleared. This meant that the Feng group had become the largest group in Acropolis City, and since he was here, of course, he had to visit his former compatriots and Lu Wenjing. In the office in the deepest part of Fei Tian Bar stood Lu Wenjing, Long Hair, and his 2 brothers. The office was 100 square meters wide. Inside, there was nothing notable aside from a book rack, a couch, and a working desk. It was a spacious office, but now it was crowded full of people. Roughly 50 people stood behind Wild Wolf and Baldy facing Lu Wenjing, Long Hair, and 4 of their minions. "Wild Wolf, Baldy, what are you guys up to? Are you planning a rebellion in Big Brother Feng's absence?" Long Hair had sustained an injury, a large laceration caused by a machete across his arm. Blood was spurting out of it, and his face was grotesque with pain and anger. Regardless of his dire situation, he protected Lu Wenjing's back and confronted Wild Wolf and Baldy head-on while yelling at them. Baldy and Wild Wolf laughed. They measured Lu Wenjing with a meaningful expression. Lu Wenjing was wearing a white sports suit and a fresh young vigor erupted from her. Her body was in tip-top condition, and her legs were long and white. Long hair, I'm giving you this last chance since we've braved through countless dangers together. Leave now, or join us in the Guanglang group. Otherwise, we'll no longer be brothers. Guanglang group. It was obvious from the name that the group had been formed by Baldy and Wild Wolf. The Guanglang group now had 400+ members, and all of them had come from the Feng group. 3 months ago, before the fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Qin Feng had ordered Long Hair and his 2 brothers to destroy the Wyvern group and the Wild Wolf group to raise the Feng group to be the top group in Acropolis City. They never expected that Qin Feng would not return from that fight. Both of them thought Qin Feng was dead, hence the revolt. Heartless bastards. There is only one word to explain our life as underworld dwellers: loyalty. If it wasn't for Big Brother Qin Feng, we might be still living in a hell of our lives' jail. How could we possibly have the chance to enjoy the auspicious life we have now? Put down your weapon and surrender now. Long Hair had pledged his full loyalty to Qin Feng, and he was disappointed at Baldy and Wild Wolf's betrayal. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng? He's dead. Baldy and Wild Wolf burst into a great gale of laughter. The Qin family has fallen. Either he is dead, or he has to run for the rest of his life. Do you think he still can come back to Acropolis City? Don't be so naive, Long Hair. Not only do I want to take over his phone group, I want his woman too. Lu Wenjing, come to my side now. I'll serve you well every night. Better than Qin Feng. Ha ha ha. Pooey, shut up. Lu Wenjing's face blanched in from her anger. Long Hair felt he did not need to say anything further. He grabbed his machete and swung it at Baldy's shiny head. Fuck you. How dare you want to kill me? Starting from now on, you are not brother anymore. Growing angry, he gestured with his hand, and the 50 or so minions behind him ran forward. Long Hair had a strong build, his attacks were pretty effective, and he killed 3 people with just a swipe of his machete. However, they had the numerical advantage, and before Long Hair could continue with his attack, his back was hit by 2 minions with metal pipes. Crack! His bone cracked, and he yelled, "Sister-in-law, run! Run now!" Lu Wenjing was stunned. She never imagined that the phone group would become like this under her guidance. The last memory she had with Qin Feng was when Lu Shaojie brought Qin Feng back to their house to introduce Qin Feng to her. The situation had been awkward, but it was also thanks to that reunion that they could solve their conflict. Both of them walked through the greenery outside the villa. Their surroundings had been filled with the smell of nature, and the breeze had been comfortable. Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing lightly in his arms and gifted her his Lamborghini Murcielago. Lu Wenjing reciprocated by kissing him. Before they parted, the last words Qin Feng said to her were, "I'll leave the phone group in your hands. Please help me to take care of it." Chapter 479, The Hell of Death. Chapter 479, The Hell of Death. I'll leave the phone group in your hands. Help me take care of it. For months had passed, and Qin Feng's words were still in her ears as if he was beside her. Lu Wenjing had promised Qin Feng, "I can't allow the phone group to perish." She knew the situation now was very dire, but she had no way to escape. "You bunch of bastards. Get the fuck out of here now, or I'll kill you all." Holding a machete in her hand, Lu Wenjing threw herself into the skirmish. The adrenaline rush had sparked her memories of the night Qin Feng fought alongside with her and the one group in the garden behind the pedestrian street. Qin Feng was a great asset, and with Lu Wenjing's bravery that knew no bound, they confronted and destroyed hundreds of members of the Wild Wolf group. Lu Wenjing's attack was too sudden, and before her target could react, he was already cut down. Then, she raised the machete again and brandished it at Baldy's head. Clank! The falling machete was blocked by a metal pipe wielded by Baldy, whose expression was distorted into a villainous expression. He shoved the metal pipe at Lu Wenjing's stomach, granting her a one-way ticket to the floor. Lu Wenjing was a woman, and it was tough for a woman to defend against a fully charged attack from a grown man. She cringed and writhed about on the floor in agony. Sister-in-law, run now. Run for your life. Similar to Lu Wenjing, Long Hair was pinned to the ground as well. When he saw Lu Wenjing was getting beat down, he struggled with all his might to free himself, but to no avail. His opponent had the numerical advantage, and one kick from every one of the group of 10 people was all it took to keep him down on the floor. Baldy, Wild Wolf, please, I beg you for the old time's sake, spare sister-in-law. You guys cannot lay your hands on her. By doing that, how is there any difference between you and a beast? Laying in a pool of blood, Long Hair had no more energy to continue fighting and could only beseech Baldy and Wild Wolf bitterly. Lu Wenjing arched her body and lay on the ground while the 4 minions that were standing behind threw away their weapons, seemingly surrendering to the Guanglang group. This battle was destined to end before it even started. Haha, those who resist against the Guanglang group are digging their own graves. Baldy laughed. Tisk, kk. What a fine woman. You're just like one of the 7 fairies. I have always wanted to take you to bed every night when Qin Feng was here. And now, God finally heard my plea and granted my wish. All you need to do is just enjoy the whole process, sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. After he was done talking, Baldy threw himself at Lu Wenjing. Baldy was thrilled in his heart when he thought that he was about to sleep with Qin Feng's woman, as the proverb read. Feast on dumplings during the festival and play with your sister-in-law. Get away! Don't touch me! Lu Wenjing screamed as her last resort. How was there any possibility that Baldy would listen to her? As his filthy claws were going to land on Lu Wenjing's shoulder, a streak of white light flashed through the air, and his arm flew away into the center of the crowd before he could regain his senses. The assault of wind blades was fast. It was so fast that even after his palm had been severed from the rest of his body, he still could not feel the pain, and his blood would not flow. Holy moly! A hand! Whose hand is this? The severed palm with the fingers still chewing raised a hubbub among the crowd. Baldy was shocked. He stared in disbelief at his severed arm. Hey, where is my hand? How come my hand is gone? Uft! Blood began to spurt out from where his arm was severed. A wisp of pain spread from his wrist, coursing through every end of his nerves and his body until it reached the top of his head. It was unbearable. There was nothing Baldy could do to ease the pain aside from covering his severed arm and rolling back and forth on the floor. Arg! Hurts. It hurts. Where is my hand? Baldy, what happened? Who did that? Wild Wolf was stunned, and the 50+ minions of the Guanglang group were stunned. Nobody knew what happened and how Baldy's hand was gone in just a mere second. Shroom, shroom, shroom. An eerie silence hung in the area. Then an ominous wind blew past. All they could see were streaks of white light as bright as the lightning, but filled with the cold aura of death. Uft! The wind blades had made contact with their victim, and people screamed. Uft! Uft! The room was filled with the sound of blades slashing through human flesh and howling. Somebody had their face slashed, somebody had their nose cut off, and somebody had lost their ears. These were the less severe cases. There were people who had their limbs chopped off, while some even lost their heads. It was hell. The people of the Guanglang group, who were very confident, had fallen into the uttermost depth of hell. Their blood was scattered in all directions, and the wind blades shredded the group of people into a disorderly pile of limbs and dead bodies. There were only dreary cries and screams in the room, yet nobody knew what was going on. Lu Wenjing and Long Hair were flabbergasted. They arched their bodies to take a defensive stance on the floor to reduce the area of contact for the white rays of light, since losing an arm or a leg was the last thing they wanted. After they observed for a few minutes, they realized that the white rays of light seemed to have eyes, as they only target the people of Wild Wolf Gang. A few traitors beside them had been shredded to pieces, while Lu Wenjing and Long Hair still remained unscathed. The whistle of the wind, that was more horrible than the laugh of a demon, finally came to an end. The white rays of light disintegrated, and dead silence hung in the room. Stagnation surrounded the remaining survivors as they refused to utter a syllable, even if they were pained to death. They had never been so frightened since they were born. "Baldy, Wild Wolf, how dare you two try to overthrow me?" A chilly voice echoed and stunned the remaining people to their cores. Baldy and Wild Wolf were slightly stunned before a shocking expression crawled over their faces. The voice was somebody they were very familiar with. It was the voice of Qin Feng. "Qin Feng? Has he returned? Qin Feng? Is that you?" Lu Wenjing yelled enthusiastically. She crawled up from the floor and craned her neck, looking over to the door. In the doorway stood a strong man in a fine suit. He was Qin Feng. With a light hop on his feet, Qin Feng closed the gap between Lu Wenjing and him in a second and arrived at her side. Lu Wenjing was shocked by how strong Qin Feng had become. Has he transcended into a deity? "Jing Jing, are you all right?" Qin Feng pulled Lu Wenjing into his arms and transmitted his inner qi into her body, easing Lu Wenjing's pain. "Qin Feng, it's really you. You have returned." Lu Wenjing had just undergone the trial of death, and when she thought she would never be to see Qin Feng again, he appeared. The only thing she could do now was hug Qin Feng tightly, as no words could describe her current feelings. "Where have you been, Qin Feng? I've been so worried about you." Qin Feng's heart wrenched. He caressed Lu Wenjing's silky hair to comfort her. He did not dare to think of the consequence if he had been late even a minute, as the consequence was too ghastly to contemplate. "I'm fine, don't worry. Go outside first. I have to settle something here first." Qin Feng then hugged Lu Wenjing in his arms and retreated to the office. The office reeked of the smell of blood, and Qin Feng feared that it would nauseate Lu Wenjing. "Be careful, Qin Feng." Lu Wenjing clawed at Qin Feng's arm. She was unwilling to tear herself away from Qin Feng since she had just reunited with him. "Don't worry. I'll be fine. I'm just going to help you take some revenge. They were digging their own graves for laying their filthy claws on my woman." Qin Feng was dominating. Even though Lu Wenjing had not given him an answer yet, she did not refute when Qin Feng hugged her and called her his woman. Instead, her heart was warmed. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you here. Oh yeah, please spare Long Hair and don't kill him. He's on our side." "Okay." Qin Feng left Lu Wenjing to rest at the bar and returned to the office. Sanguinary. That was the only word to describe the current situation inside the room. It reeked of the stench of blood. The people of the Guang Lang group still had not returned to their senses. None of them had forecasted that Qin Feng would survive that battle, much less expect he would become stronger than last time. "Long Hair, come over here," Qin Feng ordered after he glanced at Long Hair, who was laying in his own blood. Qin Feng's call had snapped Long Hair out of his confusion. He dragged his body up and went to Qin Feng's side. "Welcome back, young Master Qin. It must have been tough days for you," Long Hair said respectfully. Qin Feng was satisfied with Long Hair. Qin Feng had regarded Long Hair as his own brother after Long Hair had stepped forward to bear the guilt of killing Zhou Kai last time. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a blood-red pill appeared in his palm. He extended it to Long Hair and said, "Go out now. Protect your sister-in-law at all cost, and take this." Long Hair was an ordinary person, so he did not know what it was or how much the thing was worth. He gladly accepted the gift from Qin Feng and retreated from the room. There were only Qin Feng and 50 or so people from the Guanglang group in the room. Qin Feng was relaxed, unlike the people of the Guanglang group. They were scared. Fear had overtaken them, and they quivered. Feast on dumplings during the festival and play with your sister-in-law. This is one of my favorite lines. However, to play with your sister-in-law, first you must be strong, or else you will be dead before touching your sister-in-law, Qin Feng scoffed. Young Master Qin, it's my fault. Please spare. Baldy kowtowed for mercy. It was just before he could finish his sentence that a white ray of light flashed. Uft. Baldy's head flew into the sky, and blood splattered all around. Ah! It was too terrifying. The people of the Guanglang and Wild Wolf group screamed. With their 50 or so people and more than 100 pair of eyes, none of them could fathom what Qin Feng had done. All of them thought Qin Feng was not human anymore. He was a demon who returned from the netherworld to seek his revenge. Guanglang group? A combination of Baldy and Wild Wolf? What a lousy name. I don't like it. Qin Feng raised his hand and sent a streak of white light towards Wild Wolf, bifurcating him. Uft! It was too gory. Some of them vomited. The mixture of the stench of blood and vomit was disgusting. The situation in the room was even more gruesome than hell. Please spare us, young Master Qin. We've been blinded and brainwashed by Baldy and Wild Wolf. We swear we won't do this anymore. Please spare us, young Master Qin. The remaining minions began to beg Qin Feng for mercy. They regretted everything, and if they were given a chance to go back to the drawing board, they would surely not betray Qin Feng. He was baleful and even more ruthless than a demon. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the people and sighed. You guys should know the rules well. You have to bear the unbearable if you live your life as an underworld dweller. It's essential to make the right choices. Get lost now. Don't let me see you all in Acropolis City ever again. Human life was not something he would consider since Qin Feng had transcended to stage for inner qi. He would kill a person without batting an eye, however, he was too kind. These bunch of wax-nosed peoples please hit his soft spot. Hearing this, they were relieved as they helped each other to exit from the room. Those who lost their limbs had to roll out of the room. All of them did not want to return to Acropolis City again for the rest of their lives. The room became empty again. Although Qin Feng did not show it, he was upsetted. Long Hair and his 2 brothers had followed him for almost half a year. Baldy and Wild Wolf had fought many hard battles and achieved notable merits for the Feng group. However, they betrayed him, and this was the truth, just like Han Ying and Su Ruoro. Until now, Qin Feng still had no idea how to face those 2 women. Chapter 480, The Best Memories We Had. Chapter 480, The Best Memories We Had. Suddenly, a silhouette of a human came into Qin Feng's mind. That person was the first minion Qin Feng gained in Acropolis City. Qin Feng's memories drifted back to the time when he battled Uncle Feng at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. After he'd broken through into Stage 2 inner qi in the midst of the battle, he defeated Uncle Feng and killed both him and Hao Yun, which indirectly incited the war between the Qin family and the Hao family. At that time, Zhang Biao stepped forward without batting an eye to be Qin Feng's whipping boy. After that, Qin Feng bought the super smoke bomb from the system to help Zhang Biao escape. He had no idea where Zhang Biao, where and how was he handling himself now. When Qin Feng exited the room, the minions of the Guanglang group had already gone. When his gaze swept across the bar stand and he saw Long Hair and Lu Wenjing, he was stunned. Fuck! What are you doing, Long Hair? Qin Feng leaped to Lu Wenjing's side, grabbed her, and dodged Long Hair, who was lunging at her. Long Hair was acting weird. His shirt was nowhere in sight, and he was on the verge of removing his belt. If it wasn't for Qin Feng arriving in the nick of time, he would have already pounced at Lu Wenjing. Arg, 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 arg. Young Master Qin, please kill me. I can't stop myself from pouncing on sister-in-law. I'm not a human. I'm worse than a beast. Quick, young Master Qin, give me a quick one. Long Hair yelled as if he was torn apart by something inside his body. Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing were flabbergasted. Their faces were flooded with confusion. What are you doing, Long Hair? Why would you suddenly want to get fresh with your sister-in-law? You're not that kind of person, asked Qin Feng. Suddenly, Long Hair drew a dagger from his waist and repeatedly stabbed his thigh. Uft! Blood gushed out his thigh in a torrent and almost splashed Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing. Before that, Qin Feng was angry, but now he was certain that Long Hair was possessed. But how the hell was he possessed? There was no sign of it. What happened to this guy? Qin Feng asked Lu Wenjing. Lying in Qin Feng's arms, Lu Wenjing gawked at Long Hair and slowly shook her head. I know no more than you, Qin Feng. He was perfectly fine a minute ago, and he never showed any sign of affection to me before. He's never crossed the line, and he was the only one stayed by my side when the Feng group was overthrown by Baldy and Wild Wolf. He's not that kind of person that would take advantage of the fairer sex. Then footage rammed into her memories as she continued. Oh, yeah, he took a red pill just now. I wonder if that is what made him go crazy. Qin Feng knew it was the blood qi pill the moment Lu Wenjing told him about the pill. Could it be the blood qi pill has an adverse effect on an ordinary person? The last bit of suspicion in Qin Feng's heart was gone, as he was certain that Long Hair would not be so dumb to violate Lu Wenjing in front of him. Long Hair, how do you feel? Young Master Qin. I'm so useless. I want a woman now. Any woman would do. Long Hair could not hold the burning desire anymore. The beast within him almost broke out of its cage, and he was sure that he would explode if he wasn't given a woman now. He then added, even a sow is good enough. Qin Feng's mouth went crooked. He never expected that the blood qi pill would induce such effect if an ordinary person consumed it. The effect was even more potent than a box of Viagra. Go, go, go. Go find yourself a woman. There should be many women who want to sleep with you. Qin Feng gestured with his hand to shoo Long Hair away. Thank you, young Master Qin. I'll definitely come back to you to ask for your apology once I vent off my desire. Long Hair turned into a breeze of wind and vanished after he got the nod from Qin Feng. Holy goodness! He has broken into stage 2 inner qi. Seems like he's pretty suitable to practice martial arts. Qin Feng was flabbergasted at Long Hair's fantastic development. Qin Feng, what is stage 2 inner qi? Asked Lu Wenjing curiously with her face flushed and eyes blazing. Lu Wenjing's question had sparked Qin Feng of an idea. He had 10 of the blood qi pills left, and he could give them to each of his women. After they had broken through to stage 1 inner qi, they wouldn't be left unarmed when they were troubled by delinquents. Jing Jing, take these 2 with you. One is for you, and one is for Xiaojia. After you've consumed the pill, don't be nervous when you felt a gush of qi surging in your body. That is normal. Qin Feng handed 2 blood qi pills to Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing studied the blood qi pill for a long time, but she could not see what was special about the 2 pills in her hand aside from their uniquely thorough red color. Qi? What is that, and what is the use of it? And will we react the same way Long Hair did after we take the pills? A bright pink yet again rose onto Lu Wenjing's cheeks as she began to ponder if Qin Feng had given her some drug to arouse her sexually. He's still the same, such a pervert. Qin Feng's mouth quivered. He quickly explained himself. Please don't misunderstand me, Jing Jing. This really is a very precious pill. To put it more bluntly, it can transcend an ordinary person into a powerful entity. Didn't you realize that Long Hair's movements have become much agiler and faster? It's all thanks to the pill. It's heightened his ability. Why the pill aroused his sexual desire, I can only guess that is a personal reason. Everybody should experience a different effect. Lu Wenjing was relieved after Qin Feng explained it to her. Besides, Lu Wenjing believed that if Qin Feng really wanted her body, he would not have to go through so much trouble. All he needed to do was bring her to a romantic area and beguile her into consenting. Amazed by the effect of blood qi pills in her hand, Lu Wenjing exclaimed, "That's amazing! By consuming this pill, anyone would be Superman." "That's right. And when I mean powerful entity, it would definitely stronger than the powerful entity you've imagined. It's hard to put into words. You and Xiaojia will understand that once you've taken the blood qi pills and stepped into the world of martial artists." Qin Feng explained patiently to Lu Wenjing. "This pill, it must cost a town, right?" Lu Wenjing carefully secured the blood qi pills in her palm as she was afraid of losing it. "Yes, you're right. It's pretty expensive. One of these cost about 5 million yuan or more, but I feel it's worth it if I give the blood qi pills to you and Xiaojia," Qin Feng said proudly. Once again, he'd entered his girl-teasing mode. "What, 5 million yuan? It's so expensive. That means 2 of these cost 10 million yuan. I can't take these, Qin Feng. It's too expensive. Besides, Xiaojia and I should no need these pills." Lu Wenjing became wired. She had subconsciously treated Qin Feng as her family, and she felt bad spending a heap of Qin Feng's money. It was especially tough for Lu Wenjing, who managed her house industriously and thriftily. "I couldn't care less about it. It's just numbers. Keep them for yourself. If not, I'll get angry," Qin Feng said in a serious tone. Having no other ways to dissuade Qin Feng, Lu Wenjing carefully slipped the blood qi pills into her pocket after she remembered that she had received a 5 million yuan racing car from him already. "Everybody was so damn worried about you after your disappearance. Xiao Jia has been mumbling about why you have not visited her for such a long time. Why don't we go back now and give her a surprise?" suggested Lu Wenjing. Qin Feng pulled the overly excited Lu Wenjing into his arms and said sternly, "I still have an important task to handle. I'll go visit Xiaojia next time after I get my job done." Hearing this, the feeling of loss and disappointment gushed out and overwhelmed Lu Wenjing, and he asked, "Are you going to leave now? Where are you going? Will you really come to visit us?" Qin Feng could feel that Lu Wenjing had become even more attached to him after his return. He caressed her mellow and smooth as jade neck and beamed, "I'll be staying a little longer in Acropolis City, so I'll visit you too after I get myself free from my job. Long Hair has become much stronger now, and I believe that with him at your side, you should be able to reform the Feng group." Long Hair had catapulted into a stage 2 inner qi expert after he consumed the blood qi pills. As such, it was more than enough for him to reform the Feng group. Qin Feng then continued, "Remember to take the blood qi pill with Xiaojia when you get home. By that time, you too should have become much stronger than you are now. It would ease my worries a little. Okay, take care of yourself, though. Xiaojia and I will be waiting for you at our house." Lu Wenjing was reluctant to let Qin Feng go after they had just reunited for a short amount of time. Clearly, Qin Feng had sensed that Lu Wenjing was reluctant to part with him, so he did not leave too soon. Besides, Lu Wenjing had just gone through the internal strife of the Feng group falling apart, so he had to stay for a little while longer to comfort her. Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing in his embrace, fondled her soft and delicate body, and looked back upon the great and sweet memories they had made together. Both of them chatted for a long time, starting from the day they met each other at the Fei Tian bar. Only then did they realize that they'd gone through a lot of things together. Every moment and every trial that they had gone through together had become the unforgettable memories for them both. Qin Feng was thrilled when he talked about how Lu Wenjing formed the Wen group just to browbeat everybody to fight with the Feng group. Furthermore, only now did Lu Wenjing realize that those who joined her Wen group had no other objective but to get their hands on her body. It was after Qin Feng had beaten them that Lu Wenjing was able to protect her chastity. Lu Wenjing was touched, so she pressed her body harder against Qin Feng's arm and disregarded the fact that her boobs were distorted as they pressed against Qin Feng's arm. Lu Wenjing then talked about the automobile show beside Lotus Lake. The downfall of the Wen group was the toughest time for Lu Wenjing. She had run out of money to pay for her and sister's tuition. Due to this very reason, she picked up a part-time job as the automobile exhibition showgirl. Little did she know that she would encounter a rogue who would secretly take a picture up her dress. Then, Qin Feng appeared again and saved her from the sticky situation. At that time, Lu Wenjing still held a grudge against Qin Feng because she could not forgive Qin Feng for betraying the Wen group. Hence, in order to teach him a lesson, she purposely led him to the normal university and pretended to be very close to him. All of that was to summon her suitors to attack Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do you still remember the Lover's Bridge at the normal university? Lu Wenjing asked as she looked at Qin Feng with her starry eyes. Of course I do. The Lover's Bridge has a saying that once a man holds a woman's hand and walks over the bridge, they will become a couple in the end. Qin Feng nodded. We've walked over the Lover's Bridge, and now we're really together. It seems that the myth is true. Lu Wenjing felt that they had transitioned through time and returned to that day on the Lover's Bridge when the wind was mild and the sun was bright. Then you'll be my concubine for life. Qin Feng offered Lu Wenjing a seductive and wicked grin. Lu Wenjing's smile froze. She pinched hard at Qin Feng's thigh. Nonsense. I'll be your lover for life. Why would I be your concubine? Sorry, my tongue slipped. You said it yourself. You'll be my lover for life. Qin Feng had not gone steady with Lu Wenjing before. Now, they had finally made their relationship clear. How can you trick me? Lu Wenjing understood fully that she had fallen into Qin Feng's trap. Chapter 481. Save Lin Bei Bei from her coma. Chapter 481. Save Lin Bei Bei from her coma. Slowly, the autumn wind crept in and filled every inch of the city under the gathering dusk. A dark figure leaped across the skyline outside the first hospital of Acropolis City into an ICU room. Mother Lin's eyes caught a glimpse of the figure hiding behind the curtain, and she screamed, "Who's in there?" Dongfang Mingwang had his legion of professional bodyguards looking after Mother Lin and Lin Bei Bei, safeguarding the perimeter day and night, just as Qin Feng had asked him. Meanwhile, Mother Lin stayed by Lin Bei Bei's side and prayed to God that her daughter might wake up from her coma one day. However, her call wasn't heard by the one residing above in the heavens. 5 months had passed in a blink of an eye, but the woman on the bed did not show any sign of improving. The figure then emerged from the curtain, and he wiped a bright, beaming smile on his good-looking face. "Auntie, I'm back." Mother Lin's body quivered. She remained frozen on the floor. Astonishment flooded her rugged face, full of wrinkles. Mother Lin was in a daze for quite a long time before she recovered. She dashed toward Qin Feng and hugged him tightly. Qin Feng? Is that really you? You've returned. Where have you been all these days? I've been worried sick for you. Both Bei Bei and you are good children. But why does God have to fill both of your lives with miseries? I missed you a lot, Qin Feng, Mother Lin said in a broken accent, crying heavily. I've been praying day and night, hoping that you were still alive somewhere and that Bei Bei will awaken from her coma. Thank God that he finally heard my plea, and you really are still alive. I'm too happy. Qin Feng was touched. He had no memories of his own mother. After all, he lost her when he was born, and it was Qin Huang who single-handedly raised him. Throughout all these days, he had no idea what was meant when people spoke about maternal love, until today, when Mother Lin locked him in her arms, and he remained quietly in her warm embrace. The maternal love that he'd never known seemed to be gradually making itself known to him, and his frozen heart began to melt. Mother Lin had long since regarded Qin Feng as her son-in-law-to-be, the closest relationship to being her real son. A lump was forming in his throat as he worked very hard to force a few words out of his mouth. "Please forgive me, Auntie. Forgive me for making you worry about me." "Hee, silly kid. Don't say absurd things like that. As long as you two stay in peace, I'll be happy." Mother Lin caressed Qin Feng's head with lots of affection. For those who did not know their relationship, they would certainly think they were a mother and son if they were to see this footage. Click! Suddenly, the door to the room was shoved open from the outside. Two men wearing black suits slipped through the cleavage between the door and stood beside Qin Feng before Mother Lin could stop them. Concurrently, two dark figures flashed from outside the window into the room and appeared behind Qin Feng. Four of them surrounded Qin Feng in a blink of an eye, and Qin Feng could sense the murderous intent emerging from the four of them. "Ah, it's you people. Don't worry. He is my son-in-law. He won't hurt us." Mother Lin quickly explained the situation to the four people. Mother Lin knew nothing about these four people aside from the fact that they suddenly appeared at their side and protected them around the clock after Qin Feng went missing. It was them who had fended off those who wanted to harm Lin Bei Bei. Hence, Mother Lin was grateful for them, even though she had no idea who sent them here to protect Lin Bei Bei. "Are you people the bodyguards of the Dongfang family?" Qin Feng asked the four bodyguards as he pat Mother Lin's shoulder to ease her tension. The four people's expression changed slightly, but they soon regained their composure. One of the men who wore a red bow tie stepped forward and shot a question at Qin Feng. "Who are you? What's your objective in coming to this ICU? Why did you have to come into this ward through the window?" "I'm Qin Feng." "What? You're Qin? No, young Master Qin? Please forgive us for not recognizing you." The four bodyguards changed their attitude and treated Qin Feng with deferential after they found out his identity. Seeing this, Mother Lin was certain that the four people had been sent by Qin Feng to protect her daughter. It was just that she couldn't think through her head why they had failed to recognize Qin Feng at first. "No worries. You four may leave now. Secure the perimeter of this room, and don't come in without my order." Qin Feng was clear in his heart why the four suddenly changed their attitudes. He'd agreed to the Dongfang family's marriage proposal, which made him the son-in-law of the Dongfang family. He might have even been considered as one of their superiors now. "Roger." The four bodyguards took Qin Feng's order to heart and retreated from the room. After the four left the room, Qin Feng hastily walked to Lin Bei Bei's bed because he had waited for this moment for too long. "Qin Feng, what made you return to Acropolis City? Have you settled all your enemies? You worried me." Following Qin Feng, Mother Lin came to Lin Bei Bei's bedside as well and continued to ask about Qin Feng's current situation. Qin Feng smiled at Mother Lin. "Don't worry about me, Annie. I'm fine. I came here today because I've found a way to awaken Bei Bei from her coma. I'm here to save her." "What did you say? You found a way to save Bei Bei?" Mother Lin felt as though she had been struck by a streak of lightning, and her mind went blank. For months she'd yearned for Lin Bei Bei to wake up from her coma. "Mother Lin, why don't you take a walk? Perhaps by the time you return, Bei Bei will have already awakened." Qin Feng required absolute silence during the treatment process. As such, he did not want Mother Lin standing by his side because she would distract him while he was treating Lin Bei Bei. Mother Lin stayed blank for a moment before she came back to her senses. Her face was filled with tears of joy as her memories flew back to the night 4 months ago. That night, Lin Bei Bei went for a walk outside after she sent her the meal. Then Lin Bei Bei was kidnapped, and by the next time she saw her daughter, she'd already fallen into a coma. If Qin Feng really could save Lin Bei Bei from her coma, and she could hear her daughter call her mom again after she came back from her walk, it was certainly a great thing for Mother Lin. Okay, I'll go now. I won't disturb you. Qin Feng, please save Bei Bei." Mother Lin quickly walked to the door, but she stopped at the doorway and looked at Qin Feng with an imploring look. "Rest assured, Andy. I'll try my best. Qin Feng nodded at Mother Lin. Mother Lin then slowly and hesitantly closed the door. After Mother Lin was gone, the room fell into a pool of silence as there were only Qin Feng and Bei Bei in the room. Qin Feng had not seen Lin Bei Bei for 3 months, but for him, it felt like a century. During his days in Jindu, he'd always thought about his women in Acropolis City in the still of the night. Amongst the women, Lin Bei Bei was the one he missed the most. Lin Bei Bei slept quietly on the snow-white bed. Her skin was pallid due to her torpor state, and she had not moved under the sun for around 5 months. Her silky, long hair was scattered around her shoulders, and her pace of breath was even. She looked like a sleeping beauty who had secluded herself from the mundane hustle and bustle. Qin Feng was absorbed by Lin Bei Bei's beauty. He swore that he had never seen another beautiful woman in this world that had the same fresh temperament as Lin Bei Bei or could compare to her. You could not tear your gaze away from her, and your heart would be instantly overwhelmed by the urge to protect her the moment you saw her. Bei Bei, did you miss me? Qin Feng placed his hand on Lin Bei Bei's forehead and helped her tidy up her hair. Sensing somebody was touching her, Lin Bei Bei frowned. The pores on her body tightened, and the fine hairs on her body stood on their ends, seemingly resisting being touched by others. Bei Bei, it's me, Qin Feng. Qin Feng ran his fingers around her delicate face and said in a soft tone. Hearing this, Lin Bei Bei changed again. She loosened her locked brows, and her body began to relax. Even though she had no expression, Qin Feng felt that she was actually smiling at him. I've finally found somebody who could make me the blood qi pill. After you take the pill, before long, you'll wake up from your coma. At that time, you will be able to do what normal people do again. Walk, eat, laugh, and cry all you can. Qin Feng was excited while he spoke. Lin Bei Bei seemed to be able to hear his words. Crystal clear tears glided down her cheeks. Qin Feng wiped the tears that stained her face. Then he waved his hand and a red pill appeared in his palm. In the light, the blood qi pills seemed to be emitting a strange circle of light as the aromatic scent of the blood qi pills pervaded and filled every particle of air in the room. Feeling that he should not waste any more time further, Qin Feng placed the blood qi pill on Lin Bei Bei's lips. Before the pill touched Lin Bei Bei's lip, he retracted his arm as something crossed his mind. Right now, at this moment, Lin Bei Bei was in a coma, and he was certain that she could not chew the large blood qi pill, much less swallow it whole. Hence, Qin Feng placed the blood qi pill into his mouth and started chewing it. After he'd crushed the blood qi pill, he then leaned forward and pressed his lips onto Lin Bei Bei's red cherry lips. He then stuck out his tongue and pushed the crushed blood qi pill into Lin Bei Bei's mouth bit by bit. The rich herb flavors flowed in the duo's mouth. After Qin Feng had sent roughly all the pieces of blood qi pill into Lin Bei Bei's mouth, he stuck his tongue even deeper into Lin Bei Bei's mouth and twirled her tongue so that every last bit of the pill inside his mouth was transferred. After he'd transferred the last bit of the pill into Lin Bei Bei's mouth, he then rose onto his feet to take a glass of water for her. Using the same method, he fed the water into her mouth as well. The process was tough and long, but Qin Feng was resilient. In order to prevent Lin Bei Bei from choking, he fed the water to her slowly. Following the water, the blood qi pills entered Lin Bei Bei's stomach and through the rest of her body. Qin Feng had not had enough of her. After confirming there were no traces of blood qi pill in either of their mouths, Qin Feng lifted Lin Bei Bei up and lay her upper torso against the head of the bed. Then he began to open her shirt. Outside the ICU, on the cue of Qin Feng, Mother Lin did really go take a walk in the garden behind the hospital. The 4 bodyguards of the Dongfeng family stayed on guard outside the room. After contemplating for a while, the man with the red bow tie pulled out his cell phone and went into the corridor to make a call. Elder Dongfeng, I'm sorry to bother you, the bodyguard said with respect as soon as the call went through. Anything. A deep and hoarse voice transmitted from the other end of the line. Elder Dongfang, Qin Feng is here. Qin Feng? He came to Acropolis City? Is he at the hospital now? Elder Dongfang was a bright person. He had a good grasp of the whole situation very soon. He's in Lin Bei Bei's ward now, and he won't allow us to enter the room without his order. Just now, Lin Bei Bei's mother exited the room as well. There are only Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei left in the room, and I don't know what are they doing. The bodyguard paused for a while before continuing. Oh yeah, Mother Lin called Qin Feng her son-in-law. The 4 bodyguards were there for 2 reasons. First was to protect the Mother Lin and Lin Bei Bei. The second was to become Dongfang Mingwang's informants. They would contact Dongfang Mingwang as soon as Qin Feng showed himself in Acropolis City. After he fell silent for a while, he asked another question to the bodyguard. It was only that his tone of voice had changed. Is there any strange voices or sounds coming from inside the room? Chapter 482. Are you pretending to be asleep? Chapter 482. Are you pretending to be asleep? Qin Feng had met with Dongfang Mingwang in Jindu just the other day. At that time, Qin Feng had promised Dongfang Mingwang to be the victor of the Qin family's competition and become the next junior patriarch of the Qin family. After that, he would marry Dongfang Qin Shui, not take a concubine for the rest of his life, and treat Dongfang Qin Shui as his only wife. Dongfang Mingwang took Qin Feng's promise to heart, so he did not follow him. If he found out that Qin Feng had sex with Lu Bingbing on Ghost Mountain, cuddled with Hua Yan naked, and had sex with Su Qiuyu when he passed through Sky City, he might have smacked him to death. Elder Dongfang, the room is really well soundproofed, and I can't hear a word. Should I go inside? The bodyguard reported to Dongfang Mingwang without missing even the micro details. Dongfang Mingwang was silent for some time, and he sighed. That's not necessary. Remain on your guard outside the room. Roger. After he ended the call, Dongfang Mingwang rose to his feet from a couch in his fiery red sleeping gown and walked down floor to a ceiling window. He looked in the direction of Acropolis City and lamented, "What a playboy, flitting from one mistress to the next. I won't constrain you before your marriage to Qin Shui. However, if you still play the field after you've married Qin Shui, I'll peel off your skin and pluck out your sinews." Lin Bei Bei's body was covered by a flimsy patient cloth and nothing more. She didn't even wear undergarments. Qin Feng had removed her shirt. His sex desire was almost awakened from its slumber when he saw her fair collarbone. No, I can't do this. Qin Feng quickly pushed down his desire and continued to remove Lin Bei Bei's trousers. Please don't get it wrong. Qin Feng did not harbor illicit thoughts at all while he removed Lin Bei Bei's garments. He only wanted to use the blood chi pill to save Lin Bei Bei from her coma. Lin Bei Bei had been in a coma for a long time, and her cells had regressed. It was likely that she could not effectively absorb the dense spiritual essence of the blood chi pill. Hence, Qin Feng was going to transfer his inner qi into her body to help Lin Bei Bei absorb the spiritual essence faster. To transfer inner qi most effectively, the receiver should be naked. Also, Qin Feng could maneuver the inner qi inside Lin Bei Bei's body with much higher precision. Swish! As if he had made a tough decision, Qin Feng grit his teeth and tore apart Lin Bei Bei's trousers, setting free her slender, smooth as jade legs. Qin Feng could not resist and took a peek, and he was beguiled by the great finesse of her legs that he almost pounced on her. Chill. Cool down. It can wait until later. I can't do this to Bei Bei while she is unconscious. Qin Feng said so to calm down as his inner qi had become overly agitated. He might blow to pieces if he did not calm himself down. The blood qi pill had spread it into her body. It was quite effective as the blood chi pill had flushed her cadaverous skin. Sitting with his legs crossed, Qin Feng straightened his arms and placed his palms on Lin Bei Bei's collarbone. Wisps of inner qi began to flow from his body, through his palms into Lin Bei Bei's body. They carried the spiritual essence across Lin Bei Bei's meridians. Qin Feng's guess was right. Lin Bei Bei was in poor health due to her vegetative state. Hence it was tough for her to absorb the spiritual essence. As such, Qin Feng had to transfer his inner qi into her body to carry the spiritual essence around her body so that she could absorb the spiritual essence faster. It was a dreary process, and it took a lot of strength and energy. Time passed slowly, and roughly after half an hour, Qin Feng's brows locked, and he was bathed in cold sweat. He felt that he was at his limit. "Bei Bei, wake up!" Qin Feng called Lin Bei Bei. His voice was getting weaker and weaker. A moaning slipped from Lin Bei Bei's mouth. She could make sounds now. "Bei Bei, have you awakened?" Qin Feng was thrilled. He called her a few more times, but she gave no response. Not daring to stop the process, Qin Feng continued to transfer inner qi into Lin Bei Bei's body with his exhausted body. The work had taken a huge toll on his body, draining almost every bit of energy from his body until he finally could not keep up high-intensity work. His eyelids fell, and he collapsed onto Lin Bei Bei's bosom. Because Qin Feng was facing Lin Bei Bei, his face fell directly onto Lin Bei Bei's body, and the spot where his mouth was facing was very particular. Qin Feng had fainted, so he did not know that Lin Bei Bei's body was slowly absorbing the spiritual essence, enriching her meridians and blood vessels, and that her cells were slowly waking up from their torpor state. As Lin Bei Bei's body recovered a little bit, her body absorbed the spiritual essence faster. This was a virtuous cycle. Lin Bei Bei moaned again, and she slowly opened her eyes, studying dazedly her surrounding. "I am in the hospital." Lin Bei Bei murmured to herself as a segment of footage began to materialize in her mind. Even though she could not speak nor move in her coma, she still had her consciousness, and she could hear the voices of the outside world. Very soon, she remembered that Qin Feng always came to visit her and the honey words he said to her. "Oh, yeah, I remembered that Qin Feng was treating me just now." "Qin Feng, what happened? Please don't scare me." Lin Bei Bei's memories had recovered. She had regained her ability to move, so she pushed Qin Feng when she saw that he was lying listlessly in her arms. She pushed him lightly, and suddenly, a bright crimson crawled up to her cheeks as she realized Qin Feng was kissing her private part. Was he purposely doing that, or was he doing it unconsciously? Only Qin Feng knew. Lin Bei Bei's face flushed as red as a ripe tomato. "Qin Feng, wake up now. I know you're pretending to be asleep, and if you wake up now, I'll take it as if nothing has happened." Lin Bei Bei's voice was sweet and enchanting. She knew Qin Feng very well. He was the first hedonistic young master of Acropolis City, and Lin Bei Bei surmised that Qin Feng was kissing her private part, so after she had woken up, he pretended to be sleeping. From what she knew of him, she felt Qin Feng really could do this kind of thing. If Lin Bei Bei was her old self, she might have felt offended and kicked Qin Feng, but this was not the case for her now. She'd fallen in love with Qin Feng. Not only did she not feel offended and nauseated, she was actually a little bit excited. Her excitement was best shown when she wondered if Qin Feng would be disgusted at kissing her private part, since he was a person that paid a lot of attention to hygiene. Lin Bei Bei called Qin Feng a few more times, but Qin Feng showed no response to her. Hence, she did not dare to move around, as once she moved a bit, Qin Feng's mouth would rub against her private part, and this would stimulate her. Just when Lin Bei Bei was on the brink of an orgasm, Qin Feng stuck out his tongue and licked his chapped lips. He tasted some weird stuff in his mouth. "Arg!" Lin Bei Bei screamed with her sultry and lovely voice. Qin Feng suddenly licked into her and almost made her orgasm. Lin Bei Bei's Feng voice pulled Qin Feng out from his drowsiness. He yelled, "Bei Bei, you've awakened." Feng looked at Lin Bei Bei, who was staring innocently at him with her large, watery eyes. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato, and he was beguiled by her seductively charming appearance. Bei Bei, you finally awakened. I'm so happy. Feng was excited. He pulled Lin Bei Bei into his arms and almost suffocated her. Feng, I can't breathe. Feng knew that he almost suffocated Lin Bei Bei, so he quickly released her and gripped her shoulders tightly and looked at Lin Bei Bei with his eyes filled with fervent fondness. Lin Bei Bei felt embarrassed, especially since she saw an opaque crystal-like substance dangling from the corner of Feng's mouth. She did not know whether it was his saliva or another thing. Either of them would make her extremely embarrassed, and she would have to find a hole and hide in. Feng, thank you for saving me. Lin Bei Bei lowered her head and murmured to him. Don't be so courteous, I'll get angry. Looking at Lin Bei Bei's smooth as jade body, a charge of heat was sent directly to his groin. Lin Bei Bei knew that she was naked the moment she woke up, but she did not say anything at all. With her face flushed, she bowed down her head and did not stop Feng from looking at her naked body. Bei Bei, try to get out of bed. I'll help you. Feng excitedly grabbed Lin Bei Bei and moved her down the bed. With the help of Feng, Lin Bei Bei then tried to move a little bit. My legs feel weak. I can barely move my legs, Lin Bei Bei said as she walked with her unsteady gait. She still had the embarrassed look on her face as she was naked. This is normal. After all, you've been in a coma for almost 5 months. Don't worry, I'll help you walk a little bit more. Feng then wrapped his arm around Lin Bei Bei's waist and led her patiently. Slowly, Lin Bei Bei's pace grew faster, and her stride grew longer. She had found her senses, and she could order her legs to move as she pleased. She was thrilled. Feng, you can let me go now. I want to try. How can I manage with people helping me? Go and wash your face. Lin Bei Bei felt awkward facing Feng now, as he had kissed her private part just now. Okay, be careful then. You can try to walk along the wall. Feng thought Lin Bei Bei wanted to get dressed, so she sent him off on some pretext. Even though Feng loved how she looked, he felt it was still too hard for Lin Bei Bei. Feng went to wash his face in the washroom. After he exited the washroom, he was stunned by the sight before him. Lin Bei Bei did not get dressed. She was now laying on the bed, facing Feng in a very seductive position. She moaned, Feng, I feel weird. I want you to hug me. Feng would never say no to a beautiful woman. Although Lin Bei Bei had shocked him, her seduction was too strong. Feng closed the gap between them in a large stride and appeared at her side in the next second. Feng, slow down. Lin Bei Bei felt satisfied. The feeling was too great for her. Feng realized he was indeed too fast. He then thought Lin Bei Bei was a first-timer, so he slowed down his pace. Time passed fast, and half an hour was gone in a blink of an eye. Lin Bei Bei really had shocked Feng. Mostly it was her who asked to change into the other positions. What's more, those were postures that were the most difficult. Feng felt that most of his ladies looked cold and conserved, but when they were getting into it, they were wilder than one another. Lu Bingbing was like that, so was Su Qiuyu. He never thought that Lin Bei Bei would behave the same way as the previous two. Chapter 483. Deliberately Sleeping. Although half an hour wasn't long, what had he done? This was the first time Lin Bei Bei had met such a brave man. She felt as if her body was going to fall apart. She quietly laid in Feng's embrace, feeling a bit shy. Lin Bei Bei had been too proactive just now, and now that she thought about it, she was shocked by her wildness. Would Feng not like this kind of behavior? What if he felt like he was being frivolous? Lin Bei Bei fell in love with Feng and became anxious. She had to think over every detail carefully and do her best to make Feng satisfied. But as she thought about it, Lin Bei Bei's eyes lit up. She suddenly thought of something else, and began to suspect that the pill Feng gave her seemed to have some sort of aphrodisiac on it. Feng, you. Actually, there's no need for that. Lin Bei Bei buried her head in Feng's embrace and said with a red face. Feng was slightly surprised. No need for that? Shouldn't I have touched you? Feng's heart tightened. Could it be that Lin Bei Bei wasn't ready to give him his body? That's not what I meant. Lin Bei Bei was afraid that Feng would misunderstand, so she suddenly became nervous. You're dead, and you know it well enough that you're not willing to admit it. Lin Bei Bei was more certain that Feng drugged her, because why did Feng strip her clothes off when he was treating her? Feng had been kissing his place and waiting for him to wake up, so he pretended to be asleep. Now he was even playing dumb and confused. Lin Bei Bei was so embarrassed that she was about to die from embarrassment. What do I know? I don't know. Feng became even more confused. Bei Bei, just say it directly if you have something to say. We're no longer outsiders. Lin Bei Bei unhappily glared at Feng. She thought to herself, if you can't even say something like that, how can I, a girl, say it? Seeing that Feng didn't want to admit it, Lin Bei Bei didn't want to pursue the matter anymore. Lin Bei Bei didn't mind Feng doing this, so she thought Feng wanted to change the topic. Feng, where's my mother? Lin Bei Bei changed the topic. Andy went out for a walk. I told her that you would wake up after the walk. Aunt will definitely be excited to death later. Feng smiled. Lin Bei Bei was also very happy in her heart. She knew that during this period of time, her mother worked very hard every day. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if Mom saw it. Lin Bei Bei was a good and obedient woman. Now that she was Feng's woman, she followed Feng's every order. She had to listen to Feng's instructions, even if she wasn't wearing any clothes. You're sick. Lie down for a while longer. I'll help you put it on. Feng really liked Lin Bei Bei's good behavior and was considerate enough to help her get dressed. Lin Bei Bei didn't refuse. When she put on her pants, Lin Bei Bei opened her legs and saw that Feng's gaze was starting to randomly stare. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do while covering her face. Feng didn't make things difficult for Lin Bei Bei. He quickly helped her get dressed, then sat on the bed and hugged Lin Bei Bei as he told her everything that had happened in the past few months. Feng didn't hide anything from Lin Bei Bei. Kacha! At this time, Mother Lin had just returned from her walk. As soon as she entered the room, her gaze fell upon the bed. Mom, you're back. Seeing her mother, Lin Bei Bei excitedly got off the bed. Mother Lin was stunned on the spot as she stared dumbly at her slim and graceful daughter. She felt as if they had been separated from each other for a lifetime. Tears immediately gushed out like a surging tide. Bibi, my good Bibi, you're finally awake. You're really awake. Mother Lin pulled Lin Bei Bei into her embrace, and the mother and daughter both cried loudly. Mom, it's been hard on you. Lin Bei Bei cutely wiped the tears from her mother's eyes. Mother Lin's eyes filled with tears of joy. She smiled and said, Silly girl, why are you thanking Mother? We are a family and there is Feng. It's all thanks to him this time that you can wake up. Mother really likes Feng. I think from now on, just thank him. Together, let's live a good life. Lin Bei Bei shyly nodded her head. Do! Congratulations to host Feng for completing the blood chi pill and waking Lin Bei Bei. The system rewards you with 1,000 hedonist points. The host has a total of 12,260 hedonist points. The system's notification rang out in Feng's head. He walked over to the Lin mother and daughter. Auntie Bei Bei, you too should reminisce about old times. I'll be going out for a bit. Feng, where are you going this late at night? Mother Lin looked at Feng with surprise and nervousness. She didn't think that he would leave right after waking Bei Bei. Could it be that he didn't have any intentions towards Bei Bei? Feng, why don't you stay with me? Lin Bei Bei carefully grabbed Feng's hand and looked pitifully at him. She had heard Feng talk about the recent events and knew that Feng had a lot of enemies who wanted to harm him. Lin Bei Bei was worried that Feng was in a hurry to get revenge on the Cho family, but was worried about him and couldn't bear to part with him. Feng was prepared to destroy the Sima family tonight, but when he saw Lin Bei Bei's pitiful appearance, his heart softened. He hugged Lin Bei Bei and smiled. Okay, how about I take you out to play? Lin Bei Bei has been lying in bed for 5 months. When she heard that she was going out to play, she excitedly jumped up. Okay. Where are we going to play? Just follow me. Auntie, will you come along to play as well? Feng looked at Mother Lin and asked. I'm not going to play along with you young couples. You guys go play, be careful outside. Mother Lin rejected Feng's good intentions. When she saw the sweet and warm scene between Feng and the woman, the worry in her heart instantly dissipated. Mom, do I have clothes in this ward? Lin Bei Bei looked at her hospital gown. How could she go out shopping like this? Mother Lin smiled as she went to the wardrobe and brought out a beautiful qipao dress. It was a beautiful qipao embroidered with a lotus flower design, and Feng recognized it immediately. He had brought Lin Bei Bei to buy this from the Chanel store in the Thousand City Square. I was going to wear this dress out, Mom. You know your daughter so well. Lin Bei Bei excitedly hugged her mother and took her dress to the bathroom to change into it. 5 minutes later, Lin Bei Bei walked out. She wore a tight pink dress, revealing her fresh and refined temperament. Feng was enchanted. If Mother Lin wasn't here, he would pounce on her again and bully her. Feng, let's go. Lin Bei Bei saw Feng's burning gaze and thought of the crazy scene of the two. She blushed. Auntie, let's go out to play. Feng naturally embraced Lin Bei Bei. Her lips curved into a smile. Okay, you guys go ahead. Bei Bei is so beautiful tonight. Feng, you have to protect her. Don't worry, Auntie. If anyone dares to bully Bibi, I'll make sure his clan is exterminated. Feng and Lin Mu said their goodbyes. Mother Lin happily escorted the two of them out of the hospital. Feng didn't drive, and the two walked along the street, holding hands. Lin Bei Bei just woke up, and taking a walk helped her quickly recover. Under the night sky, Acropolis City was brightly lit, and the streets were bustling with people, even busier than the day. Lin Bei Bei used to be envious of these couples, but she held Feng's arm tightly and didn't know how sweet she was. Bibi, you should be hungry. I'll take you to eat something, right? Feng looked dotingly at Lin Bei Bei. Great. You're so rich. Why don't you treat me to something nice to eat? Lin Bei Bei didn't stand on ceremony with Feng because she knew that she was Feng's woman. Royal family. The clubhouse is Acropolis City's #1 clubhouse. With Bei Bei's identity, you have to go to the royal clubhouse to spend some money. Actually, that place doesn't even up to your status. Feng spoke sweetly. Lin Bei Bei knew he was joking, but she was still very happy in her heart. Young Master Qin is right. Now that I'm young Master Qin's man, I'll be under your wing, and my status will be higher. Lin Bei Bei was also joking. Feng really liked the cheerful and obedient Lin Bei Bei. He placed his hand on her chest and smiled evilly. Since you've basked in this young master's glory, then you have to put in some effort to pay for it. I think that when you go back tonight, you can wash yourself clean and properly serve this young master for the night. Lin Bei Bei blushed but didn't take Feng's hand away. I can't do it tonight. My body is in pain. How about tomorrow night? Seeing that Lin Bei Bei took him seriously, Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hugged Lin Bei Bei even more tightly. I'm just teasing you. You've just recovered from your illness. so you should take care of your illness. Even if you wanted it, I wouldn't give it to you. Damn it, you're the one who wants it, I don't want it. Lin Bei Bei was acting like a spoiled child in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng smiled even more happily. Then who was so active and wild in the ward? I think we need to record a video next time. Otherwise, some people won't admit it afterwards. Lin Bei Bei was infuriated. Qin Feng clearly drugged her and made her act like that, but he was too embarrassed to say it now. Lin Bei Bei slapped the hand that Qin Feng placed on her chest to stop him from touching it. The two of them were like a sweet newlyweds as they chatted and laughed and came to the royal clubhouse. Qin Feng stopped and raised his head to look at the grand building. Inwardly, he was filled with emotion. This place was the Qin family's property 3 months ago, and now he didn't know who it belonged to. He came over just in time to ask around, and since he was back, it was time to reclaim his family's property. Let's go in. Qin Feng returned to his senses and carried Lin Bei Bei into the lobby. Teacher, beauty, welcome. Once he entered, the beautiful hostess came to greet him. The old faces here had been replaced, but Qin Feng didn't recognize any of the new guests. What made Qin Feng curious was that they didn't seem to know him either. Although the Acropolis city's Qin family had declined and Qin Feng had disappeared for a long time, if it was someone who knew Qin Feng, they would definitely be surprised when they saw him. Open a private room. My woman and I will go take a rest. The interior decorations and style of the royal clubhouse hadn't changed. Qin Feng felt like he was going home. All right, please follow me. The two of them walked through the hall under the lead of the beautiful woman. They went all the way to the private rooms. The private rooms were not completely sealed off, but were separated by wooden sculptures. The environment was elegant and the class was high. Give me 2 steaks, 2 servings of mushroom soup, 2 servings of snacks, a plate of fruit salad, and a bottle of red wine. Qin Feng didn't look at the menu and directly ordered, Bei Bei, what else do you want to eat? Lin Bei Bei hadn't eaten here before, nor would she order anything. She shyly shook her head. Whatever you order, I'll eat. Qin Feng smiled and patted Lin Bei Bei's head. He looked at the waiter and said, Let's do these first. We'll order if there's not enough. All right, please wait a moment. The beautiful woman walked away. Qin Feng looked around casually. He used to come to the royal clubhouse often, but now he really did miss it. As he looked, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly turned cold. He saw 2 men and a beauty sitting in a private room opposite him, and Qin Feng recognized the 3 men. The 2 men were disciples of the Acropolis city's small family, and Qin Feng used to flatter them when they saw them. As for the beauty, she was the reason why Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. Chapter 484. Encounter with an Acquaintance. Qin Feng, what are you looking at? Seeing that Qin Feng was in a daze, Lin Bei Bei waved her hands in front of him. It's nothing. I just came back all of a sudden. I was really moved. Qin Feng didn't mention anything about Han Ying. Even though he did, he felt a bit sad. Before Qin Feng left 3 months ago, he specially barged into Han Ying's villa and became even stronger than her. Now that he saw this woman spending time with the other 2 rich young masters, Qin Feng felt a bit uncomfortable. Oh, I don't know whose business this is anymore, but I do miss this place a little. Previously, the waitress was sitting modestly across from Qin Feng. Now, she took the initiative to run up to Qin Feng and sit down. She obediently lay in Qin Feng's embrace with a blissful and sweet expression on her face. You miss this place too? Qin Feng asked. Humph. It seems like you've forgotten about it. It's really infuriating. Lin Bei Bei pinched Qin Feng's waist and continued. My mom desperately needed money for surgery. In order to raise the money for surgery, I was forced to sell myself at the royal clubhouse, but the first customer was you. You didn't even ask for me at the time and gave me 100,000 yuan to send me away. Of course, Qin Feng didn't forget. He only thought that Lin Bei Bei would be embarrassed and upset if he said it. But now that the two of them were walking together, it would be a wonderful fate and memory to say it. You're still talking about it. At that time, I was spying on your beauty in class. That night, I nearly got you in my class. Even I didn't expect that I would actually be able to control you. Feng smiled gently. Then why didn't you go up? Am I still lacking in your aesthetic standards? Lin Bei Bei suddenly felt a little nervous. She knew that Feng had played with many women, and they were all top-quality beauties. Lin Bei Bei was a bit scared. If Feng stayed with her for a while, would he just get tired of her? How could that be? The national beauties of Bei Bei are like heavenly beauties that have descended to the mortal world. It's just that you're different from the other women I've met before, plus we're still at the same table. I don't want to hurt you. Feng was telling the truth, and Lin Bei Bei was extremely touched. Very quickly, the dishes ordered by the two were served. Lin Bei Bei rarely ate this kind of high-end food, so she didn't stand on ceremony with Feng. She picked up her fork knife and began to eat the food. Feng silently weighed Lin Bei Bei eat and occasionally put his sliced steak on Lin Bei Bei's plate. In the room across from Feng, Han Ying, Feng Xing, and Zhang Hui sat at the same table. Feng Xing was the eldest grandson of Acropolis City's Feng family, while Zhang Hui was the eldest grandson of the Zhang family. 3 months ago, the two of them were used by Qin Yi and Sima Tu as pawns to deal with the Qin family, but that day, Feng brought Liang Yu and Zhao Lingxian to the Amethyst Dragon Palace to run into 2 people. Of course, there was also a kid called Li Xingliang who was with Feng Xing and Zhang Hui back then. The 3 families were all part of Acropolis City's 5 small families, and because of the Liang family's declaration of war, they had arranged for the 3 of them to go abroad, keeping a low profile from now on. They had originally thought that the 3 small families were going to endure the humiliation and not be able to move forward due to the suppression of the Qin family, who knew that the heavens would not predict the future. 3 months ago, the Qin family suffered a great war and was obliterated. So the Zhang family and Feng family called Feng Xing and Zhang Hui back to the country, and the 2 families teamed up in an ambitious manner. Now, they had already stepped into the ranks of the new Acropolis cities 4 great families, and Li Xinliang's family was still a little afraid. Han Ying wore a fiery red dress, revealing half of her voluptuous chest. Her delicate and charming face was painted with thick makeup, and she looked just like a queen. Although she looked like a flirtatious woman, no one dared to get close to her. Director Han, you really are a busy man. It's really difficult for me to see you again. Feng Xing had a fawning smile on his face as he looked at Han Ying. Zhang Hui's attitude was also respectful. Han Ying had taken over all of the Qin family's assets and became Acropolis City's richest woman. In addition to Han Ying's beauty and sexy figure, all of Acropolis City's young masters had their eyes on her. Anyone who could marry this woman would never have to worry for their entire life. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm indeed very busy. I have other things to take care of later. Han Ying took a sip of red wine, her every movement carrying a noble aura. Although Feng Xing and Zhang Hui weren't happy in their hearts, they also hid it in their hearts. Feng Xing continued to smile and said, Chairman Han, you have so many businesses in Acropolis City. Do you think you can give us a little something so that the other families can have a taste of the meat? Why, what qualifications do you have to do so? Han Ying's expression suddenly became cold as she said tyrannically. Killing intent flashed across Feng Xing and Zhang Hui's faces, and Feng Xing no longer had a mischievous smile on his face. He said in a neutral tone, Director Han, business is about money. With your current attitude, I'm afraid it will attract a lot of trouble. What trouble? Han Ying smiled playfully. Director Han has taken down all the properties of the previous Qin family, making him the largest merchant group in Acropolis City. There is no doubt about this matter. But this is Acropolis City after all, and Director Han is a person from Jincheng City. In order to do business here, you have to show some gifts. Otherwise, our relationship will get out of hand, and it will not be good for everyone. Feng Xing said with a cold expression. Are you guys threatening me? Han Ying didn't seem to be afraid at all. It's good that you understand, Director Han. Some things that you say too clearly hurt your feelings. Our two big families have already made our decision. Give Director Han 3 days to think it over, and we don't need too much time. Just transfer the shares of this royal clubhouse. And in the future, our Feng and Zhang families will be good friends with Director Han. Feng Xing began to talk about the various benefits he could gain in an attempt to tempt Han Ying. Han Ying acted as if she didn't hear anything and sneered. Then what if I don't hand over any shares? Humph. Then, if you refuse a toast and don't eat a forfeit, Director Han's safety will be a real headache. Feng Xing laughed coldly. At this point, Han Ying no longer had any thoughts of staying. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly fell on a room diagonally opposite her. Han Ying's body shook violently as if something exploded in her head. Qin Feng, let's toast to celebrate how you saved me and celebrate how I became your woman tonight. Lin Bei Bei didn't drink before, but she was extremely happy tonight. As soon as the red wine was served, she took the initiative to toast Qin Feng. Drink slowly as much as you can drink. Qin Feng lovingly patted Lin Bei Bei's head, then shook the goblet in his hand as he slowly tasted the 82-year-old Lafite wine. Lin Bei Bei didn't understand this, so she treated it as a sip of beer. After hearing that they had a deep relationship, she felt a bit bored. Cough, cough. This wine tastes so weird. Lin Bei Bei's delicate and charming face wrinkled. She stuck out her tongue and fanned herself with her small hands. When Qin Feng saw Lin Bei Bei's cute appearance, he couldn't help but hug her tightly. Bei Bei, this is Lafite from 82 years. How can you drink it like beer? If you drink that just now, 10,000 yuan would be gone. Ah, what did you say? 10,000 yuan? Why is it so expensive? Lin Bei Bei jumped in fright and started to pin her throat with her finger. Qin Feng immediately patted off Lin Bei Bei's hand and asked with a frown, Bei Bei, what are you doing? Ah, this wine is so expensive. Just thinking about it makes me feel guilty. I want to spit out everything I drink. Qin Feng's mouth tweed. Lin Bei Bei's appearance really made him cute. Don't. Spit it out. She won't give you the money back. Lin Bei Bei immediately stopped and looked at Qin Feng with an expression of realization. That's right. Then forget it. Since young Master Qin is rich, I'll take it as having your glory. Lin Bei Bei thought like this and didn't think much of it. Qin Feng smiled and patted Lin Bei Bei's head. Bei Bei, actually kissing after drinking red wine gives you an unexpected feeling. Do you want to try me? Lin Bei Bei blushed and nodded slightly. Qin Feng hugged Lin Bei Bei and sat in his embrace. He lowered his head and began to kiss her passionately. Director Han, have you made up your mind? Feng Xing and Zhang Hui saw that Han Ying was still in a daze and impatiently urged her on. They thought Han Ying was pondering over the suggestion. I'm leaving first. Han Ying came back to her senses, and her face suddenly became pale. She felt as if all her energy had been drained from her body. She picked up her handbag and walked outside. The sweet image of Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei kissing still surfaced in Han Ying's mind. This scene was what Han Ying imagined she would get every night. It really happened now, but the female lead wasn't her. Han Ying missed Qin Feng so much these past 3 months, but she didn't expect Qin Feng to really come back. He was carrying that little beauty from the royal hotel. From the looks of it, the two of them were really together. Han Ying thought that she was a joke because she went the wrong way and split up with Qin Feng. Han Ying spent her own money to buy all of the Qin family's businesses, and in these 3 months, The Qin family's businesses were thriving. She wanted to wait until Qin Feng came back and return the new royal group to him. Then asked Qin Feng, "Can you forgive me?" Now that Qin Feng had returned, Han Ying no longer had the courage to walk in front of him and ask for his forgiveness. Now that Qin Feng had returned, but Han Ying no longer had the courage to walk in front of him and no longer had the face to ask for his forgiveness. Chapter 485 said, "Damn it, did she really think that no one in the Acropolis city would dare to touch her? It's just some smelly money. What's there to be proud of?" Once Han Ying left, Feng couldn't help but curse. As a young master of a large family, he was usually pestered by young ladies to curry favor with Han Ying. Now that he had tried so many times to curry favor with Han Ying and was ignored by Han Ying, it would be strange if Feng wasn't angry. "Brother Feng, this woman is too arrogant. I don't think we should continue negotiating with her. We should just ally with some forces and secretly destroy this woman. When the time comes, let her strip naked and beg us to let her go." Zhang Hui also growled with dissatisfaction. "All right, then let's go back and report to our families that Han Ying doesn't know what's good for her and directly reject our suggestion. Afterwards, we will persuade our families to deal with her." Since Feng had already made his decision, Zhang Hui was naturally in favor of it with both hands. The two of them got up with a belly full of anger. Just as they were about to leave, Feng suddenly stopped as if he had seen a ghost. "Brother Feng, what's wrong?" "Zhang Hui, look at the person sitting in that room. Why does he look so similar to Qin Feng? It can't be that I'm seeing things, right?" Feng pointed at Qin Feng's direction. Zhang Hui immediately looked over, and his expression changed greatly. "Fuck! Brother Feng, that brat is Qin Feng. Last time he made us miserable. This kid turned to dust, I know him." When they saw Qin Feng, Zhang Hui, and Feng eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. 3 months ago, the two of them were cheated by Qin Feng, and the name of the person who was cheated was almost changed by their family. They were sent abroad to seek shelter and not pay for their living expenses. When they saw Qin Feng hugging a beauty and eating her, the two of them smiled at each other and swaggered their way over. Screech! Wasn't this the Acropolis City's #1 young master, Qin Feng? "I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to still be alive." Just as they arrived at Qin Feng's room, Feng and Wu Feng sat on the sofa opposite him. They put their feet on the table and stared at Qin Feng arrogantly as they stepped on the steak and fruit salad that Lin Bei Bei hadn't finished eating. "Hey, what are you doing? Quickly put your feet down. I haven't even finished eating that steak, and the red wine has also been spilled by you guys. How can you all do this?" Lin Bei Bei frowned and glared at the two of them. Judging from their words just now, they were clearly Qin Feng's enemies. Feng and Zhang Hui originally came to provoke Qin Feng, but when they saw Lin Bei Bei's face up close, they immediately reacted. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Qin Feng's ability to seduce girls and his foresight. "Haha, beautiful lady, don't be angry. If worst comes to worst, brother will order another identical dish for you. What do you think?" Feng almost forgot to look for trouble with Qin Feng. He started to happily curry favor with Lin Bei Bei. "I don't want it. Hurry up and leave." Lin Bei Bei hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and glared unhappily at the two of them. Feng wasn't angry. His gaze fell on Qin Feng and suddenly became cold. "You are really unafraid of death, daring to return to Acropolis? Since your father meets you today, then let's properly settle our old scores. Don't just take the old account. We'll settle today's new account with you guys as well." Qin Feng hugged Lin Bei Bei with one hand and played around with her chest with the other. He looked relaxed and casual, clearly looking down on the two people in front of him. Feng was very unhappy with Qin Feng's attitude. He kicked the table, causing the plates to overturn. "Qin Feng, don't fucking pretend. The Acropolis City's Qin residence has already been destroyed. Do you still think you're the richest young master in the past? Wake up. Now, after you finish eating all the steak on the ground, I can consider leaving you a chance of survival. Young Master Feng is right. Qin Feng, you're not even a piece of dog shit right now. In my and young Master Feng's eyes, you're just a pile of dog shit. Zhang Hui agreed with Feng Xing. In the past, when the Qin Manor was the Acropolis city's 4 great families, the two didn't even dare to speak loudly to Qin Feng. Now, they could finally suppress him. He had to take care of Qin Feng. This feeling must not be too great. You guys are too bullying. Qin Feng, let's call the police. Lin Bei Bei clenched her small fists in anger. She wasn't used to people insulting Qin Feng like this. Call the police? Haha. Little beauty, don't be so naive. Did that brat beside you use his identity as a hedonistic young master to deceive you? Don't believe him. He's not like that at the moment. If you want to live a good life alongside a rich young master, hurry up and come into Big Brother's embrace. Our Feng family is currently one of the Acropolis city's 4 great clans. Feng Xing smirked at Lin Bei Bei, and Zhang Hui also looked ready to make a move. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you 2 little grasshoppers suddenly became so popular. So it turns out that your family has been promoted to become one of the 4 great families. I really want to congratulate you then. Qin Feng finished rubbing Lin Bei Bei's left chest and began rubbing the right one. Lin Bei Bei's face was completely red, but she couldn't bear to stop Qin Feng. Feng Xing and Zhang Hui were extremely excited, and they wanted to sweep positions with Qin Feng and pacify the little beauty. Qin Feng, it's useless to say anything good now. If you want to leave here alive, then kneel on the ground and finish the steak. Otherwise, I'll find someone to break your dog legs. Qin Feng had just congratulated the 2 of them, causing them to think that Qin Feng was afraid of them, which was why he said those kind words. This made Feng Xing and Zhang Hui extremely proud. They put on a haughty attitude and looked down on Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't seem to hear Feng Xing's threats and smiled. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't say anything good to you guys. I was congratulating you on your family being promoted to become one of the 4 great clans. But today, you 2 wastrels family will be destroyed. You 2 will be removed from Acropolis City from today onwards. Your evil family will be eliminated. So, of course, I have to congratulate you. Feng Xing and Zhang Hui's expressions changed greatly. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They didn't know where Qin Feng got the courage to say these words. Now that the Acropolis City's Qin family was destroyed, Qin Feng was nothing but a piece of dog shit. Hee hee, you brat, you can only play with your words for the time being. I can't even be bothered to look at you properly. Hurry up and give us the woman in your embrace to let us feel refreshed. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Feng Xing threatened Qin Feng. The killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he still smiled as he said, That's right, I saw you 2 sitting together with Han Ying just now. What were you talking about? Qin Feng didn't know why he was talking about Han Ying. Even though he didn't seem to care about Han Ying, he couldn't fool himself. After all, this was the first time Han Ying's heart had been taken away by Qin Feng. Qin Feng's topic changed too quickly. Feng Xing and Zhang Hui were slightly surprised, but very quickly, Feng Xing revealed a playful smile. Do you really want to know? You've been hiding away like a turtle for the past 3 months, so you definitely don't know about what happened in Acropolis City. After you left, Han Ying bought all of the businesses under the Qin family's name, and now she's become Acropolis City's richest woman. But this woman is really unrestrained. It's said that every night, she would hook up with a man to go home and sleep, and that slut woman also took the initiative to come to us and ask us to sleep with her. Oh, that's right, this kind of slut seemed to be one of the women young Master Qin had chased after before. Had young Master Qin ever fallen for her before? In short, I've played with her a few times. That woman's martial arts are really outstanding. Her figure is also indescribable, Feng Xing made up a bunch of nonsense, but Qin Feng took it seriously. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes were completely red and his body was emitting a strong, cold, killing intent. Lin Bei Bei was so scared that she didn't dare to hug Qin Feng's arm anymore. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Lin Bei Bei carefully called for Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly stood up and glared at the Feng Xing duo. You can all go die now. Ai Hui, Ai Kai. Feng Xing and Zhang Hui reacted quickly as well. They were already on guard against Qin Feng. When they saw that Qin Feng was about to make a move, the two of them roared and more than 10 shadows rushed from all directions, surrounding Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei. Qin Feng, what do we do? Hurry up and call the police. Lin Bei Bei looked nervously at Qin Feng. At this moment, she was truly afraid. Qin Feng's expression was cold, but he didn't say anything. Feng Xing and Wu Haoyu thought he was scared to such an extent. They immediately laughed complacently. Ha ha! Who told you to be so fucking arrogant? Everyone attacked together and killed Qin Feng. Feng Xing and Wu Feng hated Qin Feng to death, so they didn't say anything else and just ordered their bodyguards to attack. There were about 15 to 6 black-clothed bodyguards in the surroundings who rushed towards Qin Feng in unison. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, but it wasn't Qin Feng. When Qin Feng attacked, there was the sound of wind blades cutting through skin. A white shadow leaped over, holding a round wooden stick in his hand. The wooden stick swept out, directly sending the 3 bodyguards flying, falling on the ground motionlessly. Damn it, who are you? Do you know who Lousy is? If you know what's good for you, then don't meddle in other people's business. Hurry up and fuck off. Feng Xing was so infuriated that he cursed loudly. The other bodyguards also stopped in their tracks, shocked by the sudden appearance of this white-clothed youth strength. Beside Qin Feng, a youth in white appeared. The man looked to be in his early 20s. He was tall and straight, handsome and fair. Looking at the bulging muscles on his body, one could tell that he was a cultivator. My friends, are you all right? The white-clothed man ignored Feng Xing's question and turned to look at Qin Feng. We're fine. You should leave. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Qin Feng felt grateful towards the youth's actions. However, Qin Feng could resolve this himself and didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for the youth. No need to be courteous, my friend. Since I have already made my move, then this matter shall be decided. I was drinking at the table behind you and saw the two of you eating and chatting peacefully. In the end, these people came over to make trouble, and they were being unreasonable. The youth in white clothing added, My name is Yunza. Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't try to persuade Yunze anymore. Instead, he stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yunze. You stinking brat, if you want to die, then I won't stop you. Go, cripple these 2 brats and capture that woman alive. I will fuck her. Swoosh. Just as Feng Xing finished speaking, before the bodyguards could react, a white light flashed. In the next second, Feng Xing saw one of his right arms fly out horizontally, scaring him so much that his eyeballs almost fell out. Young Master Feng, your arm. The arm that was sent flying hit a bodyguard at the back. The bodyguard didn't react and returned the arm to Feng Xing. Cluing his right arm with his left hand, Feng Xing stared dumbly at the scene before him. For a moment, he couldn't think straight. Zhang Hui suddenly came back to his senses and pointed at Feng Xing's severed arm. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. Young Master Feng, your arm is broken. Fuck, you're the one who fucking broke this competition. I am a pure man. Where did this competition come from? Feng Xing was still confused. No, it's not a broken arm. It's a broken arm. Young Master Feng, your arm is broken. Ah, painful, so painful. Elo, I'm going to die from the pain. Before Feng Xing could react, blood spurted out from his mouth. A heart-wrenching pain spread out from his severed arm, and Feng rolled back and forth on the ground. He didn't even have 2 hits before fainting. Hiss! As everyone saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Even now, they still didn't understand. Lin Bei Bei hugged Qin Feng's waist from behind and didn't dare to watch this bloody scene with her eyes closed. Even Yunze looked like he had seen a ghost. He was standing next to Qin Feng, but he didn't notice that Qin Feng made any moves. Who is it? If you have the guts to stand out. The person on the ground is the eldest grandson of the Feng clan. Zhang Hui was already afraid in his heart, thinking that there was some expert hiding in the dark. As the sound of his voice faded, another white light flashed and landed on his right leg. Pussy eye! Zhang Hui, who had been screaming on the ground a second ago, lost his balance in the next second and fell to the ground, staring at his disappearing right leg in horror. Chapter 486. Provoke Qin Feng. Fuck, legs, your father's leg is missing? Zhang Hui felt that what happened tonight was extremely strange. He even prayed that he was dreaming. Young Master Zhang, don't worry, you've found your leg. The bodyguard who picked up Feng's arm came running back while hugging Zhang Hui's bloody right leg. He had picked up 2 young masters' arms and legs in succession tonight and was extremely happy. Damn it, your father's leg is broken. It ended just like that? Ewo. It hurts. Who exactly is fighting against my Zhang clan and Feng clan in the dark? If you have the guts, then stand out. Don't be a cowardly tortoise. Ewo. Ah. Zhang Hui's incision began to spray out blood. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Even now, he still hadn't seen his enemy. This feeling was both terrifying and unbearable. Wah. Young Master Zhang, your leg is actually broken. What should we do? What should I do? The bodyguard that was hugging Zhang Hui's right leg finally came back to his senses. He was so scared that he threw his leg away. His thigh smashed right into Zhang Hui's head, causing Zhang Hui to faint. Ai Hui, why did you knock young Master Zhang out? The rest of the bodyguards returned to their senses and saw the scene of Ai Hui knocking Zhang Hui unconscious. Ai Hui jumped up in shock. He looked at the ferocious glares from the bodyguards and said, "It's not me, it's those 2 brats. I saw them earlier. They were the ones who used the hidden weapons and cut off the arms and legs of young Master Zhang and young Master Feng. Now that the 2 young masters are heavily injured, we should quickly capture them." Yes, it was these 2 who injured the young master. Let's attack together and capture them alive. The bodyguards snapped out of their shock. They were currently stuck in a dilemma, so they simply put all the blame on Qin Feng and Yunze. They wanted to fight the 2 of them. The weakest was an inner level 2 martial artist, and there was even an inner level 4 martial artist mixed in. Such a team of martial artists would be quite strong in Acropolis City, because even in Qin Feng's generation, an inner level 4 could be considered a martial cultivating genius. Brother Qin Feng, hurry and leave with your girlfriend. I'll help you block them for a while. The person in front of him was real. Yunze had a serious expression on his face. He was only an inner layer 3rd level martial artist, so he clearly wasn't a ma for these people, but he still bravely stood out. After all, the woman in Qin Feng's embrace was an ordinary person. Xiao, star, shoo, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng didn't need to say anything because he had already done something. Qin Feng's hands continuously danced in the air. Streaks of white light flashed through the crowd like fireflies, fleeting and erratic. The bodyguards who were charging towards them were like a special effect shot from a movie. As they ran, they suddenly lost their arms and legs, and some of them even directly flew out. Some of them even landed on their heads, while some of them were still moving forward due to inertia. Lin Bei Bei was really scared. She couldn't help but squat to the side and spit on the ground. Yunze was a martial artist of the 3rd floor after all. Normally, he had accepted many quests in the warrior guild, so it was normal for him to fight and kill others. However, at this moment, his face had turned pale from the brutal scene before him, and goosebumps could be clearly seen all over his body. This time, Yunzhe saw clearly that these strange white lights were sent out by Qin Feng. Yunzhe couldn't see Qin Feng's true strength, and he only knew that if Qin Feng attacked him, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. The sound of wind blades breaking through the wind and the howls of wolves rose and fell one after another. The originally quiet and cozy cubicle suddenly burst into an uproar. All the guests at the other tables had been frightened. Those who could come to the royal clubhouse to spend money were obviously well-known figures in Acropolis City. Almost everyone knew Feng Xing and Zhang Hui, and when they saw that the two of them were crippled and had their hands and feet broken, they didn't dare to cause trouble for Qin Feng. They had to thank the heavens for quietly running away. After a while, the wind blades disappeared, and the howls and howls of ghosts also died down. The compartment that was originally empty was now empty except for Qin Feng and Yunzhe standing there. The rest of them were lying in pools of blood. Xiu xiu! Qin Feng sent out another 2 wind blades that hit Feng Xing and Zhang Hui's bodies. The 2 of them fainted from the pain before and were now awoken by the pain. You dare to make a move? You actually dared to fucking make a move. Do you know who's the boss in Acropolis? All 4 great families have changed hands, and you still dare to act so arrogantly. Qin Feng, you'll regret it. Feng Xing had just woken up, but he didn't see Qin Feng's peerless bravery. He was still yelling at Qin Feng. Swoosh! Before Feng Xing could finish his sentence, a wind blade slashed past him, and his other arm instantly flew into the air. Everyone was stupefied. They looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at a demon crawling out of hell. In front of him, they felt as if they wanted to bow down and worship him. You're still fighting? You dare to make a move? Your father will make you wish you were dead. Feng Xing looked at the empty cuffs. They were already in a crazed state, and he didn't even care about the pain of losing an arm. He cursed Qin Feng like a madman. Qin Feng's expression was calm, as if he couldn't hear Feng Xing's howls. He slightly raised his hand, and a white light flashed. Pussy eye! This time, Feng Xing's left leg was cut off, but it didn't fly out. It landed right in front of Feng Xing, and Feng Xing's curses came to a stop. Looking at his last remaining right leg, he finally came to his senses. Qin Feng was back. He really was back. His victorious return was here for revenge. He no longer needed to rely on the Acropolis City's Qin family's influence. In fact, with Qin Feng's current abilities, he could revive the Acropolis City's Qin family. Young Master Qin, Big Brother Qin, Young Master Qin, Old Master Qin, Father Qin, Ancestor Qin. Please spare me. I don't dare to offend you anymore. In the future, if I see you, I will immediately scram. I beg you, please let me go this time. Feng Xing had finally returned to reality, directly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Zhang Hui also came back to his senses. He looked at Feng Xing, then at himself, and the gloominess in his heart from having one of his legs broken suddenly dissipated, and he started to kowtow and beg for mercy. Father Qin, Grandfather Qin, Ancestor Qin, you have a lot of people. Just let us go like farts. Qin Feng felt disgusted when he saw how the 2 of them were being so cheap and cheap. He picked up Lin Bei Bei, who was squatting on the ground, and gently placed her on a comfortable spot in the air to let her rest. Qin Feng, be careful. Lin Bei Bei suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's arm with a nervous and worried expression. Qin Feng tapped Lin Bei Bei on her red lips, patted her head and smiled. It's fine. Sit here and rest. I'll be right back. When the crowd saw this scene, they were also speechless. When Qin Feng returned to stand in front of everyone, Feng Xing and Zhang Hui took the lead, and the rest of the lackeys, like the 2 young masters, kowtowed and apologized. Brother Yunza, why don't you leave first? I'll take care of the rest myself. Qin Feng ignored the people who were kowtowing and looked at Yunze with a smile. Brother Qin Feng is preparing. Yunze frowned slightly but did not say it directly. These people have a grudge against me to begin with, so I will naturally do as you say. You know your limits. The Feng family and Zhang family still have some small influences in Acropolis City. I also do not wish to implicate Brother Yun with this matter. Brother Qin Feng, since I've made my move, I'm not afraid of their retaliation. These uncultured, evil people relied on the power of their family to run amok. Kill them and eliminate them for the common people. Yunze didn't have any intentions of backing down. Qin Feng was moved by this person's righteousness, but he still refused. I appreciate Brother Yun's good intentions. Take this blood vital pill and find a quiet place to eat it. It can help you break through to the 4th level quickly. Qin Feng waved his hand and a blood-red pill appeared in his palm. The smell of blood in the area was instantly filled with the medicine's fragrance. Yunze's expression changed greatly as he stared at the blood chi pill in Qin Feng's hand with a burning gaze. He clearly knew how precious this pill was. After a long while, Yunze finally came back to his senses. Brother Qin, this gift of yours is too valuable. I can't accept it. Yunze came from a large family in the capital. He was well aware of the blood chi pill's effects, but he still refused them. This action caused Qin Feng to be slightly startled, and his impression of Yunze multiplied. Brother Yin, there's no need to be courteous. I still have a lot of blood chi pills with me. Furthermore, with my current strength, I don't need these pills anymore. You can have them. At this time, Qin Feng forcibly stuffed the blood chi pill into Yunze's pocket. Yunze hesitated for a good while, but in the end he still accepted it. Brother Qin, there's no need to thank me. Leave your contact information for me. When I break through to the 4th level, I'll come and find you to reminisce about the past. Qin Feng gave Yunze his cell phone number. Yunze immediately called him. This is my number, then I'll go first. With the blood chi pill, Yunze was anxious to break through. Qin Feng didn't keep him and wait him leave. After Yunze left, Qin Feng turned around and looked at the group lying in the pool of blood. A thick, killing intent emanated from Qin Feng's body. Ancestor Qin, have mercy, have mercy. Grandfather Qin, please don't kill me. Our Zhang family can give you money, a lot of money. If you need any cultivation resources, our Zhang family will do our best to get them for you. Feng Xing and Zhang, we both felt the murderous aura from Qin Feng's body and knew that Qin Feng was ready to kill. They were so scared that they wanted to pee, so they started to kowtow to Qin Feng with all their might. Qin Feng's killing intent didn't decrease at all. He was determined to kill the 2 of them because the 2 of them didn't have good intentions. If they were able to see Lin Bei Bei wanting to take over her today, then maybe tomorrow they would target Bai Qing, Lu Wenjing, Zhao Lingxian, or Liu Qin. Swoosh! A white light flashed, and just as Feng Xing was about to kowtow, he was sent flying all the way to Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui jumped up in fright. One of his legs was on the ground, and his lower body suddenly felt hot and wet. Damn it! Fuck it! Fuck it! Ancestor Qin, have mercy, don't kill me. I have a secret to tell you. You will definitely like it. Seeing Qin Feng raise his hand slightly, Zhang Hui was so scared that he wanted to poop. Qin Feng waved his hand in the middle and suddenly put it away. What secret? Ancestor Qin, there are too many people here. How about we find a quiet place, and I'll tell you immediately. Zhang Hui hurriedly said. Qin Feng raised his hands again with an ice-cold expression. Don't play tricks with me. If you want to stall for time so you can call in reinforcements, then don't waste your time. I'll kill as many people as you call. I dare not dare. I really do have an important secret to share with Ancestor Qin. If others hear about it, it might leak out. Zhang Hui had a sincere expression on his face. From the looks of it, he was not lying. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then made a grabbing motion with his hand and pulled Zhang Hui to the booth where Lin Bei Bei was sitting. Chapter 487. Chapter 487. Chapter 487. Qin Zuzong. Acropolis City, Cloud City Hua Manor's first-class mansion. Lu Wenjing had just finished her work and hurried back from the Flying Sky Bar. She parked Qin Feng's cool and dazzling Lamborghini and took the keys back to the villa. "Elder sister, you're back. Little Jia has already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Quickly wash your hands and eat." Lu Xiaojia is only 16 years old this year, but she is diligent and capable. The household chores and washing and cooking are not a problem. Often evening snacks for her sister to eat. Lu Wenjing washed her hands and sat down in the living room with a smile. On the tea table, there was a plate of freshly baked beef pizza. Little Jia is really getting stronger and stronger. Whoever marries you in the future will truly be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Lu Wenjing patted Lu Xiaojia's head, praising her. Lu Xiaojia was very happy, but her mood suddenly dropped. When she heard her sister say that she was going to marry someone in the future, she unexpectedly thought of Qin Feng first. Lu Xiaojia hadn't seen Qin Feng for over 3 months, and when she heard that something had happened to Qin Feng, she was extremely worried. "Little Jia, what happened to you?" Lu Wenjing asked while eating the delicious pizza. "Sis, I miss big brother Qin Feng." Lu Xiaojia didn't want to hide anything from her sister, so she pouted. Lu Wenjing's heart ached. She put down the pizza and pulled her sister into her embrace. She suddenly laughed. "Little Jia, big sister will tell you some good news." "What good news? Is there any news of big brother Qin Feng?" Lu Xiaojia suddenly became excited. "Yes. Not only is there news, but your big brother Qin Feng has already returned to Acropolis. We even met before, but he said he had something very important to do. After he was done, he came over to our house to play with little Jia." "Really? Big brother Qin Feng is fine?" "Then Xiao Jia will be relieved. But did he have anything important to do? Is it more important than seeing little Jia?" Lu Xiaojia was extremely excited when she found out that Qin Feng was alive and that he had returned safely. However, she quickly started to complain that Qin Feng didn't pay enough attention to her. Lu Wenjing was also speechless at her sister's worry for loss and gain. She carefully took out 2 blood-red pills from her pocket. "Elder sister, what kind of sugar is this? Is it sweet?" Lu Xiaojia took a blood vitality pill and swallowed it. Lu Wen was immediately stupefied. He looked at his sister in a daze, not knowing what to say. "Sis, are you dumb? Why do you look so senile? Didn't I just eat a candy from you? Just look at how much money you have. If worst comes to worst, little Jia will pay you back." Lu Xiaojia complained to her sister. The corner of Lu Wenjing's mouth tweed. She truthfully said, 5 million. "What? 5 million? Big sister, you even tricked your own little sister. You don't have to play like this." Lu Xiaojia was scared silly. Lu Wenjing said seriously, "Xiaojia, this is the blood energy pill your big brother Qin Feng gave us each. He said that as long as we ate it, we would become great experts. This pill is very precious. It's really worth 5 million per pill." Hearing Lu Wenjing's explanation, Lu Xiaojia's expression changed, and she said unhappily, "Sis, you actually joined up with big brother Qin Feng to trick me. Do you take me to be a child? I wouldn't believe such a childish lie." Lu Xiaojia clearly didn't believe it, but Lu Wenjing believed it because after seeing Long Hair eat the blood chi pill, she followed him. He looked like a different person. Lu Wenjing originally wanted to take out the blood chi pills for her sister to see and tell her that Qin Feng actually cared a lot about her. She didn't think that Lu Xiaojia would directly swallow the blood chi pills. "Xiaojia, how do you feel?" Lu Wenjing carefully asked her sister. "I don't feel anything. Sis, I've already said that I've grown up and that I'm already an aunt. Don't take me for a child. I can get pregnant and give birth now. Lu Wenjing jumped in fright. She immediately patted her sister's head. Girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Who are you trying to have children with? See if I slap you to death. Hee hee, I just want to be with Big Brother Feng, but Big Sister definitely won't agree. Lu Xiaojia snickered. Lu Wenjing didn't think much of it. She thought little Jia was just teasing her on purpose. After regaining her senses, Lu Wenjing didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly swallowed the blood qi pill in her hands. She didn't know what sort of side effects the blood qi pill would have if she swallowed it, but since her sister did, how could Lu Wenjing not eat it? Either she was safe and sound with her sister, or she died together with her sister. Sis, it's not your style to eat a 5 million pill like candy. Even now, Lu Xiaojia still couldn't believe it. She looked at her sister with disdain. Lu Wenjing didn't argue with her sister. She focused on feeling the changes in her body. Xiao Jia, do you feel a sudden surge of air in your body? It's so strange running around. Lu Wenjing quickly felt the spirit energy in her body. Lu Xiaojia also felt it, but in order to expose her sister's lie, she stubbornly shook her head. I don't feel anything at all. Sis, did you hallucinate? Illusion? But that feeling is very strong, little Jia. Do you really feel it? No, of course not. Lu Xiaojia didn't even want to bother with this matter any longer. She felt like Big Sis and Big Brother Qin Feng had insulted her intelligence. This sort of small trick was more like fooling a 3-year-old child. Although Lu Xiaojia refused to admit it, the surge of qi inside her body became more and more intense, so much so that she could barely breathe. Lu Xiaojia was also stubborn, and she had been holding it in until now, when suddenly there was a boom from her body, as if something had exploded. Aya, little Jia, why did you fart so loudly? I don't know how you did it in advance, but you scared Big Sister to death. Lu Wenjing was caught off guard and directly jumped in fright. Lu Xiaojia was so scared that she cried and fell into Lu Wenjing's embrace. Woo-woo! Elder sister, I didn't fart. Something exploded in my body. Elder sister, what exactly did you give me to eat? Am I going to die? Ah. Why would he die? Little Jia, what happened to you? It was Lu Wenjing's first time consuming a blood qi pill, so she didn't know that her sister's normal reaction was to break through. This would scare Lu Wenjing to death. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion came from Lu Wenjing's body, giving the two sisters a fright. Sis, your body exploded too? It's so strange. Lu Xiaojia slowly came back to her senses. She realized that her body didn't feel painful or uncomfortable after exploding. Instead, she felt like she had been suppressing the pleasure out of nowhere for too long. Could it be? Could this blood qi pills really make a normal person into an expert? Have we broken through? After Lu Wenjing said this, she couldn't believe it. Lu Xiaojia suddenly sprinted across the room. Her speed was at least 3 times faster than before. Sis, look, I'm flying away. Lu Xiaojia shouted excitedly. She felt like she was running with the wind blowing by her ears. Little Jia, what are you doing? Stop. Lu Wenjing saw her sister suddenly run in front of the excellent trophy she had obtained. The trophy was made of bronze, so Lu Xiaojia didn't hesitate to smash it with her fist. Clang! Lu Wenjing wasn't able to stop her sister. She threw out the bronze trophy with a punch, which even had a dent in it. Whoosh! Lu Wenjing was so scared that her eyeballs popped out. She suddenly dodged and discovered that her speed had also increased a lot. In just a few moves, she had grabbed her little sister. Xiao Jia, stop for a while. Sis, let me go first. Little Jia suddenly became superhuman. I'm going out to fight bad people to protect world peace. The pill that Big Brother Qin Feng gave was too amazing. Sis, how long can this pill last for? Lu Xiaojia was dancing with joy. forever. Wow. That's great. Little Jia really became a superwoman. Lu Xiaojia's voice was hoarse with excitement. The two sisters chased each other around the house for a while. Finally, Lu Xiaojia got tired of playing around and returned to lean on the sofa. Lu Wenjing finally let out a sigh of relief. Sis, I'm so hot. Lu Xiaojia sat for a while, then suddenly tore off her nightgown. The two sisters were wearing night dresses at home, but there was nothing inside. Lu Xiaojia was completely naked. Aya, you're really not ashamed. Quickly put on your clothes. Don't see Aya cold. Lu Wenjing's heart jumped when she saw her little sister's exquisite and small chest. She found out he actually felt it. Sis, touch my body. It's not cold at all. Lu Xiaojia suddenly grabbed her sister's hand and pressed it against her chest. Xiao Jia, what are you doing? Lu Wenjing's delicate body trembled. Her body felt like it was being electrocuted. A strange idea suddenly popped into her mind. Push down her sister. Sis, hug little Jia. Little Jia wants you to touch me. Lu Xiaojia consumed the blood vitality pill first, and the effects of the herb were already fully felt. Her vision was blurry, and she was already in a state where she was half drunk and half awake. Lu Wenjing's eyelids also felt a little tired. Her thoughts blended together, and the reason she was supposed to have slowly disappeared. Lu Wenjing gently tore off her clothes and suddenly hugged her little sister. Her mouth uncontrollably stuck to hers, kissing every inch of her little sister's skin. Sis, I want to be with you forever. Xiao Jia, elder sister can't leave you either. Elder sister has to hug you tightly. Half an hour later, the medicinal properties of the two sisters had dissipated, and the two girls woke up from their stupor. Looking at the other party's naked body, the sofa, messy hair, and their ambiguous posture, the two sisters let out a piercing cry. Ah, little Jia, what are you doing? Sis, you actually bullied little Jia. Woo, woo, if Big Brother Feng knew about this, even little Jia would not have the face to live. Chapter 488. Chapter 488. Chapter 488. Love. Yun Zhe received the blood chi pills that Qin Feng gave him and immediately ran back to his villa in Acropolis City. After an hour of cultivation, Yun Zhe successfully broke through to stage for inner chi. Whether it was the inner or outer sect cultivation, the fourth layer was a feng shui ridge. Yun Zish had already been at the peak of the third layer for more than a year. He really wanted to break through the bottleneck earlier and enter the fourth layer. Now that he had successfully broken through, Yun Zhe's strength had increased tremendously. He was so excited that he wanted to shout out twice. Sis, I've broken through. Yun Zhe's happiness had to be shared with someone, so he immediately called his sister, who was far away in the capital. Really? He broke through to the fourth level? A pleasant voice came over the phone, filled with pleasant surprise and gratification. Yes, I broke through to the fourth level. Thanks to a big brother I know today, he gave me a blood vitality pill, and I broke through directly. Yun Zhe explained what happened. That's great, little Zhe. When you have time, you must thank that person well. If he is also from Acropolis, you can all be friends and help each other. Sister Yunza sounded very excited, obviously proud of her younger brother. One had to know that Yun Zhe was only 20 years old. In the entire capital, very few of his peers had been able to reach this height, having broken through to the fourth level. At the same time, Yun Zhao's elder sister had a trace of doubt in her heart. She knew just how precious the blood chi pill was. She couldn't understand how that person could give her little brother such a precious pill the first time they met. Sis, I'm already at the fourth level of the inner palace, and I can rely on my own strength to compete for the position of young patriarch in the Yun family's young patriarch gathering. Sis, I'm already at the 4th level of the inner palace, and can rely on my own strength to fight for the position of young patriarch in the Yun family's Assembly of Patriarchs. Yun Zhe suddenly said. Yun Zhe's older sister was none other than Qin Feng's beautiful teacher, Yun Xiao. Of course, she didn't want to become the product of the family's marriage. She wanted to pursue her own happiness. Ever since she was married to Qin Feng at the Flying Sky Bar, Yun Xiao would often think of Qin Feng, but Yun Xiao couldn't ruin her younger brother's future because of her happiness. She knew that besides the candidate's personal strength, what she was interested in was the power and connections the candidate could garner. Even if Yun Zhe was powerful and didn't have the support of any family, he still wouldn't be able to be elected as the young patriarch. The power behind this would need Yun Xiao to form connections with his little brother through their marriage. Little Zhe, you are very good. Big sister is proud of you. You can peacefully stay in Acropolis City to develop. Big sister is fine. I'm already looking for a new marriage family. This time I'll help you find a strong family as your backer. I'll definitely let you take the position of the junior family head. After Yun Xiao said this, she took the initiative to hang up the phone. She knew that her brother would still try to persuade her, but Yun Xiao had already made up her mind and didn't want to say any more. As the night fell, the stars in the sky became vast. Yun Xiao and Yun Zhe both looked at the distant sky. Yun Xiao was looking at the location of the Acropolis City, while Yun Zhe was looking at the direction of the capital. Little Zhe, I wish you good luck. Qin Feng, do you still remember me? Sis, I will quickly make myself grow up. If you don't want to be forced to marry, I definitely won't let anyone force you. In the private room of the royal clubhouse, Qin Feng hugged Lin Bei Bei and sat on one side, while Zhang Hui sat on the other side. Zhang Hui and Feng Xing were arrogant and despotic in front. Lin Bei Bei was still a bit scared when she saw Zhang Hui. She hugged Qin Feng tightly. He buried his head in Qin Feng's embrace and didn't look at Zhang Hui. Sister-in-law, please forgive my offense. Zhang Hui first accompanied Lin Bei Bei, then looked at Qin Feng respectfully and said, Ancestor Qin, please don't kill me. I really don't dare to oppose you anymore. Cut the crap. Are you thinking that your secret is worth it? Hurry up and say it. Qin Feng glanced coldly at Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui did not dare to hesitate and quickly said, Qin Zhu, the situation in Acropolis City has changed greatly. The 4 great families have been replaced, and the Acropolis City's Feng family, Zhang family, and the previous Zhou and Gao families are the 4 great families. Qin Feng hadn't returned to Acropolis City in a long time, so he wasn't too sure about the current situation. At this time he asked, The Zhou family is Zhou Kai's Zhou family. Yes. This Zhou family is also very strange. Previously, Zhou family's old man had announced that he was withdrawing from the 4 great families and had started to keep a low profile. Who would have thought that this time the Acropolis City would fall into chaos and their Zhou family would come back? Zhang Hui didn't know that Qin Feng had suppressed the Zhou family, so he felt that it was normal. However, Qin Feng was very clear that it was precisely because Zhou Kai wanted to violate Rao Sherman that he was killed by the spirit-cleansing necklace she wore. Later on, Qin Feng negotiated with the Zhou family's people and forced the Zhou family's old man to withdraw from the ranks of the 4 great families. Their withdrawal was due to the suppression from the Qin residents, and now that the Qin residents had collapsed, the Zhou family naturally became restless and returned to the ranks of the 4 great families. The Zhou family's attitude was the same as Feng Xing and Zhang Hui's family. They were afraid of the Qin manor earlier, so once Qin manor collapsed, they wouldn't be able to hide their ambitions. What's that Gao family thing? Qin Feng continued to ask. This is the previous 5 small families' Gao family. The younger generation that the Gao family focused their efforts on cultivating is called Gao Hu. Ancestor Qin should have heard of this, right? Zhang Hui said. After hearing about Gao Hu, Qin Feng remembered that he and Lu had met with Gao Hu earlier, caused trouble, and played basketball together. At that time, Sima too had also arrived. At that time, Sima too wanted to use Blue Wing, no dual-bladed Yin, to attack Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng used Gao Hu's name to assault his woman, Lu Wenjing, and beat Gao Hu up. Gao Hu was beaten half to death, but the Gao family didn't even dare fart. Qin Feng understood the new families in Acropolis City. They were all the families that Qin Feng had suppressed before. Keep talking! Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be interested in his own secrets, Zhang Hui's worried heart slowly relaxed as he continued. Although the Acropolis cities for great clans have appeared, their positions are not stable. Other than the Zhou family, which was originally one of the 4 great families, the other 3 clans climbed up from the 5 great families. Our Zhang clan and the Feng clan allied together before slowly gaining a foothold. We originally thought that our clan would stabilize and develop, becoming even more glorious. Unexpectedly, a week ago, a mysterious black-clothed man found our 2 clans, changing their fates completely. After Zhang Hui said this, his expression suddenly became dejected. Even Qin Feng became interested when he heard this. He hurriedly asked, "Who is that mysterious black-clothed person? What kind of background? What did he say to your family?" "I don't know his true identity, not even my grandfather, but his strength is very strong. He even said that he came from a large clan in the capital, and that he threatened our Zhang clan and the Feng clan to listen to his arrangements, or else our 2 clans would be exterminated." Zhang Hui had a face full of fear. From that mysterious person's appearance, just mentioning that person caused Zhang Hui to tremble violently. "What does he want your family to do?" Qin Feng asked. "Kill you," Zhang Hui said. "Kill me?" Qin Feng was shocked. So this man in black was after him. How did he know I was coming back? That I am not sure. That man in black told us 2 great families to guard the Sima family's territory. The moment they discover you, inform them and we will attack you together. The black-clothed man has also given us a promise. As long as we can see AU, he will help us, the 2 great clans, unite Acropolis City and kill off our other opponents. We thought that the Qin clan would be destroyed and would be easy to deal with, so we agreed to deal with him. Zhang Hui sighed. Although he didn't finish speaking, Qin Feng's heart was clear. They didn't think that he had become so amazing. He was regretting offending them. "Is what you said true? How can I trust you?" Qin Feng's expression turned cold, and a thick killing intent exploded from his body. Zhang Hui was frightened to the point of trembling, and quickly begged for mercy. "Qin Zhu, if I say even half a word of lie, then it will be like thunder striking the sky. Our Zhang family is also forced by that black-clothed man, although he says that he will help us reunite Acropolis City's forces on the surface. But even I can see that our Zhang family is completely reduced to the role of that black-clothed man. He is only borrowing our Zhang family's power to indirectly control the Acropolis City. Our Zhang family appears to be brilliant, but isn't he just a dog?" Zhang Hui displayed an expression of unwillingness and anger. Qin Feng had been paying attention to his expression the entire time, but it didn't seem like he was pretending. "Little pig, if my 5 poison needles were to pierce this kid, how long would it take for him to die?" Qin Feng still couldn't completely trust Zhang Hui. He had to give this guy some restraints. "It won't take too long, probably 10 seconds. "Yes." Qin Feng's mouth tweed. He thought to himself, this Zhang Hui is too trashy. He died in 10 seconds. The Yin and Yang elders got the 5 poison needles, but they're still holding on and returning to the sect to treat him. "Master," the 2 Yin Yang elders came from the poison sect, and they grew up in a vat of poison. They also know how to detoxify poisons. This brat doesn't even know a fart. How can he be on par with those 2 old monsters? In fact, if an ordinary person were to be poisoned by the 5 poison needles, they would die within 5 seconds. This brat is at least an inner level 2 warrior, which is why he was able to last for 10 seconds. Little Pig explained. Only now did Qin Feng realize that his 5 poison needles were incredibly powerful. If the 5 poison needles were like the wind blades and could shoot out endlessly, then Qin Feng would treat them like chickens when facing a group of experts on the 6th floor. Oh no, kill them like chickens. But I don't want him to die too quickly right now. Is there anything I can do? Qin Feng was a bit worried. He felt that the 5 poisons needle was too powerful, so he wanted it to be less powerful. Then Master can just directly stab that brat with a needle. The poison will be very small this way, and it will only take effect once every half-month. By then, Master can have him take out the antidote once every half-month and control him. Yes. Qin Feng suddenly didn't understand. Would it take more than 10 seconds to stab him? Master, the 5 poisons needle requires the activation of qi in order to release all the poison concealed within the needle. If you are only normally stabbing someone with your needle, then the strong poison within the needle will not enter the other party's body. It is just that the poison powder on the surface of the needle is absorbed, so the poison powder is not very potent, and it will not die that quickly. Chapter 489. Chapter 489. Chapter 489 Important Secrets. Little Pig explained in detail, and Qin Feng completely understood. Ah, Ancestor Qin, please spare me. What I said was the truth. Why are you still trying to kill me? Zhang Hui suddenly jumped up and begged Qin Feng for mercy in shock. It scared Lin Bei Bei. Qin Feng calmly sat on the sofa, lightly patting Lin Bei Bei's back to comfort her. At the same time, he glared at Zhang Hui and scolded. Who wants to kill you? You sit down. Isn't it just stabbing you with a needle? It's like biting a mosquito. You're so scared. After knowing the reason, Zhang Hui felt embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at Qin Feng and nodded. What Ancestor Qin taught me is true. However, why did he prick me with needles? This is a poisonous needle. You are now poisoned. This poison is colorless and tasteless. It flares up once every half-month. When it flares up, it starts to rot. Then it spreads throughout your body. Within 10 minutes, you will be turned from a living person to a rotting corpse. Qin Feng said casually, as if he didn't care about this at all. Zhang Hui was so scared that his hair stood on end. He kneeled down and said, Ancestor Qin, since this poison is this strong, why are you still stabbing me? I beg Ancestor Qin to give me the antidote. Wanting the antidote is very simple. Follow me wholeheartedly and help me investigate the actions and plans of that black-clothed person. As long as your performance is outstanding, you will have the antidote. Qin Feng laughed evilly. Zhang Hui was regretting working with Qin Feng. This person was no better than the black-clothed man. The two of them were sinister and merciless demons that ate people without spitting out their bones. But things had already gotten to this point, and Zhang Hui didn't dare to betray Qin Feng anymore. If he did, he wouldn't even know how he died. Thank you, Ancestor Qin, for giving me such a difficult trial. This is my honor. Rest assured, Patriarch Qin. When I return, I will definitely use all my strength to find out the background and repay Ancestor Qin for not killing me. Zhang Hui had an expression of sincere gratitude, as if Qin Feng stabbing him with a poisonous needle was the greatest honor of his life. Lin Bei Bei couldn't stand it any longer. She pouted and complained. Qin Feng, it looks like I was wrong to blame you before. No wonder you were so vulgar and loved acting. The people around you are all like this, and they've even led you astray. Bei Bei is right. It's all because of these bastards that a great youth like me went astray. Qin Feng glared at Zhang Hui with hatred. Zhang Hui wanted to cry, but there were no tears. The other rich and young masters had learned this from Qin Feng. All right, you can go back now. How are you going to explain this to the family? Qin Feng looked at Zhang Hui. Ancestor Qin, I'll report this as a matter of fact. I said that you suddenly appeared and caused trouble for Feng Xing and me, and then both sides went to war. With your great strength, you killed the bodyguards and Feng Xing, and I continued to play dead on the ground. So the mastermind would believe it. Qin Feng was a bit doubtful. Ancestor Qin, who would cut off a leg just to lie and deceive people. Zhang Hui looked depressed. You're right. Then hurry up and get the hell out of here. If you find anything, report it to me in time. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a dozen or so flashes of white light appeared. The struggling bodyguard on the ground breathed his last in the next second. Zhang Hui was so scared that his body was trembling. He immediately used his remaining leg to leave the royal clubhouse. What is it? Scared? Qin Feng looked at the shivering Lin Bei Bei in his embrace and felt the pain in his heart as he caressed her pretty face. Lin Bei Bei shook her head. Qin Feng, let's leave this place first. All right. Qin Feng also knew the ring. The situation was too bloody. He carried Lin Bei Bei, and in a few moments, they arrived at the entrance. As they walked down the street and breathed in the fresh air, Lin Bei Bei felt as if she had been reborn. Bei Bei, I'll send you back to the hospital. Qin Feng hugged Lin Bei Bei's small waist. Then where will you sleep tonight? I'll just find a random hotel to stay in. You don't have to worry about me. There were only 2 beds in the intensive care unit. One Lin Bei Bei slept, and the other Lin Mu slept. Even if Qin Feng could squeeze into the same bed as Lin Bei Bei, with Mother Lin there, the 2 of them felt a bit embarrassed. If he thought about how Qin Feng was going to sleep alone tonight, would he be lonely? Lin Bei Bei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. How about, I'll go get a room with you. Then Auntie will be worried, right? After hearing Lin Bei Bei's suggestion, Qin Feng's heart suddenly became excited. He had just been in bed with Lin Bei Bei, and considering that it was the first time Lin Bei Bei had woken up, Qin Feng hastily finished without finishing his work. If the 2 were to stay together tonight, Qin Feng would have to spend the night with her. Then, I'll call my mother and ask for her opinion first. If she doesn't agree, then I can't do anything about it. Lin Bei Bei shyly took the phone and ran to a corner where no one was and made a call. Bibi, are you having fun? As soon as the call connected, Mother Lin laughed happily. Now that her daughter had woken up and her son-in-law had returned safely, Mother Lin would wake up laughing even in her dreams. Mom, we had a good time. I might be living outside with Qin Feng tonight. Is that okay? Although she had grown up, she was still very shy when she said these kinds of words to her mother. The other end of the phone went blank for a moment, and then Mother Lin laughed. Haha, Bei Bei, you've grown up too. You decide these things yourself. Since you promised Qin Feng, you feel like you'll have to entrust your entire life to him. Seeing that her mother had agreed, Lin Bei Bei let out a sigh of relief. Mom, then I won't go back tonight. All right. Oh, yeah, you guys should be doing it for the first time. Remember to make sure Qin Feng does not get pregnant. Mother Lin suddenly yelled anxiously into the phone, causing Lin Bei Bei to be so shocked that she almost threw her phone away. How is it? Does Annie agree? Seeing Lin Bei Bei finish her call and walk back, Qin Feng asked her with a smile. We. Go get a room. Lin Bei Bei shyly took Qin Feng's arm. The 2 happily walked down the street for a bit, then went to the Royal Hotel and got a room. They arrived at the door of the 886 presidential suite on the top floor, and the door to room 888, which Qin Feng used to stay in, opened. Ah! Seeing Qin Feng hold Lin Bei Bei's hand, Han Ying jumped in fright. Director Han, you usually do too many things that cause you to be so shocked, right? When he saw Han Ying, Qin Feng's heart was filled with rage. Originally, when he came back, he didn't hate Han Ying as much as he did before. However, after hearing about Han Ying's bad deeds from Feng Xing at the royal clubhouse, Qin Feng somehow became angry. Ah, Oh, it's Qin Feng. Han Ying didn't think that Qin Feng would take the initiative to greet her. Her emotions were mixed at the moment, and she was stunned for a good while before calming down. She pretended to be calm as she replied to Qin Feng. Humph. I've only been gone for 3 months. Does Director Han not recognize me anymore? Don't tell me you think I'm dead. Qin Feng was very angry at Han Ying's performance. He felt that Han Ying was as calm as if she had seen a passerby when she saw him. Young Master Qin, you have so much fame. There are countless women around you. A woman like me shouldn't enter your eyes, right? I still have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Han Ying felt a slight stabbing pain in her heart. When she saw Qin Feng hug Lin Bei Bei dotingly, the taste was indescribable. She wanted to quickly leave this place so that she wouldn't be unable to hold back from crying, which would be embarrassing. Just as Han Ying walked out, her hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Qin Feng pulled her forcefully and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Director Han, you're wrong. What do you think I, young Master Qin, am? I've already taken a fancy to you. I don't know if you can accompany me for one night, so just name your price. Qin Feng held Lin Bei Bei with one hand and unrestrainedly squeezed Han Ying's full chest with the other. This scene shocked Lin Bei Bei and infuriated Han Ying. Qin Feng, let go of me. What kind of woman do you think I am? I'm not letting you go. Qin Feng's hand slid down and directly entered Han Ying's dress. Who are you? Don't you know it yourself? What's more, this young master has never slept with you before. What are you pretending for? Han Ying's outer appearance was coquettish, but her heart was always the same. Ever since Qin Feng took over her body, she never let other men touch her again, and even some clients discussed business with her. When they met a male CEO who had intentions towards her, Han Ying would decisively cancel the collaboration. She had been protecting her body and heart the entire time in order to wait for Qin Feng to come back. Don't touch me. Han Ying suddenly exploded. Who knew where she got the strength? But she pushed Qin Feng away and quickly ran away on her high heels. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, but quickly recovered. He thought about his previous actions and felt a bit regretful. He wanted to chase after her and say a few words to Han Ying, but she had already entered the elevator and went downstairs. Qin Feng, why are you doing this to her? Lin Bei Bei looked nervously at Qin Feng. She knew Han Ying. Previously, Qin Feng had arranged for Lin Bei Bei to stay at the Royal Hotel, but had only met her a few times. In his impression, how did the ambiguous relationship between Qin Feng and Han Ying become like this? Lin Bei Bei couldn't help but worry. Did Qin Feng get tired of Han Ying? Then would he end up like Han Ying? She betrayed me. Qin Feng sighed and hugged Lin Bei Bei as he entered the room. Lin Bei Bei widened her eyes. She had thought that Han Ying's betrayal was due to her body. Lin Bei Bei thought that she would definitely not do such a thing and relaxed. Qin Feng, don't be sad. I promise I won't go off the rails. Don't worry. After entering the room, Lin Bei Bei was pulled onto the bed. At this time, she took the initiative to climb onto Qin Feng's body and solemnly swore an oath. Qin Feng was stunned. Bei Bei, why did you suddenly say this? It's nothing, you just need to know. Lin Bei Bei didn't mind and looked stupidly at Qin Feng. The pair of beautiful eyes that were as clear as water was too alluring. With a flip of his body, Qin Feng pressed down Lin Bei Bei. His large hands madly tore off Lin Bei Bei's pink qipao. This time, although Lin Bei Bei was trying her best to cooperate with Qin Feng, he discovered that Lin Bei Bei wasn't as wild as she was on the hospital bed. However, Qin Feng didn't think too much about it and thought that Lin Bei Bei was tired. The two battled until the latter half of the night. Only when Qin Feng's heart ached for Lin Bei Bei did he let her rest. Qin Feng had just finished and was full of energy. He sat on the bed and thought about the black-clothed man who controlled the Feng and Zhang families. Chapter 490. Royal Hotel, Staff Break Room. Bai Qing wore a black silk dress and walked the corridors of each floor as she made her night patrol. Ever since Qin Feng left, Bai Qing had been guarding the Royal Hotel, hoping that Qin Feng would come back one day. Strangely enough, the Qin Manor had been destroyed, Qin Feng had left, and the Royal Hotel had become someone else's property. However, Bai Qing found that the new boss of the Royal Hotel had never appeared. Moreover, that boss seemed to think very highly of Bai Qing. In a short 3 months, Bai Qing was promoted step by step from the previous lobby manager to the current position of general manager. With her current status in the hotel, she was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. She didn't need to personally do the night patrol. However, Bai Qing didn't put on airs because of her promotion. Instead, she worked even harder. She wanted to fight for a chance to meet the boss behind the scenes and then think of a way to take back the Royal Hotel for Qin Feng. Manager, Bai, it's getting late, go back and rest. I'll take over for you. After Bai Qing finished patrolling the last floor, she saw Yao Yao walk over. Bai Qing looked at her watch. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. She was really tired at this time. She patted Yao Yao's shoulder and said, "Last night, someone stayed in the presidential suite number 886 on the top floor. Don't forget to send breakfast later. There are 3 VIP rooms left on the 8th floor. 2 of them are reserved for use, and the last one can be rented to guests. Today, the conference room on the 3rd floor is reserved by General Zhang. Don't forget to send someone to clean it in advance." Bai Qing's work was indeed very dutiful. It could even be said that she was meticulous. She remembered all of the tasks for the day and arranged the important events for the next day. Yao patiently listened to Bai Qing's arrangements. She was used to Manager Bai's little nagging. After Bai Qing finished explaining everything, Yao said respectfully, "Don't worry, Manager Bai. I'll definitely do my job well. You've worked hard enough every day. Go back and rest well." Although Bai Qing was the general manager of the Royal Hotel, she didn't put on any airs. In private, she also got along well with the staff. Everyone admired Bai Qing from the bottom of their hearts. Bai Qing smiled and found that her nagging illness was acting up again. However, after Qin Feng left, Bai Qing had practically no one to talk to. Every time, she would just assign work matters and nag a bit with everyone. After leaving the hotel and walking on the bustling streets, Bai Qing's thoughts were endless. She once again inadvertently missed Qin Feng. She didn't know where Qin Feng was right now. Are you living well? Is there a beautiful woman by his side to help take care of him? Lin Bei Bei was sleeping soundly on the spacious bed. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. Qin Feng leaned against the headboard and hugged the sleeping Lin Bei Bei. He really liked this warm feeling. Today at the Royal Clubhouse, he suddenly met Feng Xing and Zhang Hui. He didn't expect that Zhang Hui would tell Qin Feng an important secret. The mysterious black-clothed man who wanted to control the Feng and Zhang families came from the capital. He was very powerful and had come to kill him to unify Acropolis City. Qin Feng tried to recall such enemies in his mind. In the end, he decided that only the 2 black-clothed men who appeared at the end of the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace fit his criteria. However, how did the man in black behind the scenes know that he would come to Acropolis City? Qin Feng came to Acropolis City to complete the Level 5 mission of the Martial Artist Alliance, which was to eliminate the Sima family. Before Qin Feng came to Acropolis City, no one else knew about it except him. Moreover, the mysterious black-clothed man came to Acropolis City a week ago to control the Feng and Zhang families. From this point, it was obvious that the black-clothed man heard that he was coming to Acropolis City a week ago. This puzzled Qin Feng. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. That's right, the Martial Artist Alliance. After a long time, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Other than himself, there was another person who knew that he was coming to Acropolis City to eliminate the Sima family. That was the person behind the scenes who issued the Eliminate the Sima Family mission on the Martial Artist Alliance. Feng quickly took out the Martial Artist Alliance's cell phone and opened the mission list. Martial Artist Alliance Level 5 mission. Go to Acropolis City and destroy the Sima family. Mission reward: 1,000 points, 1 spirit stone, 1 100-year ice crystal. The person who issued this mission was called Xiao 11 Lang. However, Feng knew that this was just a random member name he used in the Martial Artist Alliance. Just like how Feng's member name was Green Wolf, it was all a cover-up. Feng's fingers moved quickly on the cell phone in an attempt to check Xiao 11 Lang's detailed information. However, when he clicked on Xiao 11 Lang's information, it was empty except for the fact that he was male and nothing else was revealed. Could it be that the mysterious person who controls the Feng and Zhang families is the person who issued this mission? Did he intentionally issue this mission to lure me out? Feng quickly thought of a possible conspiracy. He quickly pulled up the conversation between him and Xiao 11 Lang. When he looked back at Xiao 11 Lang's words, Feng found many strange points. Xiao 11 Lang had given a very high reward for this mission. It was almost twice the reward of other level 5 missions. Moreover, Xiao 11 Lang specified that this was a solo mission and that teamwork was prohibited. Moreover, this mission had been issued for a long time, but no one had accepted it. After Feng accepted it, Xiao 11 Lang looked very anxious and urged Feng to complete the mission as soon as possible. Combining all these details and the possible connection between the mysterious black-clothed man and the person who issued the mission, Feng could preliminarily conclude that even if these two people were not the same person, they knew each other. After analyzing all these relationships, Feng was somewhat glad that Lin Bei Bei had asked him to accompany her tonight instead of foolishly running off to destroy the Sima family. If that had happened, he would have really fallen into their trap. How dare you fucking plot against me? I want to see who exactly you are. Feng was furious when he realized that he was almost played in the palm of someone else's hand. After thinking for a while, he quickly came up with a way to deal with this. Brother Xiao, are you there? Feng sent a message to Xiao 11 Lang. After 10 minutes, there was a reply. Brother Green Wolf, have you arrived at Acropolis City? I've arrived. I'm preparing to move out the night after tomorrow. Feng replied. Good. I wish Brother Green Wolf immediate success. After Feng finished chatting with Xiao 11 Lang, his cell phone suddenly vibrated twice. He had received a private message. Feng thought that Xiao 11 Lang had said something, but he opened his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Billowy Lady. Green Wolf, why did you suddenly disappear? Did you see the news from the Martial Artist Union? They found an ancient ruin near Ghost Mountain. The Martial Artist Union is gathering martial artists with strength of stage for inner chi and above to explore it. Are you going? Feng was slightly moved when he saw Hua Yan's message. Ancient ruin? Feng did not know much about it. However, since this mission was recommended by the Martial Artist Union, it was obviously a very tempting mission. However, Feng was not in a hurry to reply to Hua Yan. After all, he was currently in Acropolis City. His priority was to complete the mission in Acropolis City. After he was done, he would look for Hua Yan to learn more about the mission. Feng turned off the Martial Artist Union's cell phone and opened his new SIM card to call Zhang Hui. Hey, who the fuck are you? Last night, Feng broke one of Zhang Hui's legs, and now he had to risk his life to be a spy for Feng. He was about to die of depression. When he saw that the caller ID was an unknown number, he immediately yelled at the phone as a way of venting. Yo, young Master Zhang, are you in a bad mood? Who bullied you? Feng laughed. Zhang Hui suddenly froze. He recognized Feng's voice and instantly fell to the ground in fright. He switched to a fawning attitude and said with a smile, "Oh, hey, it's Ancestor Qin. Did you sleep well last night? Cut the crap. Hurry and go find out if there's any movement from the mysterious black-clothed man on your side." Qin Feng's tone changed, and he yelled coldly. "Zhang!" Hui was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He quickly said, Okay. Don't worry, Ancestor Qin. I'll go and find out now." Qin Feng hung up the phone. He was not worried that Zhang Hui would betray him unless he wanted to die. The reason why Qin Feng revealed the time of the operation to Xiao 11 Lang was to confirm the relationship between Xiao 11 Lang and the mysterious man in black in Acropolis City. If Zhang Hui found out that the mysterious man in black was going to take action the day after tomorrow, then the two of them must know each other. They might even be the same person. "Qin Feng, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" The sound of Qin Feng's phone call woke Lin Bei Bei up. Lin Bei Bei grabbed Qin Feng's arm nervously. Qin Feng patted Lin Bei Bei's head dotingly. His expression was gentle. "It's okay. Go back to sleep. Don't worry." Lin Bei Bei smiled slightly, but she couldn't sleep anymore. She climbed up and leaned into Qin Feng's embrace. "You didn't sleep at all last night?" "I couldn't sleep. I can go for a few days without sleeping." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Bei Bei suddenly felt guilty. She thought that Qin Feng couldn't sleep because he didn't have enough fun last night. However, Lin Bei Bei felt like her bones were about to fall apart. She really didn't dare to fight Qin Feng again. Qin Feng's combat ability was too strong. Even Lin Bei Bei was a little afraid of him. And Qin Feng suddenly growled. He felt warmth surround his lower body. Lin Bei Bei actually used her mouth to bite it. "Bei Bei, what are you doing?" Qin Feng hugged Lin Bei Bei and helped her up. Lin Bei Bei's small hands grabbed little Qin Feng and didn't let go. She said shyly, "My body can't take it, so I can only use my mouth. Just put up with it for a while. When my body recovers, I'll accompany you." Chapter 491. Lin Bei Bei had never done this before, so she was not familiar with the technique. She bit Qin Feng a few times, but it was this inexperienced and clumsy feeling that piqued Qin Feng's interest. In the end, Lin Bei Bei vented all of it. "Cough, cough." Lin Bei Bei felt an impact on her throat. She could not help but cough. The corners of her mouth were glistening, and her face was flushed. She was very alluring. "Qin Feng, are you done?" Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He was too excited just now. Now that he saw Lin Bei Bei's pitiful appearance, he patted her head and said, "Go to the washroom and clean up." Lin Bei Bei nodded shyly and ran away obediently. She was glad that Qin Feng was finally released. This torment had lasted for more than 3 hours. If Qin Feng did not finish it in time, Lin Bei Bei's mouth would have cramped. "Great Ancestor Qin, it's me, Zhang Hui." Lin Bei Bei had just gone to the washroom when Qin Feng's phone rang. "There's news." Qin Feng had just assigned Zhang Hui a mission 3 hours ago. Could it be that there was news so soon? Yes, great Ancestor Qin. The Zhang family had just held a family meeting half an hour ago to discuss the plan to deal with you. The elder of the family must have received the order from the black-clothed man. He said that he will bring his men and hide near the Sima family's residence tonight, ready to capture you at any time. Zhang Hui added, "Great Ancestor Qin, I came to report to you as soon as the family meeting ended." "Don't you think I'm doing my best?" Cut the crap. "As long as you listen to me and perform well, I'll give you the antidote." Qin Feng interrupted Zhang Hui. Qin Feng knew what this brat was going to say the moment he stuck out his, but, all right. I won't disturb great Ancestor Qin anymore. I'll report to you immediately if there's any news. Ma Hui quickly hung up. Qin Fen frowned and leaned against the headboard. From the looks of it, Xiao 11 Lang was definitely related to the man in black who controlled the Feng and Zhang families. Moreover, Qin Fen could also conclude that Xiao 11 Lang's mission in the martial arts alliance was to lure him out. Although Qin Feng knew the relationship between Xiao 11th Lang and the black-clothed man, he still could not conclude that this group was the same black-clothed man who appeared 3 months ago at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He had already started to play along and prepared to lure the black-clothed man out. Once they met, all the mysteries would be solved. Little Pig, the system issued the 4th side mission of Yun Province Disturbances 4th side mission. I need to return with a powerful force. Yun's Xiao Yun's mission. Qin Feng had originally wanted to return with Yun's Bei's mission. But Feng Yun, Hua Qin Yun's Bei's Yun, but Qin Feng of Yan. Feng. After all, many people in the Jianghu thought that Qin Feng was dead. If Qin Feng appeared again, he might attract martial artists to fight over his spiritual weapons and cultivation methods. Then, Qin Feng would be very busy. Master, Green Wolf is still you. Therefore, the system is very humane. If you complete the 4th side mission as Green Wolf, it will still be counted. With Little Pig's words, Qin Feng was relieved. Now his plan could be carried out smoothly. Qin Feng, do you want to wash your body? Lin Bei Bei's little head popped out from the bathroom. Looking at her smooth shoulders, she was probably naked. Qin Feng had been bitten by Lin Bei Bei for more than 3 hours. His body was sticky with saliva. Qin Feng took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. The two of them hugged each other and took a bath. After a while, they came out of the bathroom. Lin Bei Bei put on her clothes. She felt like she was going to flatten from hunger. Qin Feng, take me to eat something delicious. Lin Bei Bei opened her large, watery eyes and looked pitifully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng held her in his arms and took her to the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Qin Feng didn't look at the menu and ordered all of the breakfast dishes. Soon, their table was piled with all sorts of delicious food. The plates that couldn't fit were placed on the 2 tables next to theirs, forming a small mountain. Wow, Qin Feng, you're crazy. There's only the 2 of us. It's a waste to order so much food. Lin Bei Bei looked at the table full of delicious food in shock. She discovered that more than half of it was food she'd never seen before. Qin Feng pinched Lin Bei Bei's pretty face and said dotingly, "Not much, not much. Bei Bei, try every dish. You're my woman, after all. So I want you to live the best life." Lin Bei Bei was instantly moved. Her eyes became slightly red. "Okay, then I won't go on a diet today. I'll eat to my heart's content. If I can't finish, I'll take it home and give it to my mom. She definitely hasn't eaten these dishes before." Seeing Lin Bei Bei being so obedient and sensible, Qin Feng liked her very much. Lin Bei Bei didn't need to be reserved in front of Qin Feng and ate to her heart's content. Qin Feng ate halfway when his phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, his expression changed drastically. "Bei Bei, I'm going to take a call. Don't run around." Okay. I'll wait for you here. Come back quickly." Qin Feng told Lin Bei Bei and walked to the staircase of the 3rd floor. He looked around to make sure no one was around before answering the call. "Dad." Qin Fen had forgotten how long it had been since he last called Qin Huang Dad. Ever since Qin Fen went to the capital and reported to Qin Huang that he was safe, the 2 of them hadn't contacted each other for more than 3 months. This was Qin Huang's idea, but Qin Fen wasn't sure why. "Feng, are you into Acropolis City?" Qin Huang's voice was deep and dignified. "I just arrived the day before yesterday," Qin Feng answered honestly. There was nothing to hide from his father. "Why did you go to Acropolis City all of a sudden?" "There are some things that I have to understand," Qin Feng said firmly. Qin Huang was silent for a while before he sighed. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. I'll send Uncle Fu to help you." "It's okay, Dad. My strength has increased again. Don't worry, Dad." Qin Feng knew that his father wouldn't have a good time when he returned to the Qin mansion in the capital. Qin Feng could only be at ease with Uncle Fu by Qin Huang's side. "Another breakthrough? What's your strength now?" Qin Huang raised his voice. He was shocked by his abnormal son. Before this, Feng was a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate. In just half a year's time, Feng seemed to have changed into a different person. I can't say for sure. Anyway, I don't care about stage 6 inner Qi martial artists anymore. Feng had the Hedonist sovereign system, so his strength couldn't be judged by the standard of the secular world. Feng had already killed people who were stronger than him when he was still a stage 2 inner Qi cultivator. Hiss! Feng could hear his father's gasp through the phone. Stage 6 inner Qi? There are only a few people in China who can fight against a stage 6 inner Qi expert at your age. All right, Uncle Fu won't be going. Be careful. I'll be careful. Feng was about to hang up when Qin Huang suddenly said, "There's another important thing I want to tell you. All the properties of the royal group in Acropolis City have returned to your hands. Since you're back, you should reorganize the company and assign a few of your trusted subordinates to watch over the company." What? The royal group has fallen into my hands? Really? Feng was shocked. The news came too suddenly, and he couldn't accept it in a short time. Back then, the Sima family, the Qin family of Jincheng City, and the Li family of Yunhai City formed the 3 great financial groups and crazily suppressed the shares of Royal Group. In the end, Han Ying stabbed them in the back and directly destroyed Royal Group. Logically speaking, the shares of Royal Group were now in the hands of these 4 people. Even if Qin Yi died and the Sima family declined, Han Ying and Li Xiaojie would definitely swallow the remaining shares. Why did these shares suddenly return to him? Don't ask too much about it. Anyway, all the shares of the Royal Group are in your hands. You've grown up, so I'll leave the company to you, Qin Huang said as if he was going to retire and enjoy the happiness of his family. All right, I'll take some time to inspect the company's properties and reorganize them. Feng was still in a daze after he hung up the phone with his father. He walked toward Lin Bei Bei while trying to figure out what was going on. From afar, he saw a perverted man standing in front of Lin Bei Bei. He didn't know what he was talking about. "Beauty, you ordered so much food. Are you alone? Can I sit down and have breakfast with you?" Lin Bei Bei was enjoying her breakfast when she thought it was Feng. However, she saw an unfamiliar man standing in front of her. Lin Bei Bei said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, my boyfriend will be back soon." The meaning of Lin Bei Bei's words was clear. She came with her boyfriend, but the suited man didn't leave. His smile widened. "Beauty, my name is Hedong. I'm the HR manager of the Royal Group. Can you give me your WeChat ID?" Hedong was really shocked by Lin Bei Bei's pure beauty. He couldn't walk anymore. Even if he heard that Lin Bei Bei had a boyfriend, Hedong didn't care. In today's society, which beauty didn't have 3 or 4 boyfriends? If she didn't have one, it could only mean that she wasn't beautiful or sexy enough. Hedong revealed his identity as the HR manager of the Royal Group. He thought Lin Bei Bei would give him her WeChat ID and throw herself into his arms. "Huh? You're from the Royal Group?" Lin Bei Bei felt a sense of familiarity when she heard the name Royal Group. After all, it was Qin Feng's family's previous company. Haha, of course I'm from the Royal Group. This is my name card, it can't be fake. Seeing Lin Bei Bei start to talk to him, Hedong thought he was about to get his hands on her. He sat in front of Lin Bei Bei and handed her a golden name card. "Beauty, if you want to enter the Royal Group, I can help you." Chapter 492. Not only did Hedong not leave, he was deeply attracted by how cute Lin Bei Bei looked when she was angry. His triangular eyes fell on Lin Bei Bei's pretty face, and he looked like he wanted to pounce on her. "Beauty, what's your name? If you have nothing to do after breakfast, come to my room to play. I'm staying in the VIP room." Hedong was a bit impatient. Lin Bei Bei didn't care. She stayed in the presidential suite with Feng, so the VIP room was nothing. "You're so annoying. Hurry and leave." Seeing Lin Bei Bei's weak personality, Hedong suddenly reached out and wanted to hold Lin Bei Bei's hand. Lin Bei Bei was so scared that she cried out, "What are you doing? Don't do anything stupid, or else I'll tell Qin Feng." Qin Feng? Who's Qin Feng? Hedong asked suspiciously. At this moment, a tall and straight figure walked over and looked at Hedong with a smile. "I'm Qin Feng. Do you need something from me?" Seeing Qin Feng return, Lin Bei Bei's worried heart finally relaxed. She immediately stood up and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. She hugged Qin Feng tightly and refused to let go. "Qin Feng, don't misunderstand, I don't know him." Lin Bei Bei looked at Qin Feng nervously. She was deeply afraid that Qin Feng would think that she betrayed him. After seeing how Qin Feng treated Han Ying, Lin Bei Bei was very afraid of being misunderstood. "Is there anything else you need?" Qin Feng patted Lin Bei Bei's back and looked at Hedong with a smile. Hedong didn't think that Lin Bei Bei's man would really come. Moreover, looking at Qin Feng's big build, Hedong felt that he wasn't a match for him. So he immediately got up to leave. "Wait." Qin Feng suddenly stopped Hedong. "What? I'm just greeting a beauty. Can I do that?" Hedong thought that Qin Feng was looking for trouble, so he was a bit nervous. However, he pretended to be strong. "Let me tell you first. I'm the HR manager of Royal Group. In Acropolis City, I work for both the underworld and the underworld. Don't look for trouble for yourself." Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear Hedong's threat and smiled. "You're fine, but I have something to talk to you about." "What?" "I'm usually very busy. Hurry up and tell me." Hedong looked impatient. "I want to slap you." "Of course. I think I'll dirty my hands." "You can slap yourself 10 times and scram," Qin Feng said with a straight face. Hedong was slightly stunned. Then he burst into laughter. "Huh? Did I hear wrongly? Are you fucking sick in the head? You can slap me just because you want to? Do you think you're Acropolis City's #1 young master? So you're saying that you don't want to hit yourself?" Qin Feng said with a smile. "You little bastard. You're talking nonsense to me. Do you believe that I won't beat you up first? Do I look like a psycho to you? Which normal person would whip themselves?" Hedong was furious. He didn't know how a beautiful woman like Lin Bei Bei found a psycho as her boyfriend. "Pa!" Just as Hedong finished speaking, he felt a burning pain on his face. Qin Feng had acted as fast as lightning, and before Hedong could react, he fell to the ground. Who the hell hit me? Do you want to die? How dare you go against me?" Hedong quickly got up from the ground and looked around. Aside from Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei, there was no one else around. "It's you? Do you want to die, brat? Just you wait, I'll call someone right now." Hedong pointed at Qin Feng and started cursing again. "Pa!" Just as Hedong took out his phone, he heard another slap. This time his phone was sent flying. Hedong flew into the air and smashed the glass table beside him when he landed. Clang! This was a heavy fall. Hedong felt as if his bones were going to fall apart. "Ahem! You, who are you? Don't do anything stupid, or I'll call the police." Hedong was shocked by Qin Feng's powerful skills. Who could send someone flying with one slap? Was this brat even human? "You've already slapped twice. There are 8 more slaps left. Are you going to do it yourself? Or do you want me to do it for you?" Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear Hedong's words and walked in front of him with a smile. After Lin Bei Bei became Qin Feng's woman, she went along with everything Qin Feng did. This time, she didn't try to persuade Qin Feng to stop. Instead, she stood behind Qin Feng like an obedient wife. "What right do you have to hit me? You have no right to do this. If you mess around again, I'll really—" "Pa!" Qin Feng greeted Hedong with another slap. This slap was even more ruthless than the previous 2. It sent 2 of Hedong's front teeth flying. Hedong felt as if his neck was twisted and his head almost flew off. "There are 7 more slaps." Qin Feng continued to smile at Hedong. This time, before Qin Feng finished speaking, Hedong hurriedly started to slap himself. "Big brother, don't hit me. I'll do it myself." Hitting me will dirty your hands. Pa. Hedong slapped when he said he would, and he used all his strength. He didn't dare to fake anything. He was forced by Qin Feng into a corner. He would rather slap himself a few times. At least he could keep his life. If Qin Feng really continued to slap himself, Hedong felt that he would be slapped to death. Pa pa pa. For a moment, the entire third floor of the restaurant was filled with the crisp sound of slapping. Many customers gathered around, and waiters and security guards rushed over. Sir, what's going on here? The 4 security guards surrounded Qin Feng and Hedong. When they saw Hedong sitting on the ground and happily slapping himself, the 4 of them were dumbfounded. Ah, you guys came just in time. This brat. Hedong was about to complain about Qin Feng when Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand and waved it at Hedong. Hedong was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth. In his excitement, he almost forgot that Qin Feng's skills were amazing. In Hedong's eyes, even if 4 security guards attacked him together, they wouldn't be a match for Qin Feng. If Qin Feng defeated these security guards, would he have a good time? Sir, did someone threaten you? Did he want to hit you? The security guard pointed at Qin Feng and asked Hedong. Ahem. No, I'm a masochist. I can't eat without slapping myself a few times before eating every day. This is none of your business. I'll pay for the things I broke. Hedong said, full of grievances. The 4 security guards looked at each other. They all thought Hedong was a lunatic. Since that was the case, the security guards and waiters retreated. Oh, by the way, someone come and pack these dishes. Qin Feng called them back before the waiters could go far. Soon the dishes were packed. Qin Feng hugged Lin Bei Bei and walked down the stairs. He didn't even look at Hedong. Hedong was furious when he saw Qin Feng leave. He wanted to chase after Qin Feng and stop him, but he didn't have the guts. Acropolis City was so big. If Qin Feng left, he definitely wouldn't be able to find him. Hedong was extremely sullen. Qin Feng, that guy seems to be from your royal group. Lin Bei Bei muttered after they left the hotel. I know. That's why I want to teach him a lesson. How could there be such a scum in the royal group? Qin Feng said indifferently. He had just received a call from his father to take over the royal group. So, after he found out Hedong's identity, Qin Feng had a plan. He wanted to suppress Hedong and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The royal group had been managed by someone else for so long. Who knew how spoiled the employees were? Lin Bei Bei didn't understand Qin Feng's foresight. She thought she only needed to serve Qin Feng well. If Qin Feng was happy, Lin Bei Bei would be happy. At noon, Qin Feng took Lin Bei Bei shopping on the business street and bought a lot of beautiful clothes, bags, and shoes for Lin Bei Bei. Lin Bei Bei was very happy and bounced around Qin Feng like a cheerful little bird. After shopping, Qin Feng sent Lin Bei Bei back to the first hospital to accompany Mother Lin. Then, Qin Feng turned around and rushed to the royal group to adjust the personnel structure. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the royal group, Wang Jun greeted him with a smile. Young Master Qin, welcome back! Wang Jun knew Qin Feng's identity when Qin Feng came to the royal group as an intern. He was an old employee of the royal group, and Qin Huang sent him to meet Qin Feng. Manager Wang, how have you been? Qin Feng shook hands with Wang Jun. Ever since Chairman Qin and you left the royal group, I've lost interest in staying here. However, I firmly believe that you too will come back one day to take over the royal group. I've been waiting for this day, Wang Jun said with a smile. In fact, after Han Ying bought the royal group, many old employees resigned. They thought that the Qin family's rival had bought the royal group. If that was the case, how could they live a good life in the royal group? However, as Qin Huang's confidant, Wang Jun had been staying at the royal group. Qin Feng was touched by his action. Let's go, Manager Wang. Let's have a good chat upstairs. Qin Feng and Su Ruoro walked into the royal group. It had been 4 months since Qin Feng last saw the familiar interior of the royal group. Qin Feng sighed with emotion, especially when he walked past the sales department's lobby on the 3rd floor. Their desks were still empty, and there were no signs of anyone using them. Even the decorations around the desks were the same as before. Qin Feng could almost see Su Ruo sitting in front of the desk and working diligently. Every now and then, he would touch her thighs and pinch her cheeks. Su Ruo was so cute that she couldn't concentrate on her work. Sigh. Qin Feng sighed. He had returned to reality. He loved and hated Su Ruo at the same time. He didn't know where she was hiding and whether she was dead or alive. Young Master Qin. This was Chairman Qin's office. It's yours now. Wang Jun led Qin Feng to the CEO's office on the top floor. Qin Feng walked around the room and sat on the sofa. Manager Wang, how's the company doing? Qin Feng asked. Very good. It's doing better than before. Wang Jun's answer surprised Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought that the person who bought the royal group would find a way to destroy the royal group, or split up the royal group's assets and put them in their own company. Oh, have you seen the person behind the scenes who bought the royal group? No, they've never appeared. If there's anything important, they just send an email to the higher-ups. We, the higher-ups, just do as they say, Wang Jun said, truthfully. Chapter 493. Qin Feng suddenly brought up Li Yuqin. He was a bit worried about this woman. After all, when he worked at Royal Group, Qin Feng had taken advantage of Li Yuqin quite a bit. Later, he even disguised himself as young Master Qin and went to Li Yuqin's hometown, Qingshui Town, to see her parents. However, Qin Feng frowned when he recalled the last time he met Li Yuqin. At that time, everyone was celebrating in the KTV at the Royal Clubhouse when the members of martial arts world came looking for them. Qin Feng, Zhang Jin, Huang Bizi, and Li Kuaishou were fighting fiercely at the stairwell when Li Yuqin suddenly appeared. To prevent Li Yuqin from getting hurt, Qin Feng said a lot of things to provoke Li Yuqin. Young Master Qin, you're talking about the previous sales manager, Li Yuqin, right? Wang Jun had an impression of Li Yuqin because Qin Feng loved to tease Su Ruo, Li Yuqin, and Hanning at the company. She's still here. She's still the sales manager. Should I call her over now? Wang Jun asked for Qin Feng's opinion. Qin Feng nodded and said, Go. Wang Jun walked out of the office and returned with Li Yuqin after a while. As soon as they entered the house, Wang Jun and Li Yuqin were shocked. Qin da. Wang Jun looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa and wearing a wolf's head, and exclaimed. Before Wang Jun could finish speaking, Qin Feng hurriedly cut him off. Ahem. Manager Wang, you can leave now. I have some business to discuss with General Manager Li. Qin Feng wore the sacred azure battle armor and transformed into a green wolf. He did this because he was afraid that Li Yuqin's misunderstanding towards him hadn't been resolved. If he sat here with Qin Feng's face, what if Li Yuqin turned hostile as soon as she entered the room? Qin Feng couldn't embarrass himself. At first, Wang Jun didn't understand Qin Feng's intentions. How did young Master Qin put on the wolf head armor in the blink of an eye? However, Wang Jun quickly understood. He had long heard that young Master Qin was Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master and was dissolute and uninhibited. It seemed like he was going to do SM and cosplay. Boss, I'll take my leave first. Wang Jun hurriedly retreated. Only Qin Feng and Li Yuqin were left in the room. Li Yuqin seemed a bit nervous, and her hands were tightly clenched in front of her. She was in the office doing the monthly report when Wang Jun suddenly called her over. Li Yuqin knew Wang Jun's identity. He was a high-ranking manager of the company. Moreover, Wang Jun's attitude toward the wolf-headed monster was so respectful, so Li Yuqin vaguely guessed the wolf-headed monster's identity. Seeing Li Yuqin again after 4 months, Qin Feng was slightly moved. Li Yuqin was still wearing a black silk suit. Her legs could be said to be of the highest quality. They were slender and straight, and Qin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Boss, why are you looking for me?" When Li Yuqin saw Qin Feng's vulgar gaze, she felt a wave of disgust in her heart. However, out of consideration for Qin Feng's status as the CEO, she could only endure it for now. Qin Feng's green wolf identity had even changed his voice. Otherwise, Hua Yan would have seen through him. At this moment, Qin Feng spoke in Green Wolf's voice. "General Manager Li, don't just stand there. Come sit on the sofa." "Ah, I don't need it. Boss, if you have any arrangements, just tell me. I still have a lot of work to do." Li Yuqin couldn't understand the wolf-headed man. When she saw his appearance, Li Yuqin became vigilant. She even thought that this person was crazy. Qin Feng didn't reveal his identity because he wanted to chat with Li Yuqin a bit more to ease the atmosphere. That way, when Qin Feng returned to his original appearance, Li Yuqin probably wouldn't completely fall out with him, right? "Haha, General Manager Li, who are we? Come sit, don't be so polite with me." Seeing that Li Yuqin was very reserved, Qin Feng took the initiative to stand up and pull her to sit on the sofa. Li Yuqin didn't think that the wolf-headed man would be so daring. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. Just tell me what you want." Li Yuqin was so scared that she stood up again. She glared at Qin Feng with an icy expression. Even Qin Feng jumped in fright. However, he quickly regained his composure. He was now Green Wolf, so his actions just now were probably too intimate and scared Li Yuqin. "General Manager Li, don't be afraid. I don't have any ill intentions towards you." Seeing Li Yuqin's angry expression, Qin Feng had a wicked idea. "Actually, I like your appearance and body. How about this? I won't beat around the bush with you. If you're willing to be my woman, I'll give you the position of executive director. What do you think?" Qin Feng looked at Li Yuqin with a smile. Li Yuqin's lungs were about to explode from anger. "Boss, although you're the behind-the-scenes CEO of Royal Group, I hope that you can speak with some respect. I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. You should find someone else." Li Yuqin was truly angry. She turned around and walked out. Seeing that Li Yuqin hadn't changed at all and was still as angry as before, Qin Feng immediately went up and pulled her back. "Ah, what are you doing? Hurry and let me go. I'm going to call for help." Li Yuqin was suddenly grabbed and cried out in fright. She thought that if she didn't agree, this wolf-headed monster would use force. Li Yuqin's screams were too ear-piercing, and Qin Feng felt like his eardrums were about to burst. At this time, he immediately covered Li Yuqin's mouth. "General Manager Li, don't yell. I didn't do anything to you." "Woo!" Li Yuqin struggled with all her might. Her eyes were spitting fire, and she looked like she wanted to bite Qin Feng to death. "You want to talk? Then don't yell randomly. I told you to talk," Qin Feng said as he looked at Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin struggled for a while and found that she couldn't break free. Instead, because she twisted her body, she allowed the wolf-headed monster to take advantage of her. She could only stop struggling and nod unhappily. Qin Feng slowly let go, and Li Yuqin immediately yelled, "You beast, hurry and let me go." "I already let go of your mouth." Qin Feng looked at Li Yuqin with a deadpan expression. Li Yuqin was embarrassed and angry. Why did she feel like this wolf-headed monster was as shameless as Qin Feng? "What's the point of letting go of my mouth? Your other hand is still on my chest." Qin Feng reluctantly let go and laughed awkwardly. "Haha, I pressed the wrong position." Li Yuqin struggled free and prepared to run out the door. This time, Qin Feng didn't chase after her and yelled, "Qin, don't run, it's me." Li Yuqin ran to the door when her high heels suddenly stopped. She turned with a swish and stared dumbfoundedly at the handsome and tall man in front of her. You're Qin Feng?" Qin Feng returned to his original appearance and looked at Li Yuqin with a chuckle. "Of course it's me. You couldn't have forgotten me, right? Where's that wolf-headed monster?" Li Yuqin couldn't come to her senses for a while. How did the wolf-headed monster turn into Qin Feng in the blink of an eye? When he heard Li Yuqin call him wolf-headed monster, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. That's just a disguise. Look, I'll change you back. Qin Feng turned into a green wolf in front of Li Yuqin. After a few seconds, he changed back to Qin Feng. Now you understand, right? Li Yuqin understood. So the wolf-headed monster and Qin Feng were the same person. She was taken advantage of by the wolf-headed monster earlier and wanted to die. However, now that she knew it was Qin Feng, Li Yuqin wasn't sad at all. Qin Feng, you're finally back. You worried me to death. Li Yuqin suddenly pounced and threw herself into Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. When Li Yuqin saw him, shouldn't she have cursed at him or even beat him up? Why did she throw herself into his embrace? Qin, are you okay? Qin Feng asked probingly. Li Yuqin hugged Qin Feng tightly and wouldn't let go. Her shoulders trembled slightly as if she was crying. After a while she said, Qin Feng, I already know. What do you know? Qin Feng asked suspiciously. Last time at the Royal Clubhouse KTV, the words you cursed at me in the hallway weren't your original intention, right? Later, I found someone to pull up the surveillance video in the hallway. At that time, you were threatened by 3 bad people. You cursed me away to save me, right? Back then, Li Yuqin had been scolded by Qin Feng, and her heart had been shattered into pieces. She had hated Qin Feng for a few weeks. But after finding out that Qin Feng had disappeared and the Qin residence had been destroyed, Li Yuqin felt that something was wrong. In the end, she found the video in the hallway and understood everything. Now, not only did Li Yuqin not hate Qin Feng, she was extremely moved by Qin Feng's actions. Because of this, she didn't resign and waited at Royal Group for Qin Feng's return. So that's how it is. That saves me a lot of explaining. Qin Feng understood. Li Yuqin was still lying in Qin Feng's embrace. Moreover, she hugged Qin Feng very tightly. Qin Feng could clearly feel the softness being squeezed and deformed. The fragrance on Li Yuqin's body was extremely enchanting. It was a familiar yet long-lost scent. Ah! Li Yuqin shrieked and suddenly jumped out of Qin Feng's embrace. Ah! Qin, you scared me to death. Qin Feng looked like an innocent victim. Li Yuqin was embarrassed and angry. She glared unhappily at Qin Feng. She discovered that even after so long, Qin Feng was still the same and hadn't changed at all. Why did you pinch my butt? And you used so much strength. It's already purple from your pinching. Qin Feng immediately ran to Li Yuqin's side and squatted down. He lifted Li Yuqin's skirt and was about to take off her stockings. Li Yuqin was so scared that she pressed down on her skirt and retreated. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Qin, stop moving around. Let me look at your butt. Is it purple from my pinching? Does it hurt a lot? I'll help you take a look and rub it. If it's serious, you'll have to go to the hospital immediately. It won't be good if you lose your life. Seeing Qin Feng's serious expression, Li Yuqin gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Are you sick? If you're sick, then hurry and go get it treated. Will someone die if your butt turns purple? Don't try to find excuses to take advantage of me. I won't fall for it. Oh, actually, I'm not too sure either. How about you pinch my butt, and I'll see if I die. Qin Feng looked seriously at Li Yuqin and received a roar from Li Yuqin. Pinch your grandpa! Chapter 494. Li Yuqin was about to cry from anger at Qin Feng. She had already escaped to her office. Li Yuqin was indescribably happy as she sat in her office chair. Recently, she had been worried about Qin Feng's safety. Now that he had returned safe and sound, Li Yuqin felt a weight lifted from her heart. Moreover, Qin Feng had returned triumphantly, reclaimed Royal Group, and given the position of executive director to Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin's heart was filled with warmth. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door. Li Yu-chen hurriedly put away her silly smile and put on her usual cold expression as she said in a low voice, "Come in." Haha. General Manager Li, you're such a dutiful employee. When did I come to find you? You've always buried your head in work. A man with a swollen face chuckled as he walked in. It was as if he had just been beaten. Li Yu-chen looked at the man, and a trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. This man was called Hedonist, and he was the HR manager of Royal Group. Ever since he came to the company 4 months ago, he had been chasing after Li Yu-chen. He liked to go to Li Yu-chen's office whenever he had something to do. After work, he would block the entrance of the company to give Li Yu-chen flowers and ask her to watch movies. Li Yu-chen naturally refused, but Hedonist didn't give up. After a while, Li Yu-chen was annoyed by Hedonist. "Manager, did someone just beat you up?" Li Yu-chen looked at Hedonist's swollen face and felt indescribably happy. If she knew who hit Hedonist, she would definitely thank that person in person. Hedonist looked awkward, but he was thick-skinned and quickly recovered his lecherous smile. "I accidentally fell down. Who would dare to hit me in Acropolis City? That's right, General Manager Li, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a movie." Li Yu-chen didn't believe that Hedonist's face was from a fall because both sides of his face were swollen. How could a person fall so symmetrically? "I'm working overtime tonight, so I'm not free. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Li Yu-chen's attitude was cold, but Hedonist seemed to be used to being rejected. He didn't get angry and continued to smile. "General Manager Li, don't be in such a hurry to chase me away. Actually, I came here to tell you something big." Hedonist had a mysterious look on his face, and Li Yu-chen couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore. "If you have something to say, spit it out. I have people in Royal Group. My second uncle is a manager in the company's management. He just told me that the upper management department just had a meeting. Our company has a new CEO, and they're going to transfer personnel this afternoon. This is a golden opportunity. Seeing how hard General Manager Li works, I'll put in a good word for you in the afternoon meeting and try to get you promoted a few ranks." Li Yu-chen thought that Hedonist had some big news and couldn't help but snort coldly, "TCH. It seems that Manager Hua has a lot of influence. Can he promote anyone he wants?" Li Yu-chen had been appointed as the administrative director by Feng, so she was naturally more concerned about the problems within the company. She was trying to get information out of Hedonist. Hedonist foolishly thought that Li Yu-chen was moved. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Hey, isn't it just promoting someone? To me, Hedonist, this is child's play. Did you forget that I'm the human resources manager? My second uncle also said that he'll try to promote me to the administrative department manager. My future is limitless. General Manager Li, you won't lose out if you follow me. Don't talk nonsense. You can leave now." Li Yu-chen's expression turned cold. She wanted to slap Hedonist. She had already decided to kick Hedonist and his second uncle out of the company during the HR change meeting in the afternoon. "General Manager Li, if you still have this attitude, then it's no fun. You have to understand that although I'm very capable in the company, I can help other women get promoted. If you're not willing to listen to me, then you'll be fired by the company." Hedonist had already lost his patience. He completely shed all pretense of cordiality with Li Yu-chen. He wanted to use this opportunity to force Li Yu-chen. Scram! Li Yu-chen couldn't be bothered to look at Hedonist. "Motherfucker, you stinking bitch. Can't you speak to your elder properly? Do you really think you're a plaything? Your elder is telling you, I've slept with many women like you. You usually pretend to be aloof, chaste, and self-loving, but after you're fucking wild. I think you're one of those bitches." Slap. Hedonist's words angered Li Yu-chen so much that her entire body trembled. She slapped him without hesitation. Hedonist had just been beaten up by Feng in the morning, so his face was swollen. Li Yu-chen had used quite a bit of strength in her slap, so Hedonist's wound, which had just healed, split open again. He wailed in pain. Whore, you fucking dare to hit me. Your elder will show you how capable you are. I'll take care of you right now. Huidong didn't know how many times Li Yuqin had rejected him. In reality, he had been suppressing his anger towards Li Yuqin for a long time. At this time, Huidong completely shed all pretense of cordiality and exploded. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Li Yuqin. Ah, what are you doing? Fuck off. Li Yuqin jumped in fright and dodged Huidong in a panic. At this time, the door to the room opened and a figure flashed by. He was already standing in front of Huidong. Fuck off. Which son of a bitch is blocking in front of your elder? Hurry up and fuck off, or else your elder will fire you. Huidong raised his head and recognized Qin Feng. He was so scared that he retreated 3 steps. It's you? Why are you here? Why can't I be here? But you don't seem to have changed. Qin Feng originally wanted to find Li Yuqin to attend the HR change meeting, but he didn't expect to see the scene. Huidong's face was done by Qin Feng. He hated Qin Feng to death, but Qin Feng was too strong, so Huidong didn't dare to act recklessly. You're from our company? How come I've never seen you before? I'm new today, Qin Feng said with a smile. Huidong let out a sigh of relief and immediately became domineering. Humph. So you're going to work at Royal Group, brat. Then you better behave yourself. Let me tell you, I'm the manager of Royal Group's HR department. If you want to do well in the future, you'll have to curry favor with me. Really? The HR manager has that much power? Qin Feng said dumbly. His acting was extremely realistic, and Li Yuqin couldn't help but want to laugh. Huidong looked at Qin Feng's dumbfounded expression. It was obvious that Qin Feng was new to the company and had started from the bottom. He was full of confidence and wasn't afraid of Qin Feng. Of course, the HR manager is very powerful. It's normal that you don't understand since you're new. How about this? From now on, you'll be my lackey and listen to my commands. As long as you perform well, I'll promote you. That way, we'll forget about our previous unhappiness. Qin Feng was very skilled, and Huidong wanted to subdue him. In the future, if he wanted to beat someone up, he could just call Qin Feng out. That sounds pretty good, but how can I trust you? What if I become your lackey and do my best to work for you, but you still remember the grudge from before and deliberately mess with me? Qin Feng said dumbly. How about this? The company is going to hold a personnel change meeting in a bit. At that time, I'll promote you to the position of vice manager of the HR department. That should be fine, right? Huidong said. Qin Feng looked like he was deep in thought. In the end, he nodded. Okay, then I believe you. When you really pull me to the position of vice manager of the HR department, I'll be your lackey. No problem. Huidong was very happy. If he had Qin Feng as his lackey, he could do whatever he wanted in the future. If he didn't like someone, he could just call Qin Feng to beat them up. Qin Feng's sudden arrival spoiled Huidong's mood. Naturally, he couldn't continue to force himself on Li Yuqin. He coldly glared at Li Yuqin and left, pleased with himself. Qin Feng, that person was going to bully me. Are you going to pretend you didn't see it? Li Yuqin felt a bit disappointed. She had seen Su Ruo being bullied by Wang Chao before. Qin Feng directly beat Wang Chao up in the sales hall. Could it be that she had no place in Qin Feng's heart? Qin Feng patted Li Yuqin's shoulder and said with a smile, Of course I saw it, but there's no rush. In a moment, during the HR transfer meeting, I'll help you teach that guy a good lesson. That's what you said. I'll wait and see. Li Yuqin glared at Qin Feng and followed him to the top floor. In the conference room on the top floor of the Royal Group, the oval table was already crowded with people. Almost every department's vice manager and above had come. The seat of honor at the oval table was still empty. It was said that it was the seat of the new CEO. Wang Junzheng sat ramrod straight in the seat of honor across from him. He had already received Qin Feng's order to host the HR transfer meeting. After waiting for another 5 minutes, all the seats at the round table were filled except for the seat of the new CEO. Qin Feng and Li Yuchen were also sitting below. Haha, sorry, I'm late. Hedong suddenly ran in from outside the door. He looked breathless. As soon as he entered the room, he cried out in surprise. Huh? Where's my seat? Why are all the seats full? There were a total of 43 people invited to the HR transfer meeting. They were all people in charge of various departments, so the prepared seats were exactly 43. Of course, the seats of honor for Wang Junzheng and the new CEO were not included. Hey, who's sitting in my seat? Hurry up and stand up. This is a HR transfer meeting. Not just anyone can sneak in. Hedong suddenly became angry and yelled at the crowd. Hedong was the HR manager in the company. He had the support of his second uncle, who was in the upper management department. Even if everyone was unhappy with his performance, no one dared to stand up and criticize him. Chapter 495. Hedong was speechless when Qin Feng stole Hedong's position. He couldn't get angry at Qin Feng because he was prepared to take Qin Feng in as his little brother. Ahem. Hedong, go get a chair and sit down. Everyone's been waiting for you for so long. Don't waste their time. Hedong's second uncle, Hua, glared at him. Hedong immediately stopped jumping and obediently sat down next to Qin Feng. Little brother, did you see that? The person who just spoke to me is my second uncle. He's the manager of the upper management department of the company. I'll ask him to promote you in a bit, Hedong boasted to Qin Feng as soon as he sat down. Qin Feng wanted to use this personnel change meeting to fire Hedong and his second uncle. However, Qin Feng didn't know who Hedong's second uncle was. Now that Hedong pointed it out himself, it saved Qin Feng a lot of trouble. All right, since everyone is here, let's begin the royal group's personnel change meeting. Qin Feng secretly nodded at Wang Jun. Wang Jun immediately stood up to host the meeting. However, everyone looked at Wang Jun blankly. An old employee of the upper management department stood up and asked, Director Wang, didn't you say that our royal group has a new CEO? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to have a meeting without the new CEO? This person's confusion was the same as everyone else's. Wasn't it inappropriate to have a meeting without the new CEO? Wang Jun didn't care about this issue. He waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet and said unhurriedly, The new CEO has already instructed me to host this meeting. He's still busy with other things, so he won't be coming. Everyone understood that it was actually better if the new CEO didn't come. This way, everyone could use their connections to think of ways to promote their positions. Now, everyone is free to speak. The heads of each department can promote employees that they think are capable and outstanding. I will handle this according to the circumstances and consider everyone's opinions. After Wang Jun finished speaking, he sat down. Then the heads of each department stood up and began to make recommendations. Wang Jun already had a copy of the personnel transfer list in his hands. Among the suggestions from the various department heads, some of them were in line with Wang Jun's thoughts, but there were also some that Wang Jun had never heard of before. Presumably, these people were trying to rope in their relatives to work for the company. However, Wang Jun did not say anything. He noted down the names of these heads and prepared to deal with them later. Soon, it was Hua's turn. He stood up and said, I would like to recommend Hedong from the HR department. His position in the company is quite high, and the benefits he has brought to the company are obvious to all. Hedong is an upright and hardworking man. He often works late into the night and lives in the company. Hua seemed to have prepared his recommendation. It was like a speech. He didn't even blush when he told the lie. Many people held back from spitting it out. Haha, little brother, did you see that? My second uncle is so literary. I was almost moved to tears by his words. I didn't think that he would describe me so realistically. This is me in my daily life. Looks like I'm definitely going to enter the company's management after this personnel transfer. Hedong was extremely excited. He purposely glanced at Li Yuqin and said arrogantly, "Humph. Some women are going to be fired in a while." Li Yuqin couldn't stand Hedong's smug face. She wanted to stand up and refute him. However, Qin Feng was one step ahead and pressed down on Li Yuqin's thigh. He even touched it, and scrupulously. Li Yuqin's charming face turned red, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. "Manager Hua is indeed amazing. You have to promote me later." Qin Feng looked at Hedong with a smile. At this moment, it was Hedong's turn to make his recommendation. He gave Qin Feng a look that said, "Don't worry." Then he swaggered to his feet and said, "Ahem. Finally, it's my turn. I'll recommend a subordinate. He's diligent, hardworking, and ambitious. He's young and promising. I suggest the company let him be the assistant manager of the Human Resources Department. I believe he'll do very well." Hedong didn't stop after he recommended Qin Feng. He continued, "Next, I'll report someone else. She's General Manager Li of the Sales Department. This woman doesn't know how to work properly during working hours. She's always thinking of using her body to climb the ranks. Not long ago, she came to me and said she wanted to spend a night with me. She asked me to promote her to the company's management. I'm an upright and honest person, so why would I collude with her? Now I'll expose her in front of everyone. I hope the company's senior management will pay attention to this matter." After Hedong finished speaking, he sat back down proudly. Li Yuqin was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. However, Qin Feng still placed his hand on her stocking thigh and gently comforted her. After an unknown amount of time, everyone had finished speaking. At this time, the group of senior management started to tally everyone's opinions. They were in a heated discussion and making a decision. 10 minutes later, Wang Jun stood up with a name list in his hand. The meeting room instantly fell into silence. Everyone knew it was time to announce the results of the personnel transfer. Everyone was extremely nervous. "Next, I'll announce the results of the personnel transfer of the royal group. First, I'll announce the names of the fired employees." Wang Jun paused intentionally. Everyone could hear the sound of deep breathing. They didn't expect that there would be people fired in this personnel transfer. Everyone prayed that they weren't the ones who were fired. However, Hedong crossed his legs and didn't look worried at all. He even looked at Li Yuqin with a gloating expression. The person who was fired was none other than Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin was panting with rage. She felt like she was about to explode. However, she knew Qin Feng had a plan, so she endured it. She was afraid that she would ruin his plan. The names of the fired employees of the royal group are HR Manager Hedong, Administrative Assistant Manager Ho Hua, General Manager of the Finance Department Zhang Su, Rumble. Hedong's brain exploded. His ears buzzed, and he couldn't hear Wang Jun's words anymore. He stood up abruptly and looked at Wang Jun as if he had seen a ghost. "Director Wang, did I hear wrong? I'm fired. Did you just read the name list of the promoted employees? If you want to fire someone, you should fire that slut, Li Yuqin. I dare you to call me slut again." A beautiful figure suddenly stood up. Li Yuqin couldn't hold it in any longer. When Qin Feng withdrew his hand from her thigh, Li Yuqin knew it was time to make a move. She stood up immediately and slapped Hedong's face. Slap. The slap was so loud that it echoed in the meeting room. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect a lowly sales manager like Li Yuqin to slap Hedong in public. It seemed like Li Yuqin was really fired this time. As for the dismissal list that Wang Jun had just read out, no one took it seriously. They all thought that Wang Jun had read it wrongly, because from the names on the list, they were all people with power and influence in the company. "Phut! You dare hit me? You slut, you're courting death." Hedong had just heard that he was fired, and then he was slapped in public by Li Yuqin. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His expression was fierce, and he pounced at Liu Qin like a madman. Qin Feng grabbed Huidong's claw. No matter how much strength Huidong used, he couldn't move it at all. "Stinking brat, are you trying to rebel? You're my little brother. Hurry and let go of your elder and help me catch that slut." Huidong glared at Qin Feng with a fiendish expression. Qin Feng didn't need to do anything. Liu Qin slapped him again. "You still dare to curse? Qin, does your hand hurt? Do you need me to slap her for you?" Qin Feng ignored Huidong's threats and asked Liu Qin. Liu Qin had wanted to slap Huidong for a long time. Now that Huidong was subdued by Qin Feng, Liu Qin could slap him freely. How could she let go of such a good opportunity to vent? "No need. It's more satisfying if I slap her myself." Thus, under everyone's astonished gazes, Liu Qin happily and angrily slapped Huidong. At first, Huidong was arrogant and despotic. Later, his entire face swelled like a pig's head. He was in so much pain that he started to kneel and beg for mercy. "Great aunt, please spare me. My mouth is cheap. Everything I said was bullshit. Don't take it seriously." Huidong knelt on the ground like a mangy dog. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Huidong usually relied on his second uncle's position in the company's management to act tyrannically and arrogantly. Now he was battered and battered by Liu Qin. This scene was like a dream. It didn't seem real. Hua was also completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand how a mere sales manager like Liu Qin could be so arrogant. Also, who was that stinking brat who grabbed Huidong? He didn't usually see him at the company. "Phew, I'm done. I'm tired. My hand is swollen." Liu Qin couldn't remember how many times she slapped Huidong. In any case, her hand hurt, so she stopped. Huidong's entire face was swollen like a basketball. It was blue and purple and looked frightening. No one could recognize his original appearance. Qin Feng tossed Huidong aside and walked to Liu Chen's side. He held Liu Chen's right hand in his palm. Waves of warm inner qi entered Liu Chen's body and quickly dissolved the clotted blood around her palm. "Huh, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Qin Feng, how did you do that?" At first, Liu Qin thought Qin Feng came to take advantage of her, but she quickly realized that wasn't the case. The scene of Qin Feng treating Liu Chen's illness was not what everyone thought. They all thought that after Qin Feng and Liu Qin teamed up to beat Huidong, they began to be affectionate and comforting each other. This arrogant behavior made Hua unable to hold it in any longer. "General Manager Li, do you know what you're doing? You actually dared to hit someone in public. I don't think Royal Group will tolerate a violent person like you. I'll ask the upper management to negotiate and fire this woman. And that man, he's General Manager Li's accomplice. He should be dealt with as well." Chapter 496. Hua, shut your mouth. Wang Jun suddenly roared angrily, scaring everyone into silence. Hua looked at Wang Jun as if he had seen a ghost. The rest of the employees also had different expressions. Most of them looked confused. No matter what, Hua was still a senior manager of the company, and Liu Chen was just a supervisor in the sales department. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was a new face to everyone. Everyone treated him as a new employee. How could Wang Jun completely fall out with Hua because of these two people? "Director Wang, what do you mean?" Hua suppressed his anger and glared at Wang Jun with dissatisfaction. Wang Jun trembled with anger. "What do I mean? I told you to shut your mouth, so shut your mouth. Are you going to question my words?" Seeing that Wang Jun was really angry, everyone was nervous to death. Hua was also woken up by the scolding. His position was much lower than Wang Jun's. "Director Wang, how could I dare to question your words? I'll shut my mouth right now." Hua started to give in, but Wang Jun's attitude towards him was still cold. After glaring at Hua, Wang Jun immediately changed his attitude to one of respect. He looked at Qin Feng and Liu Qin. "We were talking nicely just now, but Hua interrupted us. Now, let me introduce everyone. General Manager Li of the Sales Department has been promoted to the Director of the Group's Administrative Department." Whoosh! Wang Jun's news came too suddenly. The employees below him couldn't stay calm. A small general manager of the sales department was directly promoted to the director of the administrative department? This was simply a legendary story of an otaku turning into a Ms. Perfect. Didn't this only happen on television? How could it happen in real life? Director Wang, are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? What the fuck is this? Hua had just calmed down, but now he was on the verge of collapse again. He didn't understand Wang Jun today. He actually fired him and Huidong and made Liu Qin the director of the administrative department? In reality, before Royal Group was taken back by Qin Feng, although Wang Jun held a high position in the company, he almost never interfered with the matters of the upper management. He even turned a blind eye to Hua bending the law to force his nephew, Huidong, into the company. Of course, aside from Huidong and Hua, there were many employees who entered the company through the back door. Wang Jun didn't care about them. It wasn't that he didn't want to be responsible, but he didn't dare to interfere. He was deeply afraid that if his performance in the company was too strong, he would be fired by the previous bosses behind the scenes. That would go against Wang Jun's original intentions. Now, things were different. Qin Feng had returned, and the royal group had once again fallen into the hands of the Acropolis City's Qin family. Wang Jun was Qin Huang's trusted aide, so he naturally had to work with Qin Feng to crack down on the corruption that had recently appeared in the royal group. Hua, didn't you hear what I said earlier? You and Huidong have been fired by the company, so you no longer have the right to speak here. You'd better shut up. Don't piss me off. Wang Jun had long disliked Hua, and now he glared at him coldly. Hua was truly frightened. For a moment, he couldn't understand Wang Jun's intentions. Hua could only keep his mouth shut and continue to watch the situation unfold. Wang Jun's sudden aggressiveness caused everyone to hold their breaths. At this moment, everyone was sitting cautiously in their seats, not daring to move a muscle. They were deeply afraid of accidentally provoking Wang Jun, and if that happened, they would be the next one to be fired. General Manager Li's promotion to Director of the Administrative Department was unanimously approved after careful consideration and strict investigation by our upper management department. General Manager Li works hard in the sales department, is diligent and motivated, and wholeheartedly works for the Royal Group. Our group needs talents like General Manager Li. Everyone can learn from General Manager Li. And in the future, you will also have the opportunity to skip ranks and be promoted like her. Wang Jun's words made everyone excited. It turned out that every employee had the opportunity to skip ranks and be promoted. This way, everyone was filled with confidence in the royal group. It was a fact that Liu Qin had become the director of the administrative department. However, Huidong and Hua still couldn't accept this fact. The situation shouldn't have developed this way. They even planned to promote themselves to the administrative department and wield great power. They should have fired Liu Qin directly, but that wasn't the case at all. However, at this time, an even more shocking news came. Wang Jun suddenly said in an incomparably solemn tone, "Now, let's welcome the new CEO of the Royal Group to his seat." As soon as Wang Jun finished speaking, he took the lead and stood up to applaud. The others also stood up in a daze, as if they were still in a daze. Everyone's gaze turned to the door of the conference room in unison. They wondered if the new CEO had finished his work and suddenly returned. However, after looking for a long time, there was no one at the door. Instead, Liu Qin suddenly held Qin Feng's arm and walked to the empty seat at the head of the table. After arriving at the head of the table, Qin Feng elegantly sat down. Liu Qin stood behind Qin Feng and massaged his shoulders and back. Everyone's eyes widened, and their jaws dropped to the floor. He's the new CEO. No wonder Director Wang is so protective of him. So that's why Hedong and Hua just wanted to suppress Li Yuqin. Aren't they seeking death? Li Yuqin is obviously the new CEO's woman. The new CEO is so young, tall, handsome, and rich. I wonder if he needs a mistress. Everyone couldn't accept the fact that Qin Feng was the new CEO, so they started to chatter. Hedong and Hua, on the other hand, stared at Qin Feng as if their own father had died. At this moment, they all understood and regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. This was especially true for Hedong. When he thought about how he acted pretentiously in front of Qin Feng and how he said he would take Qin Feng in as his follower and promote him in the future, Hedong wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. Ahem! Everyone, please quiet down, Qin Feng suddenly said. In the next second, the noisy conference room became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. I've given Director Wang full authority to manage the Royal Group's personnel change meeting. Now that Director Wang and the company's senior management team have agreed on the transfer plan, he will continue to announce everyone's transfer status. Qin Feng gave Wang Jun a look, and Wang Jun immediately picked up the announcement list and continued to read it. This time, the personnel change in Royal Group was huge. 6 people were directly kicked out of the senior management team, and 5 of them were demoted to the lower departments. The other departments had even more drastic changes. Some people were promoted, while others were demoted or fired. When the list of personnel transfers was read to the end, people with discerning eyes could already see the situation. This time, the transfer of personnel was very fair and reasonable. Most of those who had previously come in through relatives and connections had resigned, while those who were usually diligent had also received a large promotion. This time, the list of personnel transfers has been announced. Those whose names are not read out will have their positions temporarily unchanged. I'm sure everyone can see that our new CEO adheres to the principle of fair treatment. As long as you're willing to work hard and wholeheartedly create value for the company, you'll be promoted. As for those who just eat and drink, they'll all be eliminated. So, everyone, keep working hard in the future. I hope that in the next personnel meeting, you'll all be able to climb to the positions you want. Qin Feng had already achieved the results he had hoped for with this HR change meeting. He had specifically used Hedong and Hua as examples of parasites and fired them. He had also used Li Yuqin as a role model and promoted her 3 ranks in a row to motivate the employees. The personnel change meeting was over, and employees left one after another. Some of their expressions were dejected, while others were pleasantly surprised. Young Master Qin, what should we do with these 2 people? After everyone left, Hedong and Hua still hadn't left. At this time, the 2 of them directly knelt in front of Qin Feng and continuously tried to curry favor with him. Chairman Qin, please spare us this time. We don't want to leave. We've developed deep feelings for Royal Group, and we've long treated this place as our home. How could you bear to let us be homeless? As long as Chairman Qin is willing to spare us this time, we swear that in the future, we'll do our best to serve Royal Group. Qin Feng looked at the 2 of them kneeling in front of his shoes like lapdogs. He turned his head and said to Li Yuqin, "What do you think?" Li Yuqin raised her eyebrows. She detested Hedong, but seeing that Qin Feng had asked her, Li Yuqin said with some dissatisfaction, "If you want to let them go, then let them go. After all, I'm your subordinate, so what I say doesn't matter." Qin Feng used his index finger to poke Li Yuqin's head and said, "What are you thinking? These kinds of people dared to humiliate you, so how could I let them go? I'm asking you, do you want to slap that Hedong a few more times? If not, I'll have people throw them out." I won't slap them anymore. Li Yuqin suddenly came to her senses, and her depressed mood instantly improved. Hedong let out a sigh of relief. Then he saw Li Yuqin bouncing to his side. She fiercely stomped on Hedong's body with her sharp high heels. "My hand hurts from slapping you." I'll just stomp a few times and it'll be fine. Li Yuqin stomped on him merrily, and Huidong wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf in pain. Howard shrank to the side and watched. He felt that it was frightening, but he didn't dare to go up and stop them. Chin, it's about time. You're going to stomp this person to death. Feng saw that Huidong's eyes were rolling back from being stomped on, so he stopped Li Yuqin. I was too excited just now and didn't notice. How come he's frothing at the mouth? Li Yuqin jumped in fright when she saw Huidong's miserable appearance. I can only say that you're too fat. You should lose weight. Feng didn't even look at Huidong. He pulled Li Yuqin and left. Director Wang, I'll leave the rest to you. Li Yuqin walked out of the office with Feng in a huff. She complained to Feng along the way. Are you blind? How am I fat? Look at my waist. There's not a single bit of fat. Really? Then pull up your shirt and let me see if you really don't have any fat. Feng said seriously. Li Yuqin pulled up the corner of her shirt that was tucked into her half-skirt. Then she lifted the corner and revealed her flat little belly. Her belly button was exquisite and sexy, and Feng's eyes shone when he saw it. See, there's not a single bit of fat. If you dare to call me fat in the future, be careful that I step on you too. Li Yuqin glared at Feng with a smug expression. Feng immediately reached out and touched Li Yuqin's belly. Huh? There really isn't any fat. Chin, your skin is so good. Of course, I take care of my skin. Li Yuqin giggled happily after being praised by Feng. Halfway through her giggling, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. She immediately slapped Feng's hand away and quickly tucked the corner of her shirt back into her half-skirt. Ah! You pervert! Where are you putting your hand? I just want to see if you don't have any fat down there. Feng laughed evilly. Chapter 497. Feng, why did you bring me to the Royal Hotel? You don't tell me you want to get a room with me? Li Yuqin looked at the imposing Royal Hotel and maintained a safe distance from Feng with a vigilant expression. Feng curled his lips and said disdainfully, What are you thinking, you damned girl? It's enough for you to become a Ms. Perfect and sit in the position of the Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Group. Do you really want to have a relationship with me and marry into a rich family? Even if you beg me, I still have to think about it. Li Yuqin was so angry that her large chest heaved up and down. She glared at Feng and yelled, Go die! You make it seem like I like you. Even if you gave me all of the Qin Manor's assets, I still wouldn't marry you. The two were like a pair of quarrelsome lovers. From the moment they walked out of the royal group's doors, they argued until now. Feng stared at Li Yuqin's slender and beautiful legs wrapped in black silk and said casually, Stop dreaming. I won't give you the Qin Manor's assets. I already said I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me for free. Li Yuqin's angry appearance was cold and cute. Many passers-by couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. I already said I wouldn't give it to you. Why are you still daydreaming? Feng curled his lips. Li Yuqin was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She found that Feng was still as shameless and vulgar as before. This person was completely unreasonable and inverted right and wrong. Li Yuqin was too lazy to argue with him. That's more like it. First, obediently be your administrative director. If you perform well, I can consider adding you to my harem queue. When this young master is in a good mood, I'll flip your cards. You. Li Yuqin glared angrily, but couldn't say a word for a while. Feng saw Li Yuqin's deflated appearance and felt indescribably happy. He went up and rubbed Li Yuqin's head. He suddenly said seriously, Go up, find a woman called by Qing, and promote her to be the vice president of the Royal Hotel. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Wait for me to come back and find you guys. Feng left as soon as he said he would. When Li Yuqin came back to her senses, she found that Qin Feng had already disappeared. She remembered that Qin Feng had told her to take care of official business, but she had misunderstood him. Li Yuchen's face instantly became red, and she shyly walked into the royal hotel. Under the night sky, the Acropolis city was a scene of debauchery and debauchery. It was the time for everyone to tear off their masks and reveal their true selves. Qin Feng had the head of a wolf and the body of a human. His red cloak fluttered in the wind as he stood at the top of a large tree, overlooking the nearby Sima family residence. "Hey, big brother Qin." Qin Feng took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, a familiar voice came from the other side. "Yunza, how are things on your side?" "Big brother Qin, don't worry. I'm already standing guard outside the Feng family's old mansion. Your friend is also here. He's right beside me. We're waiting for your orders at any time," Yunze said respectfully. Ever since Qin Feng gave Yunze the blood qi pill last night and helped him break through to stage 4 inner qi, Yunze was extremely grateful to Qin Feng. He respected Qin Feng as if he was his own brother. Not long ago, Yunze received a call from Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave him a mission to guard near the Feng family and attack the Feng family tonight. With Yunze's current strength, he was still a little lacking in taking down the Feng family. Thus, Qin Feng sent him a helper, and this helper was an expert like the sword god Shimin Chui Shui. Qin Feng set up a grand scheme to confuse Xiao 11 Lang, and this exciting battle was about to begin tonight. "All right, wait for my news." Qin Feng hung up the call with Yunze and then called Zhang Hui. "Io, Ancestor Qin, what orders do you have?" Zhang Hui had been hit by Qin Feng's 5-poison needle, so he really treated Qin Feng like an ancestor. After all, his life was in Qin Feng's hands. "Little Hui, Z, are there any movements on your side?" Qin Feng asked indifferently. "Ancestor Qin, I was just about to report to you, but I didn't expect you to call me first. Not long ago, my grandfather sent many experts from the Zhang family to guard the Sima family's old residence. According to my inquiries, the Feng family's old man also sent people over. Ancestor Qin, the Sima family is heavily guarded tonight. You must not go over." Zhang Hui looked like he cared a lot about Qin Feng, but Qin Feng knew very well that Zhang Hui cared about his life. If he died, who would cure him? "I don't need you to teach me what to do. You just need to do as I say." Qin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold, and Zhang Hui was so scared that he peed his pants. Yes, Ancestor Qin is right. If you have any arrangements, just tell me. I will definitely do as you say. Seeing that Zhang Hui was as timid as a mouse and did not dare to betray him, Qin Feng said, "In a while, I will bring people to attack the Feng family. Your Zhang family members better not get involved. Even if the person behind the scenes orders you to go to the Feng family to support them, you can just bring a few people to put on an act. If you really dare to make a move, then I won't let you live." All right. Ancestor Qin, don't worry. Even if you lend our Zhang family 10 guts, we won't dare to go against you." Zhang Hui had witnessed Qin Feng's valiant skills at the royal clubhouse, so how would he dare to fight with Qin Feng? He couldn't wait for the Zhang family to hide far away from Qin Feng in the future. After hanging up on Qin Feng, Zhang Hui immediately went to make arrangements. Qin Feng stood at the top of a tree. The surroundings of the Sima family's old residence were shrouded in the darkness of the night, and nothing unusual could be seen. Qin Feng bought a talisman of clairvoyance from the system and activated the incantation for the talisman of clairvoyance. The scene before Qin Feng's eyes changed drastically. In the dark corners outside the old residence, behind the buildings, and under various concealments that could be used to hide, black-clothed people were all hiding. There were more than 30 of them. Although the number of people was not a lot, they were all martial artists with different strengths. This kind of martial artist team was still very destructive. "Xiao 11th Lang, it seems like you have a lot of hatred for me. I want to see who exactly are you." An evil smile flashed across Qin Feng's face. He swiped his phone a few times and sent a message to Yunzhe, "Begin the operation." In an unremarkable rental house outside the Sima family's old residence in Acropolis City, two figures stood in front of the window. They could see the entire Sima family from there. "Young master, the troops have been arranged. Now the Sima family has been surrounded by our people. If Qin Feng dares to come tonight, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings." The man who spoke wore a black cloak that covered his face, and his voice was a little old. "If Qinglang is Qin Feng, then he will definitely come tonight," said the black-clothed man who stood in front of the window with binoculars. From his voice, he sounded like a youth. "Young master, Qinglang clearly said he would take action tomorrow night. Why did young master arrange such a large force tonight?" The elder was a little puzzled. "Uncle Yen, you and I have fought with Qin Feng a few times. He is cunning and does not play by the rules. If Qinglang is Qin Feng, then he said he would take action tomorrow to deceive people. Taking action one day earlier is more like Qin Feng's character." The young man smiled warmly as if he really understood Qin Feng. "So that's how it is. If young master says so, then it is indeed possible." Uncle Yen had a look of sudden realization. "Young master, there's a call for you." At this moment, Uncle Fu's phone rang, and he immediately gave it to the youth. The youth looked at the displayed number on the phone and raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" "Master, it's bad, it's bad. Qin Feng is here." Zhang Hui's urgent voice came from the phone. The youth frowned. "Qin Feng? Where is he? He just killed his way to the Feng family. I think Feng Xing and I offended Qin Feng last night, so he is vicious and merciless. Tonight, he took advantage of the night to kill the Feng family. Both sides have already started fighting." The youth already knew about Qin Feng appearing in Acropolis City last night and killing Feng Xing and his bodyguard. This was what Zhang Hui told the youth according to Qin Feng's words. It was because of this information that the youth suddenly changed his mind and came to the Sima family's heavily guarded area tonight. The youth had a premonition that Qinglang was Qin Feng. He originally thought that everything was under his control and that he could completely eliminate Qin Feng tonight. However, Zhang Hui's sudden call destroyed all of the youth's thoughts and plans. Qin Feng went to the Feng family to start a massacre? Was he really going to come tomorrow night to exterminate the Sima family? This wasn't Qin Feng's style. Very quickly, the youth calmed down. His eyes flashed with a white light as he asked in a deep voice, "Where's your Zhang family's patriarch? Why didn't he call me to report this matter?" Zhang, who didn't expect the person behind the scenes to be so cautious. His heart skipped a beat, but he still hurriedly said, "Master, our Zhang family and Feng family have already formed an alliance, and we have always advanced and retreated together. This time, the Feng family has encountered such a great disaster, and elite guards of our two great families have all been dispatched to the Sima family's side. My grandfather hurriedly brought the rest of the family to the Feng family to support them. I'm calling you because I want to ask you to help us take down that little thief Qin Feng." Zhang Hui's tone was hurried, and he pretended to be serious. In reality, he still didn't understand Qin Feng's intentions. It was fine if he went to kill the Feng family, but why did he have to reveal his whereabouts to the person behind the scenes? However, Zhang Hui didn't care so much. He just had to obediently follow Qin Feng's orders. The youth was silent for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Stop Qin Feng for me. Don't let him escape. I'll bring people over now." After the phone hung up, Uncle Yen asked impatiently, "Young master, what happened?" "Fuck, I miscalculated. Qin Feng has already appeared. Immediately bring people to the Feng family. We must capture Qin Feng tonight." The youth waved his hand and took the lead to run downstairs. Uncle Yen was stunned. He didn't expect the young master to be tricked by Qin Feng. Chapter 498. Qin Feng stood at the top of the tree, paying attention to his surroundings. After waiting for a while, he discovered that the martial artists who were hiding in the shadows and behind the buildings were quickly retreating. In just a few seconds, all of them had left. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he watched the people running in the dark. He saw two familiar figures at the forefront of the crowd. Both of them were wrapped in black robes and had black hats on their heads, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. However, Qin Feng recognized them immediately. They were the two people who had suddenly appeared in the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago. Qin Feng could conclude that Xiao 11 was indeed the black-clothed man who had appeared in the Amethyst Dragon Palace. However, Qin Feng didn't chase after him. Putting aside the fact that he had brought more than 30 martial artists with him, the black-cloaked elder alone was a stage 8 inner chi expert. Since Shimin Chueshua wasn't by Qin Feng's side, Qin Feng wasn't stupid enough to throw his life away. Since he had seen through Xiao 11, Qin Feng planned to start with the Martial Art Alliance and find out Xiao 11's true identity. Under the night sky, Qin Feng leaped into the air. His body was as agile as a swallow, and in a few breaths he landed in the Sima family's old residence. "Who is it? Who is standing there? Tell us your name, or else we won't be polite." Qin Feng had just landed when the 4 patrolling guards noticed him and shouted at him. When the 4 of them saw Qin Feng wearing a wolf mask in the middle of the night to scare people, they were shocked. Now they were suppressing a bellyful of anger. Qin Feng swaggered toward the Sima family's main residence as if he didn't see the 4 guards. The 4 guards' faces darkened, and they immediately pounced on him. "Brat, why are you wearing a werewolf mask in the middle of the night and pretending to be a ghost? Do you think I'm scared? You idiot! How dare you trespass on the Sima family's sacred ground? You deserve to die." The guard who rushed toward Qin Feng waved his fist and scolded him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng raised his hand and a white light flashed. The guard's head flew into the air, and his blood splattered all over the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 people stopped abruptly. They looked at Qin Feng with fear as if they had seen a ghost. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. They didn't even see how Qin Feng attacked, and their companion was already dead. "You, who exactly are you? Are you a human or a ghost?" The remaining guards were so frightened that they didn't dare to approach Qin Feng. A wolf-headed man suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. Not only did he have a frightening appearance, but he also had strange skills. It was too terrifying. "Tonight is the doomsday of the Sima family. I'm here to exterminate your family. If you don't want to die, get lost." Qin Feng was now a stage 4 inner chi expert, so his body was filled with inner chi. He used his inner chi to transmit his voice. His voice was loud and clear, and it spread in all directions. The 3 guards were all stage 1 inner chi martial artists. How could they withstand Qin Feng's berserk aura? They were suffocated by Qin Feng's aura and quickly hid in a corner. They wanted to see how the situation would develop before doing anything else. Qin Feng didn't care about the 3 of them and kicked the main residence's door. With a loud bang, the 2 solid metal doors, which weighed at least 400 kilograms, flew out like a kite with a broken string. Rumble! The solid iron gate smashed into the wall, and a portion of it sank in. Another loud bang rang out, causing the old main residence to shake slightly. The 2 loud noises were so loud that the lights in the Sima family's courtyard were lit up one after another. Many family members ran into the courtyard, and the courtyard instantly became a noisy and chaotic scene. What's going on? What happened? What the fuck? Who's not sleeping in the middle of the night? Why is he practicing martial arts in the courtyard? Fuck! What the hell is that? Why is he wearing a wolf-headed mask? Is he pretending to be a ghost in the middle of the night? I'm scared to death. The members of the Sima family quickly rushed to the big courtyard. The originally empty courtyard was now surrounded by people. These people chattered for a long time, but no one understood what was going on. They only realized that a strange, wolf-headed man had suddenly appeared in the old mansion. "The elder is here. Everyone move aside!" A low roar sounded. The people who were watching the commotion immediately quieted down and opened up a small path. The elder of the Sima family, Sima Gaofeng, walked out from the crowd. Behind him were his 3 sons. One of them was Sima Tu's father, Sima Haoran. What just happened? Why was there such a big commotion? Sima Gaofeng stood in front of the crowd and swept his cold gaze over them. Someone stood out and pointed at Qin Feng. "Elder, I don't know where this stinking brat came from, but he's playing tricks in the middle of the night. I think the commotion just now was caused by him." Sima Gaofeng and his 3 sons' gazes simultaneously fell on Qin Feng. The old man was getting on in years. When he suddenly saw Qin Feng, this wolf-headed monster, he was so scared that his body visibly trembled, and he almost had a heart attack. "Ayaya, what the fuck is this? You almost scared me to death. Who the fuck let you in? Do you know where this place is? This is the Sima family's territory. You brat, do you want to die?" The 3rd son, Sima Jun, was only 25 or 26 years old. Normally, he relied on his family's power to bully others and tyrannize women. At this age, he was still as crazy as a child. At this time, he was also shocked by Qin Feng's appearance. He didn't cover it up like the elder and his 2 brothers. Instead, he yelled out loud. Sima Gaofeng was extremely angry. He fiercely glared at his 3rd son. "Shut up. As a member of the Sima family, you're so scared of such a small thing. Don't you feel ashamed? Dad, you seem to be scared too. I saw your legs tremble a few times, and you almost fell." The 3rd son looked at the elder with a deadpan expression. However, what greeted him was an angry slap from the elder. "Evil creature, you evil creature, shut up. Dad, are you blind from old age? Why did you hit me? That guy is over there." The 3rd son was slapped for no reason, so he was so angry that he couldn't stop yelling. Sima Gaofeng almost fainted from anger. Sima Haoran glared at his 3rd brother. "3rd brother, don't talk." In the Sima family, Sima too was the strongest among the younger generation. At such a young age, he stepped into the realm of stage for inner chi. However, Sima too was dead, and the strongest among the younger generation was only stage 2 inner chi. In Sima Haoran's generation, he was the strongest. Now he was already a stage 6 inner chi martial artist. Sima Jun dared to talk back to the elder, but he didn't dare to argue with his big brother. Otherwise, his big brother would kill him with one slap. "Stinking brat, who are you? Hurry up and take off the mask on your face, and I'll leave your corpse intact." Sima Haoran glared at Qin Feng with a condescending attitude. It was obvious that he didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes. "Sima Haoran, how long has it been since we last met? Don't you recognize me? Back then, you ordered your son to unite the entire Sima family to deal with my family. You guys are very treacherous." Qin Feng's voice carried a trace of murderous intent when he saw the main character had come out. "You know me? Who are you? I won't allow you to mention my son." Sima Haoran's expression changed drastically. His entire face became sinister. Sima Tu's sudden death was a huge blow to him. Whenever someone mentioned Sima Tu, Sima Haoran's emotions would go out of control. "Who I am is not important anymore. What's important is that I'm going to annihilate your Sima family tonight. I'll let you taste the feeling of being annihilated." Qin Feng didn't waste any more words. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light shot out. Sima Haoran was filled with anger. He strode forward and grabbed Qin Feng's neck. "What a joke! You think you can annihilate my Sima family? You're delusional." "Puchi!" The sound of skin and bones being cut rang out. Sima Haoran had just arrived by Qin Feng's side when his expression greatly changed. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared in shock at his right arm that had been sent flying. That was the arm he had used to capture Qin Feng. How did it suddenly disappear? Sima Haoran didn't even see how Qin Feng made his move. He was extremely shocked. Could it be that Qin Feng could condense qi to kill? That's the realm of half-step cultivation. Wah! Big brother, your arm flew out. Everyone in the Sima family was stunned when they saw this scene. Only Sima Jun was shouting excitedly and curiously. Halfway through his shouting, Sima Jun raised his voice by a decibel and shouted, "Dad, what's wrong with you? Why did you faint just like that? I've already told you that you're old. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. Believe me now." The second son, Sima Di, was in no mood to pay attention to Sima Jun and the elder who had fainted. He was also shocked when he saw his big brother's arm was cut off by the wolf-headed man. From Sima Di's point of view, Qin Feng didn't even use any spiritual weapon. He could condense inner qi out of thin air and injure people from a distance. This was something only an inner qi master could do. Sima Di shook his head and cast these unrealistic thoughts aside. How many half-step cultivation experts were there in China? Rumor had it that in the secular world, only the 9 dragons and 5 tigers had unfathomable strength. Among them, the 9 dragons seemed to have stepped into the half-step cultivation realm. However, this was just a rumor. No one knew if it was true or not. The wolf-headed man in front of him sounded like a young man. Sima Di didn't believe that he was a half-step cultivation expert. Sima Di didn't care and rushed to help his big brother. "What the fuck are you guys standing there for? Go and catch this stinking brat. I want him alive." Sima Di was a stage for inner chi expert. He was considered an expert in Acropolis City. He leaped and arrived in front of Qin Feng. Suddenly, a silver flexible sword appeared in his hand and he swung it at Qin Feng's face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The silver flexible sword was like a dancing silver snake. Qin Feng had just released a wind blade and was preparing for the second one. Seeing that the flexible sword was about to wrap around his head, Qin Feng waved his hand and an orange whip descended from the sky and tangled with the silver flexible sword. Crackle! The spirit snake whip was unstoppable. It pulled the flexible sword out of Sima Di's hand. Sima Di's expression changed drastically when the flexible sword left his hand. He hurriedly struck Qin Feng's chest with his palm. Qin Feng held the whip in his left hand and punched with his right fist. The air around him whistled. The combination of the winter iron glove and thunder tiger fist sent Sima Di flying like a ferocious tiger. Uffed! Sima Di spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and fainted on the ground. Qin Feng stood at the same spot. A footprint was left on the ground under his feet. Apart from that, he wasn't injured at all. Kill! Let's kill this brat together. How dare you cause trouble in the Sima family's mansion in the middle of the night? Do you want to die? You think you're a werewolf just because you wear a wolf mask? You idiot! The members of the Sima family rushed at Qin Feng. Some of them had weapons in their hands, and some were barehanded. Qin Feng was immediately surrounded by a dense mass of people. There were at least 50 to 60 of them. Crackle! Qin Feng leaped into the air and swung the spirit snake whip. With a single lash, the people below him fell to the ground. Today is the doomsday of the Sima family. I'm here to exterminate your family. If you're not a member of the Sima family, get out of here. If you don't want to die, you can stay here. Qin Feng's cold voice echoed in the air as the long whip fell. Chapter 499. Qin Feng's strength was so powerful that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Less than half of these people were relatives of the Sima family, but the other half were guards, bodyguards, and handymen hired by the Sima family. Qin Feng had made it clear that he was here to exterminate the Sima family. It was obvious that the powerful person that the Sima family had offended had returned to seek revenge. Why would those who weren't relatives of the Sima family become the sacrificial lamb in this family war? Whoosh! 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 The quiet courtyard was suddenly filled with the sound of wind. Streaks of white light flashed past like dazzling meteors. However, The white light was not only beautiful, but it also contained a strong killing intent. In an instant, more than 10 Sima family members fell to the ground. Some of them had broken arms, some lost legs, and some even lost their heads. Hiss! Qin Feng's overbearing strength completely shocked everyone. Whether it was the Sima family members or the guards hired by the Sima family, they all feared Qin Feng from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Feng's skills were so valiant that it was hard to fathom. No one saw how he attacked, but the courtyard had already turned into a bloody hell. I'll say it for the last time. Tonight, I'm here to exterminate the Sima family. You're not a member of the Sima family. Get out of here. Qin Feng's demonic voice resounded in the night sky. The guards and servants who were hesitant just a moment ago immediately broke into a run without thinking. That was definitely the posture and speed of escaping for their lives. After the first person ran away, more and more people ran away. The courtyard was instantly plunged into chaos. There were sounds of people begging for mercy and angry curses from the Sima family. Qin Feng didn't seem to see or hear them as he patiently waited for everyone to run for their lives. Soon, the courtyard regained its peace. This time, the originally dense crowd became few and far between. At a glance, there were only about 20 people left. You're Qin Feng? You must be Qin Feng. I know that orange-grade spirit whip and orange-grade boxing gloves you wore just now belong to Qin Feng. While everyone was running for their lives, Sima Haoren was secretly healing his injuries. At this moment, his broken arm had already stopped bleeding. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like losing an arm was not a big deal. So what if you know I'm Qin Feng? It's still death. When Qin Feng used the spirit snake whip and the winter iron gloves, he thought that the Sima family members might be able to see through his identity. However, Qin Feng didn't care because dead people wouldn't reveal any information. Qin Feng didn't waste any words. He suddenly raised his hand and a white light shot toward Sima Haoren's head. Clang! An ear-piercing collision sound rang out. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Sima Haoren took out a crescent moon blade out of nowhere. The large blade swept horizontally and directly blocked the wind blade. Qin Feng, how dare you kill my son? Today, I'll take your life as a sacrifice to his soul in heaven. After Sima Haoren guessed Qin Feng's identity, his entire appearance changed. His eyes were completely red, and his expression was sinister. He was almost as scary as Qin Feng's wolf mask. Clang! The 2-meter-long azure dragon saber came down from above Qin Feng's head. The body of the saber flickered with an orange glow, and spiritual qi flowed through it. It was actually an orange-grade spiritual equipment. Sima Haoren was a stage 6 inner qi martial artist. With the help of an orange-grade spiritual weapon, his strength was not to be underestimated. Qin Feng waved his hand and quickly took out the spear of rat halos. He swung it through the air and stabbed the crescent moon blade. Qin Feng didn't gain the upper hand in the head-on collision. Even though he had drunk the strength potion, his current stage for inner qi strength could only burst forth with the force of a stage 6 inner qi. He was on par with Sima Haoren. Both of them retreated 3 steps. Qin Feng slightly raised his brows, while Sima Haoren laughed complacently. Ha ha ha! I thought you had a lot of ability, didn't you? You're just a sham. Your true strength is only at stage 4 inner qi. You want to destroy the Sima family with a rookie like you? What a joke! Big brother, let's not waste time with him. Let's kill this brat together. Sima Di wasn't afraid of Qin Feng after he knew Qin Feng's true strength. Sima Di leaped into the air with a flexible sword in his hand and stabbed at Qin Feng. Sima Haoren followed closely behind his younger brother with the crescent moon blade in one hand. He looked unstoppable. Hiss! Sima Di, who was the first to charge forward, suddenly sped up. It was as if he had a liquid nitrogen accelerator installed on his body. constantly accelerating. The soft sword in his hand swayed in the air like a silver water snake, swaying back and forth. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Sima Di's sudden increase in speed surprised Qin Feng. In fact, Sima Di was only a stage for inner Qi martial artist. Even if he sped up, he wouldn't be fast in Qin Feng's eyes. However, the way he sped up was a little strange. It was similar to Qin Feng's sudden burst of speed after he released the sacred azure battle armor. However, Sima Di wasn't wearing any spiritual armor, which was unbelievable. "Brat, you're dead meat." Sima Di was very confident in his sudden increase in speed. When he saw Qin Feng suddenly lost his focus, he seized this opportunity to take Qin Feng down. Qin Feng quickly regained his senses and put away the sacred azure battle armor. The 250 kilograms weight disappeared from his body, and Qin Feng instantly felt light as if he was about to fly. He leaned to the side and nimbly dodged the silver serpent flexible sword. Then he slammed his palm on Sima Di's chest. Bang! This palm contained powerful inner chi. Sima Di fell to the ground and couldn't get up. On the other hand, Qin Feng used the counterforce to leap into the air and dodged Sima Haoren's attack. In the air, Qin Feng's wolf head was ferocious. The red battle robe on his shoulders fluttered in the wind. He raised his hand and casually swung the spear of rat halos. 3 fireballs suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! The fireballs were like meteors, directly smashing into Sima Di's body. Sima Di was lying on the ground injured, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Seeing the 3 fireballs flying towards him, his eyes widened in fear, and his face was filled with terror, but there was nothing he could do. Sizzle! The fireballs landed on Sima Di's body and quickly burned. Before Sima Di could regain his senses, his entire body was on fire. His screams immediately echoed in the surroundings. The scorching heat of the flames made Sima Di roll back and forth on the ground in pain. He wanted to extinguish the fire, but it grew stronger. "Big brother, water! Quickly find water to extinguish the fire. Ah, I am going to be burned to death." Sima Di's heart-wrenching screams made Sima Haoren recover from the shock and quickly ran to find water. "Don't waste your energy. Take care of yourself first." When Qin Feng saw this, he raised his hand and sent another 3 fireballs down. Before Sima Haoren could run far, he was surrounded by fireballs. Fortunately, he swung his crescent blade in time and deflected one of the fireballs. Otherwise, he wouldn't be burned like Sima Di. "Stinking brat, you are actually a rank 4 devil cultivator, but this is useless." If an ordinary martial artist saw Qin Feng could shoot out fireballs, they would be scared half to death. However, after a short moment of surprise, Sima Haoren raised his crescent blade and slashed at Qin Feng. The crescent blade was getting closer and closer to Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt the surrounding temperature was rapidly freezing. The blade flower in his eyes quickly turned into ice flowers and covered Qin Feng's body. Damn, this Sima clan member is also a devil cultivator? As a devil cultivator, he actually used the name of a righteous, martial cultivator to establish a clan here. He is simply shameless. While Qin Feng was shocked, he had already activated the sacred azure battle armor's hyper-intuition. Sima Haoren was actually a rank 6 devil cultivator. This was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. Sima Haoren was even more ferocious than the rank 4 devil cultivator that Qin Feng killed in the capital's Ghost Mountain. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Swish! After activating hyper-intuition, Qin Feng's sensitivity increased by 10 times in half an hour. He leaped lightly and instantly appeared more than 10 meters away. The place where he was previously standing was immediately covered with a layer of ice wall. What? How can this be? Why is your speed so fast all of a sudden? Sima Haoren's expression changed greatly. He had used all of his strength in that slash just now. He even released the ice attribute of a devil cultivator that he had been hiding for a long time. He thought he could freeze Qin Feng and capture him alive. He didn't expect Qin Feng to dodge it so easily. Humph. You hid your strength, but you don't allow others to hide their strength? Qin Feng's expression was cold. He almost died just now. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless anymore. He lightly tapped his feet and instantly turned into an afterimage. He held the spear of rat halos in his hand and stabbed towards Sima Haoren's heart. Clang! Clang! The spear fell and directly pierced through Sima Haoren's heart. Sima Haoren was in a daze just now. When he regained his senses, Qin Feng had already appeared in front of him. Sima Haoren tried his best to protect his body with demonic energy, but he didn't expect Qin Feng's spear to bring along a ball of flame. The ball of flame directly broke Sima Haoren's ice devil energy, and Qin Feng easily pierced through his heart. How is this possible? Pucci! Qin Feng pulled out the spear of rat halos. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Sima Haoren's eyes were wide open in anger as he fell to the ground. Sima Haoren died, but there were still flames burning on Sima Di's body. What surprised Qin Feng was that not only did the flames not extinguish, they burned even more fiercely. At this moment, Sima Di was burnt to a crisp, and he didn't even have the consciousness to struggle. Actually, the Sima family was a demonic cultivator family hidden in the secular world. They normally hid their demonic cultivation abilities and used the name of a righteous sect to establish a foothold in the secular world. Sima Haoren's demonic cultivation attribute was ice, which was similar to Huayan's. Sima Di's demonic cultivation attribute was wind. Once his demonic energy turned into wind, it could instantly increase Sima Di's speed. This was also the reason why Sima Di's final attack had suddenly increased his speed. After Sima Di was burned by the flames, he couldn't help but release his demonic energy and turn it into wind. A gale blew in all directions, but not only did it not extinguish the flames, it instead made them burn even more fiercely. This was why Sima Di was burned alive. Chapter 500. With the deaths of Sima Haonan and Sima Di, the Sima family clearly had no one left who could resist Qin Feng. The disciples of the Sima family were lying in a pool of blood. They looked at Qin Feng in terror, as if they were looking at a demon that had crawled out of hell. Qin Feng would never show mercy to his enemies. If you let them go today, your enemies will come and kill your family and women in the future. Qin Feng waved his hand, and white light flickered in the air. All the disciples of the Sima family were hit by the wind blades and died instantly. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the blood flowing like a river in the courtyard. He put away the spear of rat halos and the winter iron gloves and walked to Sima Haoren's corpse. Qin Feng was interested in the orange-grayed crescent blade that Sima Haoren used. He still remembered when he went to the Martial Artist Alliance's base in the provincial capital with Lu Jie. At that time, Lu Jie was interested in a crescent blade that wasn't even a white-grayed crescent blade. Qin Feng wondered if Lu Jie would faint from joy if he gifted the orange-grayed crescent moon blade to him. Die, Qin Feng, you little brat! As soon as Qin Feng bent down, he felt a chill behind him. Then, the shadow of a staff came at him. Qin Feng didn't have the chance to dodge and was sent flying. Uft! Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The staff had a force of 800 pounds. If Qin Feng didn't have the sacred azure battle armor, he would have been killed by the staff. Huh, you're not dead? How is that possible? Sima Gaofeng was waiting to collect Qin Feng's corpse after the staff hit him. However, he discovered that Qin Feng was still alive, and even though he was severely injured and couldn't move. The staff hit was from the elder of the Sima family, Sima Gaofeng. He was a stage 7 demon cultivator and the most powerful member of the Sima family in Acropolis City. However, Sima Gaofeng always hid his strength. Even his third son didn't know about it. Otherwise, Sima Jun wouldn't dare to talk back to the elder. Master, you've suffered serious internal injuries. I suggest you buy a bottle of inner yuan pills to heal your body. Little Pig's anxious voice sounded. Even the lazy little pig was anxious. It seemed that Qin Feng's injuries were really serious. Can I take the blood qi pill? Qin Feng asked inwardly. Inner vitality pills were sold for 2,000 hedonist points each, and Qin Feng had 8 blood qi pills on him. If he could, he would definitely want to eat blood qi pills. That's fine too. If these 2 pills are used to treat illnesses, there's no difference in their effects. After getting Little Pig's confirmation, Qin Feng immediately took out a blood qi pill and swallowed it. This pill was extremely expensive and precious. It was a miraculous pill used by low-level martial artists to break through, but Qin Feng ate it as a healing pill. If the martial artists of China saw this, they would definitely be enraged to death. The blood qi pill melted in Qin Feng's mouth, and the rich aroma of the pill lingered in his mouth. Wisps of cool spiritual energy flowed into his body and healed his damaged organs and meridians. Whoosh! With a light leap, Sima Gaofeng arrived in front of Qin Feng in a few breaths' time. His pair of old eyes shone brightly in the dark night. He looked Qin Feng's body up and down as if he was going to dissect Qin Feng. After a while, Sima Gaofeng finally sensed something strange. There was a very subtle spiritual energy flowing in Qin Feng's body. If he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't be able to detect it. Haha, looks like you really are Qin Feng, and the rumors from 3 months ago were true. You brat, you have treasures all over your body. Just now, you took out 3 orange-grade spiritual weapons, and now you're wearing an even higher-grade spiritual equipment, since you didn't die even after being hit by my fire rod. If I'm not wrong, the spiritual armor you're wearing is definitely a blue grade, or even higher grade. Sima Gaofeng's face was full of pride. He looked at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a little sheep that fell into a pack of wolves. Qin Feng had countless treasures on him, and Sima Gaofeng realized that he had hit the jackpot this time. Qin Feng ignored Sima Gaofeng's rambling. He healed his wounds and thought of a way to deal with Sima Gaofeng. Sima Gaofeng was a stage 7 demon cultivator, and his strength was equivalent to a stage 8 inner qi cultivator. Qin Feng's current strength was obviously not his match. Moreover, Qin Feng felt the attribute of the old man's demonic qi after being hit by Sima Gaofeng's rod. He was obviously a fire elemental demon cultivator. Qin Feng's back was on fire after being hit by Sima Gaofeng's rod. If it wasn't for the sacred azure battle armor he was wearing, which was made of 100-year cold ice, he would have been burned to death. Little Pig, which one is more powerful, the flame bomb released by the Spear of Rat-Halos, or the fire transformed from the old man's demonic qi? Qin Feng asked in his mind. Both are ordinary flames of the natural world. There's no difference, Little Pig said. Qin Feng frowned. He wanted to burn Sima Gaofeng to death with the flame bomb, but it seemed like that wouldn't work. At this time, Little Pig added, but the fire released from my body is a fire seed purified by spiritual energy. It's much more powerful than ordinary fire seeds in the natural world. It can burn Sima Gaofeng to death in one hit. Oh, right. You haven't shot out a fireball this month. Don't trick me later. Qin Feng suddenly saw hope, but he was quickly disappointed. Little Pig was still in a cute state. It depended on luck if it could shoot fireballs. It couldn't shoot whenever it wanted. Stinking brat, I've said so much to you. You should at least reply to me. Sima Gaofeng suddenly roared, bringing Qin Feng back to his senses. Qin Feng couldn't care less. He quietly released Little Pig from the system. Little Pig hid in a dark corner and waited to shoot fire at any time. Qin Feng's injuries were almost healed. He slowly stood up. What? I was recuperating just now and didn't hear what you said. Why don't you repeat everything to me? Qin Feng looked at Sima Gaofeng with a smile. Sima Gaofeng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Wah! You shameless brat, you dare to play with me? I told you to heal, but I'm going to cripple you with this rod. Let's see how you're going to heal then. Sima Gaofeng suddenly exploded with demonic energy. In an instant, the power of a level 7 demonic cultivator was completely revealed. The pressure made Qin Feng's chest uncomfortable. Rumble! The fiery red raging fire rod spun in Sima Gaofeng's hands like a golden wheel. When the rod fell, a fireball shot out and hit Qin Feng's body. Bang! A huge shockwave sent Qin Feng flying. However, the fireball didn't burn Qin Feng. It was as if Qin Feng's body absorbed it, and it disappeared. Ah, what the hell is going on? Is your spirit, equipment, and battle armor of the ice attribute? Did it block my fireball? Sima Gaofeng was so angry that he stomped his feet. However, he quickly understood and said, "Ha! Looks like that's the case. This is a good treasure. I'm going to get it." Sima Gaofeng was like a madman as he laughed crazily without stopping. The raging fire rod in his hand didn't stop either. It continuously spun in the air and shot out balls of fire. Sima Gaofeng held the raging fire rod like he was playing golf. He shot out balls of fire that floated in the air at lightning speed towards Qin Feng. Bang, 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 bang. Qin Feng was hit by the fireballs one after another. Although the flames couldn't burn his body, the impact of the fireballs couldn't be underestimated. After a while, Qin Feng suffered internal injuries. Damn, luckily I brought a lot of blood qi pills. Otherwise, I'd die here today. Qin Feng angrily ate another blood qi pill to recover his body. At the same time, he looked at the shadow behind Sima Gaofeng. The little pig was hiding there and sneezed. It had sneezed a dozen times, but it didn't spit out a fireball. Bang, 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 bang. Qin Feng was like a human target. He was constantly attacked by Sima Gaofeng's fireballs. Sima Gaofeng was excited. When he saw Qin Feng's battered appearance, he laughed and said, "Ha! Qin Feng, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you so listless now? You've become my fireball target." Hearing that Sima Gaofeng dared to say that he was his target, Qin Feng was unhappy. He didn't care about the impact of the fireballs. He raised his raging fire spear and rushed towards Sima Gaofeng. Clang, clang! The spear of rat halos continuously danced, knocking the fireballs to the side. Just as it was about to reach Sima Gaofeng, Qin Feng was about to stab the spear into his heart when Little Pig suddenly spat out a gigantic fireball. Qin Feng was so frightened that he immediately threw away the spear of rat halos, jumped in front of Sima Gaofeng and hugged him tightly. "Wah yeah, you pervert, let go of me. I'm not interested in men." Sima Gaofeng was so angry that his eyes rolled back when Qin Feng hugged him tightly. Qin Feng wasn't interested in the old man, but now that he was hugging Sima Gaofeng and Sima Gaofeng's restless movements, Qin Feng realized that he had a shameless reaction. This change in his body gave Qin Feng a fright, but he also felt that he couldn't resist it. If it wasn't for the fact that Little Pig's fireball was getting closer and closer, Qin Feng would have hit Sima Gaofeng a few times. But now, Qin Feng slapped Sima Gaofeng's back, and in the next second, Sima Gaofeng was submerged in the intense fireball. Ha! Stupid boy, you want to use the same trick you used on Sima D against me? Can't you see that I'm a fire-type demon cultivator? I'm not afraid of this fire. What kind of fire is this? How can it burn my skin? Oh, it hurts. Water, save me. Chapter 501. The fireball burned hotter and hotter. Even Qin Feng, who was wearing the sacred azure battle armor, didn't dare to get close to the fireball. Sima Gaofeng's screams resounded through the sky. He even ran into the large water tank to extinguish the fire. However, the fire didn't show any signs of being extinguished even after the water was poured on him. It continued to burn brightly. What an idiot. My fire is a yellow rank spirit, beast fire. How can it be extinguished by ordinary water? Little Pig snorted when he saw Sima Gaofeng's actions. Qin Feng didn't know much about the difference between fire types. As for beast fire, Qin Feng had never heard of it. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to ask Little Pig about it, but the situation was urgent and he didn't have the time. Ah, roar, roar, roar. Sima Gaofeng was worthy of being a level 7 demon cultivator. His vitality was really vigorous. He wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf in the yellow rank spirit beast fire. It took more than 10 minutes to burn him to death. Sima Gaofeng fell to the ground and was burned to a crisp like Sima Di. For safety's sake, Qin Feng cut off both Sima Di and Sima Gaofeng's heads with a wind blade. During the process of Sima Gaofeng being burned to death, Qin Feng didn't stay idle. He sat in an open space far away and healed his wounds. When Sima Gaofeng was burned to death, Qin Feng's body had completely absorbed the blood qi pills, spirit qi. His body had already recovered, and after this battle, Qin Feng felt that he was about to break through again. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He wanted to break through to level 5 inner qi in one go, but he felt that something was missing and didn't succeed. Qin Feng stood up and put Little Pig and the spiritual weapons he took out into the system. Then he put away Sima Howren's Overlord Chop and Sima Gaofeng's Fire Rod. After hesitating for a while, Qin Feng put Sima Di's Silver Serpent Flexible Sword on his body. Although Qin Feng didn't plan to use the Sissy Flexible Sword, the Silver Serpent Flexible Sword was a white rank spiritual weapon. It was better to sell it than throw it away. After packing his spoils of war, Qin Feng suddenly felt a ball of fire rise in his abdomen. His gaze uncontrollably fell on the group of men on the ground. He suddenly had the urge to strip them naked and go all out. Qin Feng's body trembled with fear when he thought of this. He hastily threw a few fireballs at the Sima family members and burned them to ashes. He didn't want to pounce on them and rape their corpses. How scary would that be? The Sima family of the Acropolis city had been completely destroyed by Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng wasn't very happy about this. He felt the desire in his body become stronger and stronger. Images of women continuously appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Zhao Ling Xian by Qing Liu Qin. This kind of intense emotion only increased as time passed. When Qin Feng walked out of the Sima family's old residence, he felt that if he didn't vent, he would collapse. Fuck! I want to fuck someone, woman. Qin Feng suddenly let out a low roar, leaped, and disappeared into the night. The Feng family's courtyard in Acropolis City was in chaos. Yun Zhe used the appearance-changing technique to look like Qin Feng. He held the true steel sword and stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood a cold man in a white robe with long hair flowing in the wind. The man held a black, scabbard sword made of strange material in his hand and lowered his head in silence. The two of them stood in the center of the Feng family's courtyard. They were surrounded by the people of the Feng family and the Zhang family. At their feet, there were many warriors lying scattered on the ground. It was a chaotic and bloody scene. It was obvious that both sides had fought a great battle. Qin Feng, you really have the guts of a leopard. You actually dared to barge into our Feng family's residence to cause trouble in the middle of the night. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving today. The Feng family's elder glared angrily at Qin Feng. Last night, he had just received the grievous news that his eldest grandson Feng Xing had been killed. He had mobilized the entire Feng family's forces to hunt down and kill Qin Feng. He didn't think that Qin Feng would dare to deliver himself to his doorstep tonight. Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear old Master Feng's words, and was standing on the spot recovering his inner qi. In the battle just now, only Yun Zhe had attacked, and Shimin Chueshua had not moved at all. This was because the mastermind would appear in a while, and Shimin Chueshua needed to conserve his strength to deal with those two people. How much longer can you hold on? Shimin Chueshua could tell that Yun Zhe was not a match for so many people, so he raised his eyebrows and asked, I'm fine. Don't be rash. Let's follow Big Brother Qin's plan. We can't ruin his business. Yun Zhe had just broken through to the 4th level, so his strength had yet to completely consolidate. In the Feng family's old mansion, there was also an expert at the 4th level. If Qin Feng had not given the true steel sword to Yunzhe to protect himself, he might have really been defeated. All right, delay for a while. I feel that a group of people are rushing over, Shimin Chueshua said expressionlessly. Yunzhe nodded. He suddenly took a deep breath and once again brandished his sword and stabbed towards the crowd. The expert at the 4th level of the Feng family was Feng Xing's father, Feng Zhao. Yunzhe intentionally avoided Feng Zhao and started with the rookie martial artists at the 1st and 2nd level of the Inner Realm. Against these martial artists, Yunzhe basically killed one with a single strike. Bang, bang, bang. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sounds of fighting rose and fell in the Feng family's courtyard. The Feng family members were doing their best to fight against Yunzhe, and the Ma family members were also helping from the side. However, Yunzhe could already tell that the people from the Ma family who had rushed over were not really fighting against him. They seemed to be fighting with all their might, but they only had moves and no strength. There were a few times when Yunzhe was hit by the experts of the Zhang family, but his body did not have the slightest reaction. Since the Zhang family did not attack ruthlessly, Yunzhe would not attack the Zhang family. Although both sides did not say it out loud, it was as if they had secretly reached an agreement. People kept falling under Yunzhe's sword, and Yunzhe's face became paler and paler. The long period of inner qi consumption made him feel as if he had reached his limit. Qin Feng, I want to see how long you can hold on for. If I don't take your dog head today, I swear I'm not a human. Feng Zhao had been staring at Yunzhe the entire time, and he had also noticed Yunzhe's situation. Just as Yunzhe landed on the ground and gasped for breath, Feng Zhao suddenly slapped him with his palm. Yunzhe did not have the strength to dodge and was sent flying. Puff! Yunzhe's body was like a kite with its string cut as it fluttered in the air. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. Feng Zhao's palm did not hold back at all, and a full 250 kilograms of strength smashed onto Yunzhe's chest. Furthermore, Yunzhe did not have any qi to protect his body, so it directly shattered Yunzhe's internal organs. Yunzhe's eyes drooped down powerlessly. He felt that his life force was quickly dissipating, and this was a sign that he was about to die. Yunzhe never thought that he would die just like that. He still had a lot of things that he had yet to accomplish. He wanted to take down the position of the young patriarch of the Yun family in the capital, and he wanted to help his sister find true happiness. How are you? Suddenly, Yunzhe felt himself fall into someone else's embrace. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shimin Chueshua's cold and emotionless expression. Brother, cough, cough! We fought a life and death battle, but I still don't know your name. My name is Yunzhe, cough, cough. I have to leave first. Help me tell Big Brother Qin. I don't regret it at all. It's just that I didn't manage to help him much before I died. I'm really useless. Yunzhe opened his mouth weakly, as if he was saying his last words before he died. His voice was as weak as a mosquito, and most people would have to stick their ears to his mouth in order to hear him. However, Shimin Chueshua did not do so, because he was an expert at the great perfection of the 9th level of inner qi, and his hearing was sharp. Shimin Chueshua did not just sit back and watch. He supported Yunzhe's weight with one hand and pressed his other hand near Yunzhe's chest. Streams of pure innate qi entered Yunzhe's body and was quickly repairing Yunzhe's shattered internal organs. Qin Feng was hit by my mountain-shattering palm, and now his internal organs are shattered. He's dead for sure. Everyone, let's attack together and kill that stinking brat who's been acting cool the moment he arrived. Feng Zhao sent Yunzhe flying with his palm. He was in a good mood and looked as if he was certain that Qin Feng would die. The Feng family members all heaved a sigh of relief, their faces filled with excitement. Actually, the one everyone was most afraid of was Qin Feng, because Qin Feng was rumored to be an expert at the 4th level, and he had quite a few spirit weapons on him. Now that Qin Feng was dead, there was nothing for the Feng family to be afraid of. As for Shimin Chueshua, no one present paid any attention to him. This guy stood there motionlessly the moment he arrived, holding onto a broken short sword and posing nonstop. Those who did not know would have thought that he was here to shoot an advertisement. Idiot. Let's see if I don't slap you to death. Everyone, let me take care of this pretentious criminal. I like to take care of people like him the most. The people of the Feng family fearlessly pounced toward Shimin Chueshua. In their eyes, Shimin Chueshua was like a little lamb that had been lured into a pack of wolves. Shimin Chueshua's expression was still cold as he continued to heal Yunzei, as if he did not see the enemies pouncing at him from all directions. Buzz, buzz! When the crowd was less than 2 meters away from Shimin Chueshua raised his right hand lightly, and the black scabbard sword in his hand let out an ethereal sword hum. Suddenly, a sharp sword chi surged in the surroundings, and the expressions of the people at the front changed drastically. An unprecedented aura of death descended from above their heads, but they did not have time to react. One by one, their figures began to split open from the top of their heads and exploded into 2 halves, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of explosions rose and fell. This scene happened too suddenly. Even the people at the back saw the bodies of their companions suddenly explode, but they still instinctively ran forward. They rushed into the area of Shimin Chueshua's sword formation, but they were also blown to pieces. Hiss! This scene caused the Feng family's old man and the immediate family members to be dumbfounded. Even the most powerful person in the Feng family, Feng Zhao, almost had his eyeballs popping out of his sockets. Everyone thought that Shimin Chueshua was a weakling who came to act cool, but in the end he easily made his move and executed such a powerful move. This kind of cruel and violent group attack sword technique was something that no one present had ever heard of, let alone seen with their own eyes. Chapter 502. Stop! Everyone stop right now. Feng Zhao finally regained his senses and hurriedly stopped everyone in fright. Actually, there was no need for Feng Zhao to speak. The people who were charging towards Shimin Chueshua had already woken up. Seeing that their companions in front of them had been blasted into pieces by the sword chi, no matter how stupid they did not dare to charge forward. Everyone stopped and retreated more than 10 meters away, looking at Shimin Chueshua fearfully. Shimin Chueshua retracted the black sheath sword in his hand. His expression was cold and indifferent as he continued to treat Yunzei's injuries. It was as if the corpses and flesh scattered around him did not exist, as if he was not the one who had killed them. Uft! Yunzei opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of rotten flesh and organs. He slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead? No, but you need to rest for a few days before your injuries can heal, Shimin Chueshua said in a lukewarm tone. He had already stopped treating Yunzei's injuries. Shimin Chueshua was now half a step into cultivation, and the aura in his body was no longer inner chi, but an even purer and rarer true chi. True chi could be transformed into various energy elements, such as true chi transforming into fireballs, ice. Therefore, Shimin Chueshua's true chi could repair Yunzei's damaged internal organs and meridians, allowing him to come back to life. I'm actually not dead. Ah, what is this thing on the ground? What kind of strength do you have? Yunzei felt that his internal organs had been shattered. He had thought that he would definitely die this time, but he did not expect that he would not die. When he saw the flesh and blood on the ground, he was shocked. Why was this scene as cruel as the 18th level of hell? At this moment, Yunzei finally understood. Even he had thought that Shimin Chueshua was here to watch the show and did not have much strength. But now, it seemed that this thought was completely wrong. You're not dead. The corpses on the ground are all from the enemies. My strength is average, and I've just reached half-step cultivation. Although Shimin Chueshua's tone was cold, He seriously answered every one of Yun Zhe's questions. Yun Zhe felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. A half-step cultivation expert? This was the first time Yun Zhe had seen a living person. Young hero, may I ask who you are? Why are you helping Qin Feng destroy the Feng family? In the face of Shimin Chueshua's valiance, the old man of the Feng family could no longer remain calm. He immediately put down the false airs of a family head and looked at Shimin Chueshua respectfully. He was deeply afraid that if he said something wrong, Shimin Chueshua would exterminate his family. Qin Feng is my master. I'll do whatever he tells me to do, Shimin Chueshua said coldly. Huh, Qin Feng is your big brother? Did I hear that right? Young hero, have you been deceived by Qin Feng, this cunning and treacherous villain? With your strength and realm, you can completely dominate a region. How can you be Qin Feng's little brother? Elder Feng was shocked. If this Shimin Chueshua really was Qin Feng's little brother, then he could already see the Feng family being destroyed. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out in the air. Elder Feng, who was still in shock, suddenly split open from the center of his brows. The crack grew larger and larger, and in the end his entire body exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a bloody mist filled the air. The courtyard was filled with the strong smell of blood, and many of the clan members could not help but vomit. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yun Zhe's mouth twitched, and he almost staggered and fell to the ground. Previously, he was unconscious and did not see Shimin Chueshua attack. Now that he saw it, Yun Zhe felt that it was terrifying. Was this the strength of a half-step cultivation expert? Love is. Oh no, killing is in an instant. Shimin Chueshua sheathed the black sheath sword. His expression was still cold and emotionless. To him, killing a person was as easy as killing an ant. Qin Feng is my master. Whoever dares to insult him will be killed. Shimin Chueshua's cold voice echoed in the courtyard. The Feng family members were so scared that they did not dare to make a sound. They originally thought that the battle tonight was about to end. Qin Feng was killed, and Shimin Chueshua was just a bystander. In the end, this bystander's strength was unstoppable. Phew! Damn it, I was scared to death. I can't take it anymore. No wonder this person is Ancestor Qin's little brother. His methods are as cruel as Ancestor Qin's. Luckily, I was smart enough to let the entire family side with Ancestor Qin. Otherwise, I would have been cut into pieces by now. This is real meat paste. Zhang Hui hid in the corner of the house. He felt a lingering fear, but at the same time, he was glad that he had bet on the right person this time. Shimin Chueshua was the sword god of his generation. Either he did not attack, or once he did, any enemy who had seen his black sheath sword would definitely be killed. Shimin Chueshua waved his hand, and the black sheath sword drew streaks of white light in the air. These sword images seemed to have eyes, and they cut all the surrounding Feng family disciples into 8 pieces. The bloody scene caused Yun Zhe and Zhang Hui to vomit uncontrollably. Swoosh! Shimin Chueshua, who was dancing with his sword in the courtyard, suddenly stopped. He raised his eyebrows slightly, turned around, and thrust his sword forward. In the air, 2 black shadows appeared, and the 2 of them quickly separated. Shimin Chueshua's sword chi pierced through the air, emitting a sharp sword cry. So it's the 2 of you. How dare you hurt my master last time? Today die. A trace of anger flashed across Shimin Chueshua's usually cold and calm expression. He recognized the 2 of them. They were the 2 black-cloaked men who fought in the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Uncle Yen, I'll leave the white-cloaked man to you. I'll deal with Qin Feng. The black-cloaked man's expression turned cold, and he pounced on Yun Zhe, who was lying on the ground. Uncle Yen nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Shimin Chueshua. During the battle in the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Uncle Yen had suffered a loss in the hands of Shimin Chueshua. Even though he was a stage 8 inner chi expert now, he didn't dare to underestimate Shimin Chueshua. Last time, I was wholeheartedly protecting the young master, so I couldn't fight you wholeheartedly. This time, it's hard to say who will be the winner. As soon as Uncle Yan's voice fell, it was as if he had installed a blower in his sleeve. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, and streaks of orange sword rays shot out toward Shimin Chueshua. Shimin Chueshua didn't like to talk nonsense. At this moment, he had already leaped towards Uncle Yen with his black sheath sword. Facing Uncle Yan's sharp sword rays, Shimin Chueshua didn't even need to draw his sword. Instead, he leaped around like a dragonfly, skimming the surface of the water, and nimbly dodged the turbulent and chaotic sword rays. Uncle Yan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He realized that Shimin Chueshua's strength had increased tremendously in just a few months. Not daring to be careless, Uncle Yen waved his hand, and a dazzling orange short sword appeared in his hand. With his eyes focused, he stood on the roof and swung his sword downwards. 9 sword, first sword form. Rumble. A massive sword chi descended, bringing with it an aura that could shatter rocks. Shimin Chueshua leaped into the air and nimbly dodged the sword. Humph. Insignificant skill. Uncle Yan's expression turned solemn. Shimin Chueshua's strength had exceeded his expectations. Without holding back, he swung his sword twice. 9 sword, second sword form. 3 sword form. Uncle Yen was an orthodox stage 8 inner chi cultivator, and he mainly cultivated sword techniques. Before he met Shimin Chueshua, Uncle Yen was very proud of his sword techniques. The 9 sword that he cultivated could release 9 different sword rays, and the more powerful the sword rays were, the more powerful the sword rays would be. However, with Uncle Yan's current strength, he could only release the first 3 sword rays. With just these 3 sword rays, Uncle Yen had killed many masters at the same level as him. Now, Uncle Yen released 3 sword rays at the same time. It was his first time doing this. The 3 sword rays were like 3 cannonballs, especially the last sword ray, which contained a strong inner chi that could split mountains and split the earth. Buzz! Shimin Chueshua swung the black, scabbard sword in his hand. It was a simple slash, but it created a white light that looked like it was about to materialize. The sword energies of the 2 clashed in the air, creating a series of loud noises. Uncle Yen, who was standing on the roof, felt the tiles beneath his feet begin to tremble. Boom! After the loud sound, Shimin Chueshua's figure disappeared for a short while. Uncle Yan's eyes were filled with shock. He discovered that his sure-kill technique, the 9-layer sword, had actually been easily resolved by Shimin Chueshua. When Uncle Yen came back to his senses, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. A dense killing intent had already covered him. Pucci! When Uncle Yen realized that he was in danger, it was already too late. He could not dodge at all, and he could only quickly move to the side to avoid being stabbed in his vital parts. A white light flashed, and Uncle Yen suddenly felt his right arm become lighter. He looked down subconsciously and realized that his arm had disappeared. Blood spurted out from the wound, and Uncle Yen even forgot about the pain. As a swordsman, losing his right arm meant that half of his strength was gone. Even if Uncle Yen could use his left hand to practice swordsmanship in the future, how long would it take for him to regain his current strength? Your sword technique sucks. Fighting with you is a disgrace to my identity as a sword god. Shimin Chueshua suddenly landed behind Uncle Yen like a ghost. The strong death aura shrouded him again, and Uncle Yan's heart went numb. This was the first time in his life that he had felt so afraid because he really felt that he was going to die. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. Just as Shimin Chueshua's short sword was about to fall, Yunzei's roar came from the ground. At this moment, the black-robed youth had already defeated Yunzei and was about to smash Yunzei's head with a palm. Buzz! The sword that was originally aimed at Uncle Yan's head suddenly changed direction and fell towards the black-robed youth on the ground. Uncle Yan's expression changed drastically. While Shimin Chueshua was not paying attention, he slapped his palm on Shimin Chueshua's chest. Puchi! Shimin Chueshua was sent flying by the palm, and his sword chi also repelled the black-robed youth, saving Yunzei's life. Uncle Yan, where's your arm? The black-robed youth returned to Uncle Yan's side. Looking at Uncle Yan's empty right arm, his eyes almost popped out. Young master, let's go, or we will all die here. Uncle Yan did not waste any time. He grabbed the young master's shoulder with his left hand, and with the last breath of inner chi, he instantly disappeared into the night. Brother, are you all right? At this moment, Yunzei also came to Shimin Chueshua's side. Shimin Chueshua's face was pale, and he was vomiting blood. Huh? That's not right. Brother, why did you suddenly drop to stage 6 inner chi? You were in the realm of great perfection of inner chi. Feeling the aura on Shimin Chueshua's body, Yunzei was shocked. In fact, when Shimin Chueshua came to Earth, the magnetic field on Earth would be disturbed by the magnetic field on Earth. When he fought, he had to resist the disturbance of Earth's magnetic field while fighting. Otherwise, with Shimin Chueshua's true strength, he would be able to kill an opponent like Uncle Yan with a single strike of his sword.